Section 1 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2 by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Boswell's Life of Johnson, including Boswell's Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides and Johnson's Diary of a Journey into North Wales. Edited by George Birbeck Hill, Doctor of Civil Law, Pembroke College, Oxford, in 6 volumes. Volume 2, Life, 1765 to 1776. Contents of Volume 2, Life of Samuel Johnson, Doctor of Laws, November 1765 to March 1776. Appendices: A. Autograph Records by Johnson, 1766, in the Bodleian Library. B. Johnson's Sentiments towards his fellow subjects in America. The Life of Samuel Johnson, LL.D. In 1764 and 1765 it should seem that Dr. Johnson was so busily employed with his edition of Shakespeare as to have had little leisure for any other literary exertion, or indeed even for private correspondence. Footnote: had he been busily employed, he would no doubt have finished the edition in a few months. He himself had recorded at Easter 1765, "My time has been unprofitably spent, and seems as a dream that has left nothing behind." Prayers and Meditations, page 61, end of footnote. He did not favour me with a single letter for more than 2 years, for which it will appear that he afterwards apologized. He was, however, at all times ready to give assistance to his friends and others in revising their works and in writing for them, or greatly improving their dedications. In that courtly species of composition no man excelled Dr. Johnson. Though the loftiness of his mind prevented him from ever dedicating in his own person, he wrote a very great number of dedications for others. Footnote: dedications had been commonly used as a means of getting money by flattery. Isaac Disraeli, in his Calamities of Authors, says, "Fuller's church history is disgraced by 12 particular dedications. It was an expedient to procure dedication fees, for publishing books by subscription was an art not yet discovered. The price of the dedication of a play was," he adds, "in the time of George I, 20 guineas. So much then at least Johnson lost by not dedicating Irene. However, when he addressed the plan of his dictionary to Lord Chesterfield, he certainly came very near a dedication." Boswell, in The Hypochondriac, writes, "For my own part, I own I am proud enough, but I do not relish the stateliness of not dedicating at all. I prefer pleasure to pride, and it appears to me that there is much pleasure in honestly expressing one's admiration, esteem, or affection in a public manner, and in thus contributing to the happiness of another by making him better pleased with himself." London Magazine for 1782. His dedications were dedications of friendship, not of flattery or civility. He dedicated his Tour to Corsica to Paoli, his Tour to the Hebrides to Malone, and his Life of Johnson to Sir Joshua Reynolds. Goldsmith, in like manner, distressed though he so often was, dedicated his Traveller to his brother, the Deserted Village to Sir Joshua, and She Stoops to Conquer to Johnson. End of footnote. Some of these persons who were favoured with them are unwilling should be mentioned, from a too anxious apprehension, as I think, that they might be suspected of having received larger assistance. Footnote: a passage in Boswell's letter to Malone of January 29, 1791, Croker's Boswell, page 829, shows that it is Reynolds of whom he is writing. "I am," he writes, "to cancel a leaf of the first volume, having found that though Sir Joshua certainly assured me he had no objection to my mentioning that Johnson wrote a dedication for him, he now thinks otherwise. In that leaf occurs the mention of Johnson having written to Dr. Leland, thanking the University of Dublin for their diploma. In the first edition, this mention of the letter is followed by the passage above about dedications. It was no doubt Reynolds's dedication of his Discourses to the King in the year 1778 that Johnson wrote. The first sentence is in a high degree Johnsonian. The regular progress of cultivated life is from necessaries to accommodations, from accommodations to ornaments. End of footnote. A too anxious apprehension, as I think, that they might be suspected of having received larger assistance, and some, after all the diligence I have bestowed, have escaped my inquiries. He told me a great many years ago he believed he had dedicated to all the royal family round. Footnote. That is to say, he added, to the last generation of the royal family. See post April 15, 1773. We may hope that the royal family were not all like the Duke of Gloucester, who, when Gibbon brought him the second volume of the Decline and Fall, received him with much good nature and affability, saying to him as he laid the quarto on the table, "Another D thick square book, always scribble, 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 Mr. Gibbon." Best's Memorials. End of footnote. And it was indifferent to him what was the subject of the work dedicated, provided it were innocent. He once dedicated some music for the German flute to Edward, Duke of York. In writing dedications for others, he considered himself as by no means speaking his own sentiments. Notwithstanding his long silence, I never omitted to write to him when I had anything worthy of communicating. I generally kept copies of my letters to him, that I might have a full view of our correspondence, and never be at a loss to understand any reference in his letters. Footnote. Such care was needless. Boswell complained, post June 24, 1774, that Johnson did not answer his letters, but only sent him returns. End of footnote. He kept the greater part of mine very carefully, and a short time before his death was attentive enough to seal them up in bundles and order them to be delivered to me, which was accordingly done. Amongst them I found one of which I had not made a copy, and which I own I read with pleasure at the distance of almost 20 years. It is dated November 1765 at the palace of Pascal Paoli in Corte, the capital of Corsica, and is full of generous enthusiasm. Footnote. On one of the days that my ague disturbed me least, I walked from the convent to Corte purposely to write a letter to Mr. Samuel Johnson. I told my revered friend that from a kind of superstition, agreeable in a certain degree to him as well as to myself, I had during my travels written to him from loca solemnia, places in some measure sacred; that as I had written to him from the tomb of Melanchthon, see post June 28, 1777, sacred to learning and piety, I now wrote to him from the palace of Pascal Paoli, sacred to wisdom and liberty. Boswell's Tour to Corsica, page 218. How delighted would Boswell have been had he lived to see the way in which he is spoken of by the biographer of Paoli. En traversant la Méditerranée sur de frêles navires pour venir s'asseoir au foyer de la nationalité corse, des hommes graves tels que Boswell et Volney obéissant sans doute à un sentiment bien plus élevé qu'au besoin vulgaire d'une puérile curiosité. Histoire de Pascal Paoli, Pa e Arrighi, Volume 1, page 231. By every Corsican of any education, the name of Boswell is known and honoured. One of them told me that it was in Boswell's pages that Paoli still lived for them. He informed me also of a family which still preserved by tradition the remembrance of Boswell's visit to their ancestral home. End of footnote. I now wrote to him from the palace of Pascal Paoli, sacred to wisdom and liberty. After giving a sketch of what I had seen and heard in that island, it proceeded thus: I dare to call this a spirited tour. I dare to challenge your approbation. This letter produced the following answer, which I found on my arrival at Paris. A Mr. Boswell, chez Mr. Waters, banquier à Paris. Dear Sir, apologies are seldom of any use. We will delay till your arrival the reasons, good or bad, which have made me such a sparing and ungrateful correspondent. Be assured for the present that nothing has lessened either the esteem or love with which I dismissed you at Harwich. Both have been increased by all that I have been told of you by yourself or others, and when you will return to an unaltered and, I hope, unalterable friend. Footnote. The 12 following lines of this letter were published by Boswell in his Corsica, page 219, without Johnson's leave. See post March the 23rd, 1768. Temple, to whom the book had been shown before publication, had, it should seem, advised Boswell to omit this extract. Boswell replied, Your remarks are of great service to me, but I must have my great preceptor, Mr. Johnson, introduced. Letters of Boswell, page 122. In writing to excuse himself to Johnson, post April the 23rd, 1768, he says, the temptation to publishing it was so strong. End of footnote. All that you have to fear from me is the vexation of disappointing me. No man loves to frustrate expectations which have been formed in his favour, and the pleasure which I promise myself from your journals and remarks is so great, that perhaps no degree of attention or discernment will be sufficient to afford it. Come home, however, and take your chance. I long to see you and to hear you, and hope that we shall not be so long separated again. Come home and expect such a welcome as is due to him whom a wise and noble curiosity has led where perhaps no native of this country ever was before. Footnote. Tell your court, said Paoli to Boswell, what you have seen here. They will be curious to ask you. A man come from Corsica will be like a man come from the Antipodes. Boswell's Corsica, page 188. He was not indeed the first native of this country to go there. He found in Bastia an Englishwoman of Penrith in Cumberland. When the Highlanders marched through that country in the year 1745, she had married a soldier of the French piquets, in the very midst of all the confusion and danger, and when she could hardly understand one word he said. Ibid, page 226. Boswell nowhere quotes Mrs. Barbauld's fine lines on Corsica. Perhaps he was ashamed of the praise of the wife of a little Presbyterian parson who kept an infant boarding school. See post under December the 17th, 1775. Yet he must have been pleased when he read, such were the working thoughts which swelled the breast of generous Boswell, when with nobler aim and views beyond the narrow beaten track by trivial fancy trod, he turned his course from polished Gallia's soft delicious vales, etc. Mrs. Barbauld's Poems, Volume 1, page 2, end of footnote. I have no news to tell you that can deserve your notice, nor would I willingly lessen the pleasure that any novelty may give you at your return. I am afraid we shall find it difficult to keep among us a mind which has been so long feasted with variety. But let us try what esteem and kindness can effect. As your father's liberality has indulged you with so long a ramble, I doubt not but you will think his sickness, or even his desire to see you, a sufficient reason for hastening your return. The longer we live, and the more we think, the higher value we learn to put on the friendship and tenderness of parents and of friends. Parents we can have but once, and he promises himself too much who enters life with the expectation of finding many friends. Upon some motive I hope that you will be here soon, and am willing to think that it will be an inducement to your return that it is sincerely desired by, dear Sir, your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. Johnson's Court, Fleet Street, January the 14th, 1766. I returned to London in February, and found Dr. Johnson in a good house in Johnson's Court, Fleet Street. Footnote. Murphy, in the Monthly Review, thus describes Johnson's life in Johnson's Court after he had received his pension. His friend Levet, his physician in ordinary, paid his daily visits with assiduity, attended at all hours, made tea all the morning, talked what he had to say, and did not expect an answer, or, if occasion required it, was mute, officious, and ever complying. There Johnson sat every morning, receiving visits, hearing the topics of the day, and indolently trifling away the time. Chymistry afforded some amusement. Hawkins' Life, page 452, says, "An upper room which had the advantages of a good light and free air he fitted up for a study. A silver standish and some useful plate, which he had been prevailed on to accept as pledges of kindness from some who most esteemed him, together with furniture that would not have disgraced a better dwelling, banished those appearances of squalid indigence which, in his less happy days, disgusted those who came to see him." Some of the plate Johnson had bought. See post, April 15, 1781, end of footnote. Found Dr. Johnson in a good house in Johnson's Court, Fleet Street, in which he had accommodated Miss Williams with an apartment on the ground floor, while Mr. Levet occupied his post in the garret. His faithful Frances was still attending upon him. He received me with much kindness. The fragments of our first conversation, which I have preserved, are these. I told him that Voltaire, in a conversation with me, had distinguished Pope and Dryden thus: "Pope drives a handsome chariot with a couple of neat trim nags; Dryden a coach and 6 stately horses." Johnson: "Why, sir, the truth is, they both drive coaches and 6, but Dryden's horses are either galloping or stumbling. Pope's go at a steady even trot." Footnote. It is remarkable that Mr. Gray has employed somewhat the same image to characterize Dryden. He indeed furnishes his car with but 2 horses, but they are of ethereal race. Behold where Dryden's less presumptuous car wide o'er the fields of glory bear 2 coursers of ethereal race, with necks in thunder clothed, and long resounding pace. Ode on the Progress of Poesy, Boswell. In the Life of Pope, Works, Vol. 8, page 324, Johnson says, "The style of Dryden is capricious and varied, that of Pope is cautious and uniform. Dryden obeys the motions of his own mind. Pope constrains his mind to his own rules of composition. Dryden is sometimes vehement and rapid, Pope is always smooth, uniform, and gentle." End of footnote. He said of Goldsmith's Traveller, which have been published in my absence, there has not been so fine a poem since Pope's time. And here it is proper to settle with authentic precision what has long floated in public report as to Johnson's being himself the author of a considerable part of that poem. Much, no doubt, both of the sentiments and expression were derived from conversation with him, and it was certainly submitted to his friendly revision. But in the year 1783 he, at my request, marked with a pencil the lines which he had furnished, which are only line 420th, "to stop too fearful and too faint to go," and the concluding 10 lines, except the last couplet but one, which I distinguish by the italic character. "How small of all that human hearts endure that part which kings or laws can cause or cure," footnote, in the original laws or kings, end of footnote. "Still to ourselves in every place consigned, our own felicity we make or find," footnote. "The mind in its own place and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven." Paradise Lost, Book 1, line 254. "Caelum non animum mutant qui trans mare current." Horace Epistles, Book 1, Epistle 11, line 27, end of footnote. "With secret course which no loud storms annoy, glides the smooth current of domestic joy," in italics. "The lifted axe, the agonizing wheel, Luke's iron crown, and Damien's bed of steel," end of italics, "to men remote from power, but rarely known, leave reason, faith, and conscience all our own." He added, "These are all of which I can be sure." Footnote. "I once inadvertently put him," wrote Reynolds, "in a situation from which none but a man of perfect integrity could extricate himself." I pointed at some lines in The Traveller, which I told him I was sure he wrote. He hesitated a little. During this hesitation I recollected myself that, as I knew he would not lie, I put him in a cleft stick, and I should have had but my due if he had given me a rough answer. But he only said, "Sir, I did not write them, but that you may not imagine that I have wrote more than I really have, the utmost I have wrote in that poem, to the best of my recollection, is not more than 18 lines, in square brackets, 9 seems the actual number." It must be observed there was then an opinion about town that Dr. Johnson wrote the whole poem for his friend, who was then in a manner an unknown writer. Taylor's Reynolds. See also Post, April 9, 1778. For each line of The Traveller, Goldsmith was paid 11d. 1 farthing. Johnson's present, therefore, of 9 lines was, if reckoned in money, worth 8s. and 5d. 1 farthing. End of footnote. They bear a small proportion to the whole, which consists of 438 verses. Goldsmith, in the couplet which he inserted, mentions Luke as a person well known, and superficial readers have passed it over quite smoothly, while those of more attention have been as much perplexed by Luke as by Lydiat in the Vanity of Human Wishes. The truth is that Goldsmith himself was in a mistake. In the Res Publica Hungarian, footnote, Res Publica et Status Regni Hungariae, ex Officina Elzeviriana, 1634, page 136. This work belongs to the series of Republics mentioned by Johnson, Post, under April 29, 1776, end of footnote. There is an account of a desperate rebellion in the year 1514, headed by 2 brothers of the name of Zech, George, and Luke. When it was quelled, George, not Luke, was punished by his head being encircled with a red-hot iron crown, corona candescente feria coronatur. Footnote. Luke had been taken simply for the euphony of the line. He was one of two brothers Dozer. The origin of the mistake in square brackets of sec for dozer is curious. The two brothers belonged to one of the native races of Transylvania called Secklers or Secklers, which descriptive addition follows their names in the German biographical authorities, and this, through abridgment and misapprehension in subsequent books, came at last to be substituted for the family name, Forster's Goldsmith. The Iron Crown was not the worst of the tortures inflicted. End of footnote. The same severity of torture was exercised on the Earl of Athol, one of the murderers of King James I. of Scotland. Dr. Johnson at the same time favoured me by marking the lines which he furnished to Goldsmith's Deserted Village, which are only the last four. That trade's proud empire hastes to swift decay, as ocean sweeps the laboured mole away, while self-dependent power can time defy, as rocks resist the billows and the sky. Talking of education, people have nowadays, said he, got a strange opinion that everything should be taught by lectures. Now, I cannot see that lectures can do as much good as reading the books from which the lectures are taken. I know nothing that can be best taught by lectures, except where experiments are to be shown. Footnote. See Post, April 15, 1781. In 1748, Johnson had written, Works, Volume 5, page 231, at a time when so many schemes of education have been projected, so many schools opened for general knowledge, and so many lectures in particular sciences attended. Goldsmith, in his Life of Nash, published in 1762, describes the lectures at Bath on the arts and sciences, which are frequently taught there in a pretty superficial manner, so as not to tease the understanding, while they afford the imagination some amusement. Cunningham's Goldsmith's Works, end of footnote. You may teach chemistry by lectures. You might teach making of shoes by lectures. Footnote. Perhaps Gibbon had read this passage at the time when he wrote in his memoirs. It has indeed been observed, nor is the observation absurd, that, excepting in experimental sciences, which demand a costly apparatus and a dexterous hand, the many valuable treatises that have been published on every subject of learning may now supersede the ancient mode of oral instruction. Gibbon's Miscellaneous Works, see Post, March 20th, 1776, note. End of footnote. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. At night I supped with him at the Mitre Tavern, that we might renew our social intimacy at the original place of meeting. But there was now a considerable difference in his way of living. Having had an illness in which he was advised to leave off wine, he had from that period continued to abstain from it, and drank only water or lemonade. I told him that a foreign friend of his, footnote, Baretti was in Italy at the same time as Boswell. That they met seems to be shown by a passage in Boswell's letter, post November 6, 1766. Malone wrote of him, "He appears to be an infidel," Prior's Malone, in a footnote. Whom I had met with abroad was so wretchedly perverted to infidelity that he treated the hopes of immortality with brutal levity, and said, "As a man dies like a dog, let him lie like a dog." Johnson. "If he dies like a dog, let him lie like a dog." I added that this man said to me, I hate mankind, for I think myself one of the best of them, and I know how bad I am. Johnson. Sir, he must be very singular in his opinion if he thinks himself one of the best of men, for none of his friends think him so. He said, no honest man could be a deist, for no man could be so after a fair examination of the proofs of Christianity. I named Hume. Footnote: Lord Charlemont records life that Mrs. Mallet, meeting Hume at an assembly, boldly accosted him in these words: Mr. Hume, give me leave to introduce myself to you. We deists ought to know each other. Madam, replied Hume, I am no deist. I do not style myself so, neither do I desire to be known by that appellation. Hume, in 1763 or 1764, wrote to Dr. Blair about the men of letters at Paris. It would give you and Robertson great satisfaction to find that there is not a single deist among them. J. H. Burton's Hume. There was no deist, I suppose, because they were all atheists. Romilly Life records the following anecdote, which he had from Diderot in 1781. Hume dîna avec une grande compagnie chez le baron d'Holbach. Il était assis à côté du baron. On parla de la religion naturelle. Pour les athées, disait Hume, je ne crois pas qu'il en existe. Je n'en ai jamais vu. Vous avez été un peu malheureux, répondit l'autre. Vous voici à table avec 17 pour la première fois. It was on the same day that Diderot related this that he said to Romilly, Il faut sabrer la théologie. End of footnote. He said no honest man could be a deist, for no man could be so after a fair examination of the proofs of Christianity. I named Hume. Johnson. No, sir, Hume owned to a clergyman in the bishopric of Durham that he had never read the New Testament with attention. I mentioned Hume's notion that all who are happy are equally happy, a little miss with a new gown at a dancing school ball, a general at the head of a victorious army, and an orator after having made an eloquent speech in a great assembly. Footnote: The inference upon the whole is that it is not from the value or worth of the object which any person pursues that we can determine his enjoyment, but merely from the passion with which he pursues it, and the success which he meets with in his pursuit. Objects have absolutely no worth or value in themselves. They derive their worth merely from the passion. If that be strong and steady and successful, the person is happy. It cannot reasonably be doubted but a little miss, dressed in a new gown for a dancing school ball, receives as complete enjoyment as the greatest orator, who triumphs in the splendor of his eloquence while he governs the passions and resolutions of a numerous assembly. Hume's Essays, The Sceptic. Pope had written in the Essay on Man, condition, circumstance is not the thing. Bliss is the same in subject or in king. See also Post, April 15, 1778, end of footnote. Johnson. So that all who are happy are equally happy is not true. A peasant and a philosopher may be equally satisfied, but not equally happy. Happiness consists in the multiplicity of agreeable consciousness. A peasant has not the capacity for having equal happiness with a philosopher. I remember this very question very happily illustrated in opposition to Hume by the Reverend Mr. Robert Brown at Utrecht. A small drinking glass and a large one, said he, may be equally full, but the large one holds more than the small. Footnote: In Boswelliana, page 220, a brief account is given of his life, which was not altogether uneventful. End of footnote. Dr. Johnson was very kind this evening, and said to me, "You have now lived 25 years, and you have employed them well." "Alas, sir," said I fear not. Do I know history? Do I know mathematics? Do I know law?" Johnson: "Why, sir, though you may know no science so well as to be able to teach it, and no profession so well as to be able to follow it, your general mass of knowledge of books and men renders you very capable to make yourself master of any science, or fit yourself for any profession." I mentioned that a gay friend had advised me against being a lawyer, because I should be excelled by plodding blockheads. Johnson: "Why, sir, in the formulary and statutory part of law a plodding blockhead may excel, but in the ingenious and rational part of it a plodding blockhead can never excel." I talked of the mode adopted by some to rise in the world by courting great men, and asked him whether he had ever submitted to it. Johnson: "Why, sir, I never was near enough to great men to court them. You may be prudently attached to great men, and yet independent. You are not to do what you think wrong, and, sir, you are to calculate, not pay too dear for what you get. You must not give a shilling's worth of court for sixpence worth of good. But if you can get a shilling's worth of good for sixpence worth of court, you are a fool if you do not pay court." Footnote: We may compare with this what he says in The Rambler, No. 21, about the cowardice which always encroaches fast upon such as spend their time in the company of persons higher than themselves. In No. 104 he writes: "It is dangerous for mean minds to venture themselves within the sphere of greatness." In the court that Boswell many years later paid to Lord Lonsdale, he suffered all the humiliations that the brutality of this petty greatness can inflict. Letters of Boswell, page 324. See also Post, September 22nd, 1777. End of footnote. He said, "If convents should be allowed at all, they should only be retreats for persons unable to serve the public, or who have served it. It is our first duty to serve society, and after we have done that, we may attend wholly to the salvation of our own souls. A youthful passion for abstracted devotion should not be encouraged." Footnote: See Boswell's Hebrides, August 19th, 1773. End of footnote. I introduced the subject of second sight and other mysterious manifestations, the fulfilment of which I suggested might happen by chance. Johnson: "Yes, sir, but they have happened so often that mankind have agreed to think them not fortuitous." Footnote: Johnson, Works, Vol. 9, page 107, thus sums up his examination of second sight: "There is against it the seeming analogy of things confusedly seen and little understood, and for it the indistinct cry of natural persuasion, which may be perhaps resolved at last into prejudice and tradition. I never could advance my curiosity to conviction, but came away at last only willing to believe." See also Post, March 24th, 1775. Hume said of the evidence in favour of second sight, "As finite added to finite never approaches a hair's breadth nearer to infinite, so a fact incredible in itself acquires not the smallest accession of probability by the accumulation of testimony." J. H. Burton's Hume. End of footnote. I talked to him a great deal of what I had seen in Corsica, and of my intention to publish an account of it. He encouraged me by saying, "You cannot go to the bottom of the subject but all that you tell us will be new to us. Give as many anecdotes as you can." Footnote: "I love anecdotes," said Johnson. Boswell's Hebrides, August 16, 1773. Boswell said that Johnson always condemned the word anecdotes as used in the sense that the French, and we from them, use it, as signifying particulars. Letters of Boswell, page 311. In his dictionary he defined anecdotes, "something yet unpublished, secret history." In the fourth edition he added, "It is now used, after the French, for a biographical incident, a minute passage of private life." End of footnote. Our next meeting at the Mitre was on Saturday the 15th of February, when I presented to him my old and most intimate friend, the Reverend Mr. Temple, then of Cambridge. I having mentioned that I had passed some time with Rousseau in his wild retreat, footnote, Boswell, writing to Wilkes in 1777, said, "Though we differ widely in religion and politics, il y a des points où nos âmes sont animées," as Rousseau said to me in his wild retreat. Ullmann's Wilkes. End of footnote. And having quoted some remark made by Mr. Wilkes, with whom I had spent many pleasant hours in Italy, Johnson said sarcastically, "Sir, you have kept very good company abroad, Rousseau and Wilkes." Thinking it enough to defend one at a time, I said nothing as to my gay friend, but answered with a smile, "My dear sir, you don't call Rousseau bad company. Do you really think him a bad man?" Johnson: "Sir, if you are talking jestingly of this, I don't talk with you. If you mean to be serious, I think him one of the worst of men, a rascal who ought to be hunted out of society, as he has been. 3 or 4 nations have expelled him, and it is a shame that he is protected in this country." Footnote: Rousseau fled from France in 1762. A few days later his arrest was ordered at Geneva. He fled from Neuchâtel in 1763, and soon afterwards he was banished from Berne. Nouvelle Biographie Générale. He had come to England with David Hume a few weeks before this conversation was held, and was at this time in Chiswick. Hume's private correspondence. End of footnote. Boswell: "I don't deny, sir, but that his novel may perhaps do harm." Footnote: Rousseau had by this time published his Nouvelle Héloïse and Émile. End of footnote. "But I cannot think his intention was bad." Johnson: "Sir, that will not do. We cannot prove any man's intention to be bad. You may shoot a man through the head, and say you intended to miss him, but the judge will order you to be hanged. An alleged want of intention when evil is committed will not be allowed in a court of justice. Rousseau, sir, is a very bad man. I would sooner sign a sentence for his transportation than that of any felon who has gone from the Old Bailey this many years. Sir, I should like to have him work in the plantations." Footnote: Less than 3 months after the date of this conversation, Rousseau wrote to General Conway, one of the Secretaries of State, thanking him for the pension which George III proposed secretly to confer on him. Hume's private correspondence. Miss Burney, in her preface to Evelina, a novel which was her introduction to Johnson's strong affection, mentioning Rousseau and Johnson, adds in a footnote, "However superior the capacities in which these great writers deserve to be considered, they must pardon me that, for the dignity of my subject, I here rank the authors of Rasselas and Eloise as novelists." End of footnote. Boswell: "Sir, do you think him as bad a man as Voltaire?" Johnson: I say it is difficult to settle the proportion of iniquity between them. Footnote. Rousseau thus wrote of himself: Dieu est juste, il veut que je souffre, and il sait que je suis innocent. Voilà le motif de ma confiance. Mon cœur et ma raison me crient qu'elle ne me trompera pas. Laissons donc faire les hommes et la destinée. Apprenons à souffrir sans murmure. Tout doit à la fin rentrer dans l'ordre, et mon tour viendra tôt ou tard. Rousseau's Works. End of footnote. This violence seemed very strange to me, who had read many of Rousseau's animated writings with great pleasure and even edification, had been much pleased with his society, and was just come from the Continent, where he was very generally admired. Footnote. He entertained me very courteously, wrote Boswell in his Corsica, page 140, end of footnote. Nor can I yet allow that he deserves the very severe censure which Johnson pronounced upon him. His absurd preference of savage to civilized life, and other singularities, are proofs rather of a defect in his understanding than of any depravity in his heart. Footnote. In this preference Boswell pretended at times to share. See post September 30th, 1769, end of footnote. And notwithstanding the unfavourable opinion which many worthy men have expressed of his profession de foi du vicaire Savoyard, I cannot help admiring it as the performance of a man full of sincere reverential submission to divine mystery, though beset with perplexing doubts, a state of mind to be viewed with pity rather than with anger. On his favourite subject of subordination, Johnson said, "So far is it from being true that men are naturally equal, that no two people can be half an hour together, but one shall acquire an evident superiority over the other." Footnote. Johnson seems once to have held this view to some extent, for, writing of Savage's poem On Public Spirit, he says, Works, Volume 8, page 156, he has asserted the natural equality of mankind, and endeavoured to suppress that pride which inclines men to imagine that right is the consequence of power. See also post September 23rd, 1777, where he asserts, "It is impossible not to conceive that men in their original state were equal." For the opposite opinion, see ante June 25th, 1763, end of footnote. I mentioned the advice given us by philosophers to console ourselves when distressed or embarrassed by thinking of those who are in a worse situation than ourselves. This, I observed, could not apply to all, for there must be some who have nobody worse than they are. Johnson. Why, to be sure, sir, there are, but they don't know it. There is no being so poor and so contemptible who does not think there is somebody still poorer and still more contemptible. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. As my stay in London at this time was very short, I had not many opportunities of being with Dr. Johnson, but I felt my veneration for him in no degree lessened by my having seen multorum hominum mores et urbes, footnote, qui mores hominum multorum vidit et urbes, manners and towns of various nations viewed, Francis Horace, Ars Poetica, line 142, and footnote. On the contrary, by having it in my power to compare him with many of the most celebrated persons of other countries, my admiration of his extraordinary mind was increased and confirmed. Footnote. By the time Boswell was 26 years old, he could boast that he had made the acquaintance of Voltaire, Rousseau, and Paoli among foreigners, and of Adam Smith, Robertson, Hume, Johnson, Goldsmith, Garrick, Horace Walpole, Wilkes, and perhaps Reynolds among Englishmen. He had twice at least received a letter from the Earl of Chatham. End of footnote. The roughness, indeed, which sometimes appeared in his manners was more striking to me now, from my having been accustomed to the studied, smooth, complying habits of the Continent, and I clearly recognized in him, not without respect for his honest, conscientious zeal, the same indignant and sarcastical mode of treating every attempt to unhinge or weaken good principles. One evening, when a young gentleman, footnote, in such passages as this we may generally assume that the gentleman whose name is not given is Boswell himself, end of footnote, teased him with an account of the infidelity of his servant, who, he said, would not believe the Scriptures because he could not read them in the original tongues, and be sure that they were not invented. "Why, foolish fellow," said Johnson, "has he any better authority for almost everything that he believes?" Boswell: "Then the vulgar, sir, never can know they are right, but must submit themselves to the learned?" Johnson: "To be sure, sir, the vulgar are the children of the state, and must be taught like children." Footnote. See post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection, where this assertion is called his usual remark. End of footnote. Boswell: "Then, sir, a poor Turk must be a Mohammedan, just as a poor Englishman must be a Christian." Johnson: "Why, yes, sir. And what then? This now is such stuff as I used to talk to my mother when I first began to think myself a clever fellow, and she ought to have whipped me for it." Another evening Dr. Goldsmith and I called on him with the hope of prevailing on him to sup with us at the Mitre. We found him indisposed, and resolved not to go abroad. "Come then," said Goldsmith, "we will not go to the Mitre to night, since we cannot have the big man with us." Footnote. These two words may be observed as marks of Mr. Boswell's accuracy. It is a jocular Irish phrase, which, of all Johnson's acquaintances, no one probably but Goldsmith would have used. Croker. End of footnote. Johnson then called for a bottle of port, of which Goldsmith and I partook, while our friend, now a water drinker, sat by us. Goldsmith: "I think, Mr. Johnson, you don't go near the theatres now. You give yourself no more concern about a new play than if you had never had anything to do with the stage." Johnson: "Why, sir, our tastes greatly alter. The lad does not care for the child's rattle, and the old man does not care for the young man's whore." Goldsmith: "Nay, sir, but your muse was not a whore." Johnson: "Sir, I do not think she was. But as we advance in the journey of life, we drop some of the things which have pleased us, whether it be that we are fatigued, and don't choose to carry so many things any farther, or that we find other things which we like better." Boswell: "But, sir, why don't you give us something in some other way?" Goldsmith: "Why, sir, we have a claim upon you." Johnson: "No, sir, I am not obliged to do any more. No man is obliged to do as much as he can do. A man is to have part of his life to himself. If a soldier has fought a good many campaigns, he is not to be blamed if he retires to ease and tranquillity. A physician who has practised long in a great city may be excused if he retires to a small town and takes less practice. Now, sir, the good I can do by my conversation bears the same proportion to the good I can do by my writings that the practice of a physician retired to a small town does to his practice in a great city. Footnote. Johnson's best justification for the apparent indolences of the latter part of his life may be found in his own words. Every man of genius has some arts of fixing the attention peculiar to himself, by which, honestly exerted, he may benefit mankind. To the position of Tully, that if virtue could be seen, she must be loved, may be added that if truth could be heard, she must be obeyed. The Rambler, No. 87. He fixed the attention best by his talk. For the position of Tully, see post March 19, 1776, end of footnote. Boswell. But I wonder, sir, that you have not more pleasure in writing than in not writing. Johnson. Sir, you may wonder. He talked of making verses, and observed, "The great difficulty is to know when you have made good ones. When composing, I have generally had them in my mind, perhaps 50 at a time, walking up and down in my room, and then I have written them down, and often, from laziness, have written only half lines. I have written 100 lines a day. I remember I wrote 100 lines of the Vanity of Human Wishes in a day." Footnote. Goldsmith wrote The Traveller and Deserted Village on a very different plan. To save himself the trouble of transcription, he wrote the lines of his first copy very wide, and would so fill up the intermediate space with reiterated corrections that scarcely a word of his first effusions was left unaltered. Goldsmith's Miscellaneous Works, end of footnote. Doctor, turning to Goldsmith, "I am not quite idle. I made 1 line t'other day, but I made no more." Goldsmith. "Let us hear it. We'll put a bad one to it." Johnson. "No, sir, I have forgot it." Footnote. Mrs. Thrale, in a letter to Dr. Johnson, said, "Don't sit making verses that will never be written." Piozzi Letters, Volume 2, page 183. Baretti noted opposite this, in the margin of his copy, "Johnson was always making Latin or English verses in his mind, but never would write them down." End of footnote. Such specimens of the easy and playful conversation of the great Dr. Samuel Johnson are, I think, to be prized as exhibiting the little varieties of a mind so enlarged and so powerful when objects of consequence required its exertions, and as giving us a minute knowledge of his character and modes of thinking. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Langton, near Spilsby, Lincolnshire. Dear Sir, what your friends have done, that from your departure till now nothing has been heard of you, none of us are able to inform the rest, but as we are all neglected alike, no one thinks himself entitled to the privilege of complaint. I should have known nothing of you or of Langton from the time that dear Miss Langton left us, had not I met Mr. Simpson of Lincoln one day in the street, by whom I was informed that Mr. Langton, your mamma, and yourself had been all ill, but that you were all recovered. That sickness should suspend your correspondence I did not wonder, but hoped that it would be renewed at your recovery. Since you will not inform us where you are or how you live, I know not whether you desire to know anything of us. However, I will tell you that the club subsists, but we have the loss of Burke's company since he has been engaged in public business, in which he has gained more reputation than perhaps any man at his (in square brackets) first appearance ever gained before. Footnote. Burke entered Parliament as member for Wendover Borough on January 14, 1766. William Burke, writing to Barry the artist on the following March 23rd, says, "Ned's success has exceeded our most sanguine hopes. All at once he has darted into fame. He is full of real business, intent upon doing real good to his country, as much as if he was to receive 20% from the commerce of the whole empire, which he labours to improve and extend." Barry's Works, end of footnote. He made 2 speeches in the House for repealing the Stamp Act, which were publicly commended by Mr. Pitt, and have filled the town with wonder. Footnote: it was of these speeches that Macaulay wrote, "The House of Commons heard Pitt for the last time, and Burke for the first time, and was in doubt to which of them the palm of eloquence should be assigned. It was indeed a splendid sunset and a splendid dawn." Macaulay's Essays, end of footnote. Burke is a great man by nature, and is expected soon to attain civil greatness. I am growing greater too, for I have maintained the newspapers these many weeks. Footnote: Boswell has already stated that Johnson's Shakespeare was virulently attacked by Kenrick. No doubt there were other attacks and rejoinders too. End of footnote. And what is greater still, I have risen every morning since New Year's Day at about 8. When I was up, I have indeed done but little, yet it is no slight advancement to obtain for so many hours more the consciousness of being. I wish you were in my new study. I am now writing the first letter in it. I think it looks very pretty about me. Footnote: 2 days earlier he had drawn up a prayer on entering Novum Museum, Prayers and Meditations, page 69, end of footnote. Dyer is constant at the club. Hawkins is remiss. I am not over diligent. Dr. Nugent, Dr. Goldsmith, and Mr. Reynolds are very constant. Mr. Lye is printing his Saxon and Gothic Dictionary. All the club subscribes. Footnote: Dictionarium Saxonico et Gothico Latinum, London, 1772. Lye died in 1767. O. Manning completed the work. End of footnote. You will pay my respects to all my Lincolnshire friends. I am, dear Sir, most affectionately yours, Samuel Johnson, March the 9th, 1766, Johnson's Court, Fleet Street. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Langton, near Spilsby, Lincolnshire, dear Sir, in supposing that I should be more than commonly affected by the death of Peregrine Langton, footnote, Mr. Langton's uncle, Boswell, end footnote, you are not mistaken. He was one of those whom I loved at once by instinct and by reason. I have seldom indulged more hope of anything than of being able to improve our acquaintance to friendship. Many a time have I placed myself again at Langton, and imagined the pleasure with which I should walk to Putney in a summer morning. But this is no longer possible. Footnote: the place of residence of Mr. Peregrine Langton, Boswell, end of footnote. We must now endeavour to preserve what is left us, his example of piety and economy. I hope you will make what inquiries you can, and write down what is told you. The little things which distinguish domestic characters are soon forgotten. If you delay to inquire, you will have no information. If you neglect to write, information will be vain. Footnote: Mr. Langton did not disregard this counsel, but wrote the following account, which he has been pleased to communicate to me. The circumstances of Mr. Peregrine Langton were these. He had an annuity for life of £200 per annum. He resided in a village in Lincolnshire. The rent of his house, with 2 or 3 small fields, was £28, The county he lived in was not more than moderately cheap. His family consisted of a sister, who paid him £18 annually for her board, and a niece. The servants were 2 maids and 2 men in livery. His common way of living at his table was 3 or 4 dishes. The appurtenances to his table were neat and handsome. He frequently entertained company at dinner, and then his table was well served with as many dishes as were usual at the tables of the other gentlemen in the neighbourhood. His own appearance as to clothes was genteelly neat and plain. He had always a post-chaise, and kept 3 horses. Such, with the resources I have mentioned, was his way of living, which he did not suffer to employ his whole income, for he had always a sum of money lying by him for any extraordinary expenses that might arise. Some money he put into the stocks. At his death the sum he had there amounted to £150. He purchased out of his income his household furniture and linen, of which latter he had a very ample store, and, as I am assured by those that had very good means of knowing, not less than the 10th part of his income was set apart for charity. At the time of his death the sum of £25 was found, with a direction to be employed in such uses. He had laid down a plan of living proportioned to his income, and did not practise any extraordinary degree of parsimony, but endeavoured that in his family there should be plenty without waste. As an instance that this was his endeavour, it may be worth while to mention a method he took in regulating a proper allowance of malt liquor to be drunk in his family, that there might not be a deficiency or any intemperate profusion. On a complaint made that his allowance of a hogshead in a month was not enough for his own family, he ordered the quantity of a hogshead to be put into bottles, had it locked up from the servants, and distributed out every day 8 quarts, which is the quantity each day at 1 hogshead in a month, and told his servants that if that did not suffice, he would allow them more. But by this method it appeared at once that the allowance was much more than sufficient for his small family, and this proved a clear conviction that could not be answered, and saved all future dispute. He was in general very diligently and punctually attended and obeyed by his servants. He was very considerate as to the injunctions he gave, and explained them distinctly, and at their first coming to his service steadily exacted a close compliance with them without any remission, and the servants, finding this to be the case, soon grew habitually accustomed to the practice of their business, and then very little further attention was necessary. On extraordinary instances of good behaviour or diligent service, he was not wanting in particular encouragements and presents above their wages. It is remarkable that he would permit their relations to visit them and stay at his house 2 or 3 days at a time. The wonder with most that hear an account of his economy will be how he was able, with such an income, to do so much, especially when it is considered that he paid for everything he had. He had no land, except the 2 or 3 small fields which I have said he rented, and instead of gaining anything by their produce, I have reason to think he lost by them. However, they furnished him with no further assistance towards his housekeeping than grass for his horses, not hay, for that I know he bought, and for 2 cows. Every Monday morning he settled his family accounts, and so kept up a constant attention to the confining his expenses within his income, and to do it more exactly, compared those expenses with a computation he had made how much that income would afford him every week and day of the year. One of his economical practices was, as soon as any repair was wanting in or about his house, to have it immediately performed. When he had money to spare, he chose to lay in a provision of linen or clothes, or any other necessaries, as then, he said, he could afford it, which he might not be so well able to do when the actual want came, in consequence of which method he had a considerable supply of necessary articles lying by him, beside what was in use. But the main particular that seems to have enabled him to do so much with his income was that he paid for everything as soon as he had it, except alone what were current accounts, such as rent for his house and servants' wages, and these he paid at the stated times with the utmost exactness. He gave notice to the tradesmen of the neighbouring market towns that they should no longer have his custom if they let any of his servants have anything without their paying for it. Thus he put it out of his power to commit those imprudences to which those are liable that defer their payments by using their money some other way than where it ought to go. And whatever money he had by him, he knew that it was not demanded elsewhere, but that he might safely employ it as he pleased. His example was confined by the sequestered place of his abode to the observation of few, though his prudence and virtue would have made it valuable to all who could have known it. These few particulars, which I knew myself, or have obtained from those who lived with him, may afford instruction, and be an incentive to that wise art of living which he so successfully practised. Boswell. End of footnote. His art of life certainly deserves to be known and studied. He lived in plenty and elegance upon an income which to many would appear indigent, and to most scanty. How he lived, therefore, every man has an interest in knowing. His death, I hope, was peaceful. It was surely happy. I wish I had written sooner, lest, writing now, I should renew your grief, but I would not forbear saying what I have now said. This loss is, I hope, the only misfortune of a family to whom no misfortune at all should happen, if my wishes could avert it. Let me know how you all go on. Has Mr. Langton got him the little horse that I recommended? It would do him good to ride about his estate in fine weather. Be pleased to make my compliments to Mrs. Langton, and to dear Miss Langton, and Miss Di, and Miss Juliet, and to everybody else. The club holds very well together. Monday is my night. Footnote. Of his being in the chair of the literary club, which at this time met once a week in the evening. Boswell. End of footnote. I continue to rise tolerably well, and read more than I did. I hope something will yet come on it. Footnote. See post, February 1767, when he told the King that he must now read to acquire more knowledge. End of footnote. I am, Sir, your most affectionate servant, Samuel Johnson, May the 10th, 1766, Johnson's Court, Fleet Street. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. After I had been some time in Scotland, I mentioned to him in a letter that, on my first return to my native country after some years of absence, I was told of a vast number of my acquaintance who were all gone to the land of forgetfulness, and I found myself like a man stalking over a field of battle, who every moment perceives someone lying dead. I complained of irresolution, and mentioned my having made a vow as a security for good conduct. I wrote to him again, without being able to move his indolence, nor did I hear from him till he had received a copy of my Inaugural Exercise, or Thesis in Civil Law, which I published at my admission as an advocate, as is the custom in Scotland. He then wrote to me as follows: To James Boswell, Esquire, Dear Sir, The reception of your thesis put me in mind of my debt to you. Why did you footnote, the passage omitted alluded to a private transaction, Boswell, I will punish you for it by telling you that your Latin wants correction. Footnote, the censure of my Latin relates to the dedication, which was as follows: Vero nobilissimo ornatissimo Johanni vis comiti Mount Stuart, atavis edito regibus, excelsae familae debut spe alterae, labente seculo, quum homines nullius originis genus aequare opibus agrediuntur, sanguinis antiqui et illustris, semper memorii nataliam splendorem virtutibus augenti. Ad publico populi comitia iam legato, in optimatium vero magna Britannia senatu, iure haereditario orum concessuro, vim incitam varia doctrina promovente, nec tamen se veritante praedito, prisca fide animo liberimo et morum elegantia insegni, in Italiae visitandae itinere, socio suo honoratissimo, hasce jurisprudenta primitias devinctissima amicitiae et observantiae monumentum, dono dat consecratque. Jacobus Boswell. Boswell. End of footnote. I will punish you for it by telling you that your Latin wants correction. In the beginning, spe alterae, not to urge that it should be prima, is not grammatical. Alterae should be alteri. In the next line you seem to use genus absolutely for what we call family, that is, for illustrious extraction, I doubt without authority. Homines nullius originis, for nullis orti majoribus, or nullo loco nati, is, I am afraid, barbarous. Ruddiman is dead. I have now vexed you enough, and will try to please you. Your resolution to obey your father I sincerely approve, but do not accustom yourself to enchain your volatility by vows. They will sometime leave a thorn in your mind, which you will perhaps never be able to extract or eject. Take this warning. It is of great importance. The study of the law is what you very justly term it, copious and generous. Footnote. This alludes to the first sentence of the proemium of my thesis, Jurisprudentae studio nullum uberius, nullum generosius, in legibus enim agitandis, populorum mores variasque fortunae vices ex quibus leges oriuntor, contemplare simul sonimus. Boswell, end of footnote. And in adding your name to its professors, you have done exactly what I have always wished, when I wished you best. I hope that you will continue to pursue it vigorously and constantly. Footnote. Mr. Boswell, says Malone, professed the Scotch and the English law, but had never taken very great pains on the subject. His father, Lord Affleck, told him one day that it would cost him more trouble to hide his ignorance in these professions than to show his knowledge. This, Boswell owned, he had found to be true. European Magazine, 1798, page 376. Boswell wrote to Temple in 1775, "You are very kind in saying that I may overtake you in learning. Believe me, though, that I have a kind of impotency of study." Letters of Boswell, page 181, end of footnote. You gain at least what is no small advantage, security from those troublesome and wearisome discontents which are always obtruding themselves upon a mind vacant, unemployed, and undetermined. You ought to think it no small inducement to diligence and perseverance that they will please your father. We all live upon the hope of pleasing somebody, and the pleasure of pleasing ought to be greatest, and at last always will be greatest, when our endeavours are exerted in consequence of our duty. Life is not long, and too much of it must not pass in idle deliberation how it shall be spent, deliberation which those who begin it by prudence and continue it with subtlety must, after long expense of thought, conclude by chance. Footnote. This is a truth that Johnson often enforced. Very few, said the poet, live by choice. Every man is placed in his present condition by causes which acted without his foresight, and with which he did not always willingly cooperate. Rasselas, chapter 16. To him that lives well, answered the hermit, every form of life is good, nor can I give any other rule for choice than to remove from all apparent evil. Ibid, chapter 21. Young man, said Omar, it is of little use to form plans of life. The Idler, number 101. End of footnote. To prefer one future mode of life to another upon just reasons requires faculties which it has not pleased our Creator to give us. If, therefore, the profession you have chosen has some unexpected inconveniencies, console yourself by reflecting that no profession is without them, and that all the importunities and perplexities of business are softness and luxury compared to the incessant cravings of vacancy and the unsatisfactory expedients of idleness. Haec sunt quae nostro polui te voce monere, vade, agge. Footnote. Haec sunt quae nostra ricet te voce moneri. Aeneid, Book 3, line 461, end of footnote. As to your history of Corsica, you have no materials which others have not or may not have. You have somehow or other warmed your imagination. I wish there were some cure, like the lover's leap, for all heads of which some single idea has obtained an unreasonable and irregular possession. Mind your own affairs, and leave the Corsicans to theirs. I am, dear Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, London, August 21st, 1766. To Dr. Samuel Johnson, Affleck, November 6th, 1766. Much esteemed and dear Sir, I plead not guilty to blank. Footnote. The passage omitted explained the transaction to which the preceding letter had alluded. Boswell. End footnote. Having thus, I hope, cleared myself of the charge brought against me, I presume you will not be displeased if I escape the punishment which you have decreed for me unheard. If you have discharged the arrows of criticism against an innocent man, you must rejoice to find they have missed him, or have not been pointed so as to wound him. To talk no longer in allegory, I am, with all deference, going to offer a few observations in defence of my Latin, which you have found fault with. You think I should have used spe primae instead of spe alterae. Spes is indeed often used to express something on which we have a future dependence, as in Virgil Eclogues, Book 1, line 14. Ora namque gemellos spem gregis a silice onura conixa reliquit, and in Georgics, Book 3, line 473, spemque gregemque simul, for the lambs and the sheep. Yet it is also used to express anything on which we have a present dependence, and is well applied to a man of distinguished influence, our support, our refuge, our praesidium, as Horace calls Maecenas. So Aeneid, Book 12, line 57, Queen Amata addresses her son-in-law Turnus, spes tu nunc una. And he was then no future hope, for she adds, decus imperium que Latini te penes, which might have been said of my Lord Bute some years ago. Now, I consider the present Earl of Bute to be excalsae familiae de Bute spes prima, and my Lord Mountstuart, as his eldest son, to be spes altera. So, in Aeneid, Book 12, line 168, after having mentioned Pater Aeneas, who was the present spes, the reigning spes, as my German friends would say, the spes prima, the poet adds, et juxta Ascanius magnae spes altera Romae. You think alterae ungrammatical, and you tell me it should have been alteri. You must recollect that in old times alter was declined regularly, and when the ancient fragments preserved in the Juris Civilis Fontes were written, it was certainly declined in the way that I use it. This, I should think, may protect a lawyer who writes alterae in a dissertation upon part of his own science. But as I could hardly venture to quote fragments of old law to so classical a man as Mr. Johnson, I have not made an accurate search into these remains to find examples of what I am able to produce in poetical composition. We find in Plautus, Rudens Act 3, Scene 4, nam huic alterae patria quaesit profecto nescio. Plautus is, to be sure, an old comic writer, but in the days of Scipio and Delius we find Terence, Heauton, Timorumenus, Act 2, Scene 3, hoc ipsa in itinere alterae dumnarat forte audivi. You doubt my having authority for using genus absolutely for what we call family, that is, for illustrious extraction. Now, I take genus in Latin to have much the same signification with birth in English, both in their primary meaning expressing simply descent, but both made to stand cat exocaine, noble descent. Genus is thus used in Horace, Book 2, Satire 5, line 8. Et genus et virtus nisi cum rei video alga est. And in Book 1, Epistle 6, line 37, et genus et forinam regina pecunia donat. And in the celebrated contest between Ajax and Ulysses, Ovid's Metamorphoses, Book 13, line 140, nam genus et proabus, et quae non fecimus ipsi vix ea nostra voco. Homines nullius origini, for nullis orti majoribus, or nullo loco nati, is you are afraid, barbarous. Origo is used to signify extraction, as in Virgil, Aeneid, Book 1, line 286. Dasceto pulchra Troianus origine Caesar, and in Aeneid, Book 10, line 618. Ille tamen nostra deducit origine nomen. And as nullus is used for obscure, is it not in the genius of the Latin language to write nullius originis for obscure extraction? I have defended myself as well as I could. Might I venture to differ from you with regard to the utility of vows? I am sensible that it would be very dangerous to make vows rashly and without a due consideration, but I cannot help thinking that they may often be of great advantage to one of a variable judgment and irregular inclinations. I always remember a passage in one of your letters to our Italian friend Baretti, where, talking of the monastic life, you say you do not wonder that serious men should put themselves under the protection of a religious order when they have found how unable they are to take care of themselves. For my own part, without affecting to be a Socrates, I am sure I have a more than ordinary struggle to maintain with the evil principle, and all the methods I can devise are little enough to keep me tolerably steady in the paths of rectitude. I am ever with the highest veneration your affectionate humble servant, James Boswell. It appears from Johnson's diary that he was this year at Mr. Thrale's from before midsummer till after Michaelmas, and that he afterwards passed a month at Oxford. He had then contracted a great intimacy with Mr. Chambers of that University, afterwards Sir Robert Chambers, one of the judges in India. Footnote. Mr. Croker says, "It was by visiting Chambers, when a Fellow of University College, that Johnson became acquainted with Lord Stowell, (at that time William Scott). And when Chambers went to India, Lord Stowell, as he expressed it to me, seemed to succeed to his place in Johnson's friendship." Croker's Boswell, page 90, note. John Scott, Earl of Eldon, Sir William Jones, and Mr. Wyndham were also members of University College. The hall is adorned with the portraits of these 5 men. An engraving of Johnson is in the common room. End of footnote. He published nothing this year in his own name, but the noble dedication to the King of Gwyn's London and Westminster Improved was written by him. Footnote. It is not easy to discover anything noble or even felicitous in this dedication. Works, Volume 5, page 444. End of footnote. And he furnished the preface, dagger, and several of the pieces which compose a volume of Miscellanies by Mrs. Anna Williams, the blind lady who had an asylum in his house. Of these there are his epitaph on Phillips, translation of a Latin epitaph on Sir Thomas Hanmer, dagger, Friendship, an ode, and the Ant, a paraphrase from the Proverbs, of which I have a copy in his own handwriting, and from internal evidence I ascribe to him, to Miss Blank, on her giving the author a gold and silk network purse of her own weaving, dagger, and the Happy Life, dagger. Footnote. This poem is scarcely Johnson's, though all the lines but the third in the following couplets may be his. Whose life, not sunk in sloth, is free from care, nor tossed by change, nor stagnant in despair, who with wise authors pass the instructive day, and wonder how the moments stole away, who, not retired beyond the sight of life, behold its weary cares, its noisy strife. End of footnote. Most of the pieces in this volume have evidently received additions from his superior pen, particularly verses to Mr. Richardson on his Sir Charles Grandison, The Excursion, Reflections on a Grave digging in Westminster Abbey. Footnote. Johnson's additions to these 3 poems are not at all evident. End of footnote. There is in this collection a poem on the death of Stephen Gray, the electrician, which, on reading it, appeared to me to be undoubtedly Johnson's. I asked Mrs. Williams whether it was not his. "Sir," said she, with some warmth, "I wrote that poem before I had the honour of Dr. Johnson's acquaintance." I, however, was so much impressed with my first notion, that I mentioned it to Johnson, repeating at the same time what Mrs. Williams had said. His answer was, "It is true, sir, that she wrote it before she was acquainted with me, but she has not told you that I wrote it all over again, except 2 lines." Footnote. In a note to the poem it is stated that Miss Williams, when, before her blindness, she was assisting Mr. Gray in his experiments, was the first that observed the emission of the electrical spark from a human body. The best lines are the following: "Now, hoary sage, pursue thy happy flight, with swifter motion haste to purer light, where Bacon waits with Newton and with Boyle to hail thy genius and applaud thy toil, where intuition breaks through time and space, and mocks experiment's successive race, sees tardy science toil at nature's laws, and wonders how the effect obscures the cause. Yet not to deep research or happy guess is owed the life of hope, the death of peace. End of footnote. The Fountain's Dagger, a beautiful little fairy tale in prose, written with exquisite simplicity, is one of Johnson's productions, and I cannot withhold from Mrs. Thrale the praise of being the author of that admirable poem, The Three Warnings. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. He wrote this year a letter not intended for publication, which has perhaps as strong marks of his sentiment and style as any of his compositions. The original is in my possession. It is addressed to the late Mr. William Drummond, bookseller in Edinburgh, a gentleman of good family but small estate, who took arms for the House of Stuart in 1745, and during his concealment in London till the Act of General Pardon came out, obtained the acquaintance of Dr. Johnson, who justly esteemed him as a very worthy man. It seems some of the members of the Society in Scotland for propagating Christian knowledge had opposed the scheme of translating the Holy Scriptures into the Erse or Gaelic language, from political considerations, of the disadvantage of keeping up the distinction between the Highlanders and the other inhabitants of North Britain. Dr. Johnson, being informed of this, I suppose by Mr. Drummond, wrote with a generous indignation as follows: To Mr. William Drummond, Sir, I did not expect to hear that it could be, in an assembly convened for the propagation of Christian knowledge, a question whether any nation uninstructed in religion should receive instruction, or whether that instruction should be imparted to them by a translation of the holy books into their own language. If obedience to the will of God be necessary to happiness, and knowledge of his will be necessary to obedience, I know not how he that withholds this knowledge or delays it can be said to love his neighbour as himself. He that voluntarily continues ignorance is guilty of all the crimes which ignorance produces. As to him that should extinguish the tapers of a lighthouse might justly be imputed the calamities of shipwrecks. Christianity is the highest perfection of humanity, and as no man is good but as he wishes the good of others, no man can be good in the highest degree who wishes not to others the largest measure of the greatest good. To omit for a year or for a day the most efficacious method of advancing Christianity, in compliance with any purposes that terminate on this side of the grave, is a crime of which I know not that the world has yet had an example, except in the practice of the planters of America, a race of mortals whom I suppose no other man wishes to resemble. Footnote. A gentleman writing from Virginia to John Wesley in 1735 about the need of educating the negro slaves in religion says, "Their masters generally neglect them, as though immortality was not the privilege of their souls in common with their own." Wesley's Journal, Volume 2, page 288. But much nearer home Johnson might have found this criminal enforcement of ignorance. Burke, writing in 1779 about the Irish, accuses the legislature of condemning 1.5 million of people to ignorance, according to Act of Parliament. Burke's Correspondence, Volume 2, page 294. See also Post, March the 21st, 1775, and Appendix. End of footnote. The Papists have indeed denied to the laity the use of the Bible, but this prohibition, in few places now very rigorously enforced, is defended by arguments which have for their foundation the care of souls. to obscure upon motives merely political the light of revelation is a practice reserved for the reformed, and surely the blackest midnight of popery is meridian sunshine to such a reformation. I am not very willing that any language should be totally extinguished. The similitude and derivation of languages afford the most indubitable proof of the traduction of nations and the genealogy of man. Footnote: Johnson said very finely, "Languages are the pedigree of nations." Boswell's Hebrides, September 18th, 1773, and a footnote. They add often physical certainty to historical evidence, and often supplied the only evidence of ancient migrations and of the revolutions of ages which left no written monuments behind them. Every man's opinions, at least his desires, are a little influenced by his favourite studies. My zeal for languages may seem perhaps rather overheated, even to those by whom I desire to be well esteemed. To those who have nothing in their thoughts but trade or policy, present power or present money, I should not think it necessary to defend my opinions, but with men of letters I would not unwillingly compound, by wishing the continuance of every language, however narrow in its extent, or however incommodious for common purposes, till it is reposited in some version of a known book, that it may be always hereafter examined and compared with other languages, and then permitting its disuse. For this purpose the translation of the Bible is most to be desired. It is not certain that the same method will not preserve the Highland language for the purposes of learning, and abolish it from daily use. When the Highlanders read the Bible, they will naturally wish to have its obscurities cleared, and to know the history collateral or appendant. Knowledge always desires increase. It is like fire, which must first be kindled by some external agent, but which will afterwards propagate itself. When they once desire to learn, they will naturally have recourse to the nearest language by which that desire can be gratified, and one will tell another that, if he would attain knowledge, he must learn English. This speculation may perhaps be thought more subtle than the grossness of real life will easily admit. Let it, however, be remembered that the efficacy of ignorance has been long tried, and has not produced the consequence expected. Let knowledge, therefore, take its turn, and let the patrons of privation stand a while aside, and admit the operation of positive principles. You will be pleased, Sir, to assure the worthy man who is employed in the new translation that he has my wishes for his success, and if here or at Oxford I can be of any use, that I shall think it more than an honour to promote his undertaking. Footnote: The Reverend Mr. John Campbell, minister of the parish of Kippen near Stirling, who has lately favoured me with a long, intelligent, and very obliging letter upon this work, makes the following remark: Dr. Johnson has alluded to the worthy man employed in the translation of the New Testament. Might not this have afforded you an opportunity of paying a proper tribute of respect to the memory of the Reverend Mr. James Stewart, late minister of Killin, distinguished by his eminent piety, learning, and taste? The amiable simplicity of his life, his warm benevolence, his indefatigable and successful exertions for civilizing and improving the parish of which he was minister for upwards of 50 years, entitle him to the gratitude of his country and the veneration of all good men. It certainly would be a pity if such a character should be permitted to sink into oblivion. Boswell. End of footnote. I am sorry that I delayed so long to write. I am, so, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, Johnson's Court, Fleet Street, August the 13th, 1766. The opponents of this pious scheme being made ashamed of their conduct, the benevolent undertaking was allowed to go on. Footnote. 7 years later, Johnson received from the Society some religious works in Erse. See post, June 24, 1774. Yet in his Journey to the Hebrides in 1773, Works, Volume 9, page 101, he had to record of the parochial schools in those islands that, by the rule of their institution, they teach only English, so that the natives read a language which they may never use or understand. End of footnote. The following letters, though not written till the year after, being chiefly upon the same subject, are here inserted. To Mr. William Drummond, dear Sir, that my letter should have had such effects as you mention gives me great pleasure. I hope you do not flatter me by imputing to me more good than I have really done. Those whom my arguments have persuaded to change their opinion show such modesty and candour as deserve great praise. I hope the worthy translator goes diligently forward. He has a higher reward in prospect than any honours which this world can bestow. I wish I could be useful to him. The publication of my letter, if it could be of use in a cause to which all other causes are nothing, I should not prohibit. But first I would have you consider whether the publication will really do any good. Next, whether by printing and distributing a very small number you may not attain all that you propose. And, what perhaps I should have said first, whether the letter, which I do not now perfectly remember, be fit to be printed. If you can consult Dr. Robertson, to whom I am a little known, I shall be satisfied about the propriety of whatever he shall direct. If he thinks that it should be printed, I entreat him to revise it. There may perhaps be some negligent lines written, and whatever is amiss, he knows very well how to rectify. Footnote. This passage shows Johnson's real estimation of the character and abilities of the celebrated Scottish historian, however lightly, in a moment of caprice, he may have spoken of his works. Boswell. End of footnote. Be pleased to let me know from time to time how this excellent design goes forward. Make my compliments to young Mr. Drummond, whom I hope you will live to see such as you desire him. I have not lately seen Mr. Elphinston, but believe him to be prosperous. I shall be glad to hear the same of you. For I am, dear Sir, your affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, Johnson's Court, Fleet Street, April the 21st, 1767. To the same. Sir, I returned this week from the country after an absence of near 6 months, and found your letter with many others which I should have answered sooner, if I had sooner seen them. Dr. Robertson's opinion was surely right. Men should not be told of the faults which they have mended. I am glad the old language is taught, and honour the translator as a man whom God has distinguished by the high office of propagating his word. I must take the liberty of engaging you in an office of charity. Mrs. Healy, the wife of Mr. Healy, who had lately some office in your theatre, is my near relation, and now in great distress. They wrote me word of their situation some time ago, to which I returned them an answer which raised hopes of more than it is proper for me to give them. Their representation of their affairs I have discovered to be such as cannot be trusted, and at this distance, though their case requires haste, I know not how to act. She or her daughters may be heard of at Canongate Head. I must beg, Sir, that you will inquire after them, and let me know what is to be done. I am willing to go to £10, and will transmit you such a sum if, upon examination, you find it likely to be of use. If they are in immediate want, advance them what you think proper. What I could do, I would do for the women, having no great reason to pay much regard to Healy himself. Footnote: This is the person concerning whom Sir John Hawkins has thrown out very unwarrantable reflections, both against Dr. Johnson and Mr. Francis Barber. Boswell. See post under October the 20th, 1784. In 1775, Healy, it appears, applied through Johnson for the post that was soon to be vacant of Master of the Tap at Ranelagh House. He seems, wrote Johnson in forwarding his letter of application, to have a genius for an alehouse. Piozzi Letters, Volume 1, page 210. See also post August the 12th, 1784, end of footnote. I believe you may receive some intelligence from Mrs. Baker of the theatre, whose letter I received at the same time with yours, and to whom, if you see her, you will make my excuse for the seeming neglect of answering her. Whatever you advance within £10 shall be immediately returned to you, or paid as you shall order. I trust wholly to your judgment. I am, Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, Johnson's Court, Fleet Street, October the 24th, 1767. Mr. Cuthbert Shaw, footnote, see an account of him in the European magazine, January 1786, Boswell. There we learn that he was in his time a grammar school usher, actor, poet, the puffing partner in a quack medicine, and tutor to a youthful earl. He was suspected of levying blackmail by threats of satiric publications, and he suffered from a disease which rendered him an object almost offensive to sight. He was born in 1738 or 1739, and died in 1771. End of footnote. Mr. Cuthbert Shaw, alike distinguished by his genius, misfortunes, and misconduct, published this year a poem called The Race, by Mercurius Spur, Esquire. Footnote. It was republished in The Repository, Volume 2, page 227, edition of 1790. End of footnote. In which he whimsically made the living poets of England contend for preeminence of fame by running, prove by their heels the prowess of the head. In this poem there was the following portrait of Johnson. Here Johnson comes, unblessed with outward grace, his rigid morals stamped upon his face, while strong conceptions struggle in his brain, for even wit is brought to bed with pain. To view him, porters with their loads would rest, and babes cling frighted to the nurse's breast. With looks convulsed he roars in pompous strain, and like an angry lion shakes his mane. The nine, with terror struck, who ne'er had seen aught human with so horrible a mien, debating whether they should stay or run, Virtue steps forth and claims him for her son. With gentle speech she warns him now to yield, nor stain his glories in the doubtful field, but wrapped in conscious worth, content sit down. Since fame resolved his various pleas to crown, though forced his present claim to disavow, had long reserved a chaplet for his brow. He bows, obeys, for time shall first expire ere Johnson's stay, when virtue bids retire. The Honourable Thomas Harvey, footnote, the Honourable Thomas Harvey, whose letter to Sir Thomas Hanmer in 1742 was much read at that time. He was the second son of John, 1st Earl of Bristol, and one of the brothers of Johnson's early friend Henry Harvey. He died January the 20th, 1775, Malone. See post, April the 6th, 1775. End of footnote. The Honourable Thomas Harvey and his lady having unhappily disagreed, and being about to separate, Johnson interfered as their friend, and wrote him a letter of expostulation, which I have not been able to find, but the substance of it is ascertained by a letter to Johnson in answer to it, which Mr. Harvey printed. The occasion of this correspondence between Dr. Johnson and Mr. Harvey was thus related to me by Mr. Beauclerk. Footnote: see post under September the 22nd, 1777, for another story told by Beauclerk against Johnson of a Mr. Harvey. End of footnote. Tom Harvey had a great liking for Johnson, and in his will had left him a legacy of £50. One day he said to me, "Johnson may want this money now more than afterwards. I have a mind to give it him directly. Will you be so good as to carry a £50 note from me to him?" This I positively refused to do, as he might perhaps have knocked me down for insulting him, and have afterwards put the note in his pocket. But, I said, if a Harvey would write him a letter and enclose a £50 note, I should take care to deliver it. He accordingly did write him a letter, mentioning that he was only paying a legacy a little sooner. To his letter he added, "P.S. I am going to part with my wife." Johnson then wrote to him, saying nothing of the note, but remonstrating with him against parting with his wife. When I mentioned to Johnson this story, in as delicate terms as I could, he told me that the £50 note was given to him by Mr. Harvey in consideration of his having written for him a pamphlet against Sir Charles Hanbury Williams, who, Mr. Harvey imagined, was the author of an attack upon him, but that it was afterwards discovered to be the work of a garreteer who wrote The Fool. Footnote: essays published in the Daily Gazetteer, and afterwards collected into 2 volumes, Gentleman's Magazine for 1748. End of footnote. The pamphlet, therefore, against Sir Charles was not printed. Footnote: Mr. Croker regrets that Johnson employed his pen for hire in Harvey's disgusting squabbles, and in a long note describes Harvey's letter to Sir Thomas Hanmer, with whose wife he had eloped. But the attack to which Johnson was hired to reply was not made by Hanmer, but, as was supposed, by Sir C. H. Williams. Because a man has wronged another, he is not therefore to submit to the attacks of a third. Williams, moreover, it must be remembered, was himself a man of licentious character. End of footnote. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. In February 1767 there happened one of the most remarkable incidents of Johnson's life, which gratified his monarchical enthusiasm, and which he loved to relate with all its circumstances when requested by his friends. This was his being honoured by a private conversation with His Majesty in the library at the Queen's House. Footnote: Buckingham House, bought in 1761 by George III. And settled on Queen Charlotte. The present Buckingham Palace occupies the site. P. Cunningham. Here, according to Hawkins' Life, page 470, Johnson met the Prince of Wales, George IV., when a child, and inquired as to his knowledge of the Scriptures. The Prince in his answers gave him great satisfaction. Horace Walpole, writing of the Prince at the age of 19, says, Journal of the Reign of George III., "Nothing was coarser than his conversation and phrases, and it made men smile to find in the palace of piety and pride His Royal Highness had learnt nothing but the dialect of footmen and grooms. End of footnote. He had frequently visited those splendid rooms and noble collection of books, which he used to say was more numerous and curious than he supposed any person could have made in the time which the King had employed. Footnote. Dr. Johnson had the honour of contributing his assistance towards the formation of this library, for I have read a long letter from him to Mr. Barnard, giving the most masterly instructions on the subject. I wished much to have gratified my readers with the perusal of this letter, and have reason to think that His Majesty would have been graciously pleased to permit its publication, but Mr. Barnard, to whom I applied, declined it on his own account. Boswell. It is given in Mr. Croker's edition, page 196, end of footnote. Mr. Barnard, the librarian, took care that he should have every accommodation that could contribute to his ease and convenience, while indulging his literary taste in that place, so that he had there a very agreeable resource at leisure hours. His Majesty, having been informed of his occasional visits, was pleased to signify a desire that he should be told when Dr. Johnson came next to the library. Accordingly, the next time that Johnson did come, as soon as he was fairly engaged with a book, on which, while he sat by the fire, he seemed quite intent, Mr. Barnard stole round to the apartment where the King was, and, in obedience to his Majesty's commands, mentioned that Dr. Johnson was then in the library. His Majesty said he was at leisure, and would go to him, upon which Mr. Barnard took one of the candles that stood on the King's table, and lighted his Majesty through a suite of rooms till they came to a private door into the library, of which his Majesty had the key. Being entered, Mr. Barnard stepped forward hastily to Dr. Johnson, who was still in a profound study, and whispered him, "Sir, here is the King." Johnson started up and stood still. His Majesty approached him, and at once was courteously easy. Footnote. The particulars of this conversation I have been at great pains to collect with the utmost authenticity, from Dr. Johnson's own detail to myself, from Mr. Langton, who was present when he gave an account of it to Dr. Joseph Warton and several other friends at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, from Mr. Barnard, from a copy of a letter written by the late Mr. Strahan, the printer, to Bishop Warburton, and from a minute, the original of which is among the papers of the late Sir James Caldwell, and a copy of which was most obligingly obtained for me from his son, Sir John Caldwell, by Sir Francis Lumb. To all these gentlemen I beg leave to make my grateful acknowledgments, and particularly to Sir Francis Lumb, who was pleased to take a great deal of trouble, and even had the minute laid before the King by Lord Carmarthen, now Duke of Leeds, then one of his Majesty's principal Secretaries of State, who announced to Sir Francis the royal pleasure concerning it by a letter in these words: "I have the King's commands to assure you, sir, how sensible his Majesty is of your attention in communicating the minute of the conversation previous to its publication. As there appears no objection to your complying with Mr. Boswell's wishes on the subject, you are at full liberty to deliver it to that gentleman, to make such use of it in his Life of Johnson as he may think proper." Boswell. In 1790, Boswell published in a quarto sheet of 8 pages a conversation between His Most Sacred Majesty George III and Samuel Johnson, LL.D., illustrated with observations, by James Boswell, Esquire, London, printed by Henry Baldwin for Charles Dilly in the Poultry, 1790, price half a guinea, entered in the Hall Book of the Company of Stationers. It is of the same impression as the first edition of the Life of Johnson. End of footnote. His Majesty began by observing that he understood he came sometimes to the library, and then mentioning his having heard that the Doctor had been lately at Oxford, footnote after Michaelmas 1766, and a footnote, asked him if he was not fond of going thither. To which Johnson answered that he was indeed fond of going to Oxford sometimes, but was likewise glad to come back again. The King then asked him what they were doing at Oxford. Johnson answered, he could not much commend their diligence, but that in some respects they were mended, for they had put their press under better regulations, and were at that time printing Polybius. He was then asked whether there were better libraries at Oxford or Cambridge. He answered, he believed the Bodleian was larger than any they had at Cambridge, at the same time adding, I hope, whether we have more books or not than they have at Cambridge, we shall make as good use of them as they do. Being asked whether All Souls or Christchurch Library was the largest, he answered, All Souls Library is the largest we have, except the Bodleian. Aye, said the King, that is the public library. His Majesty inquired if he was then writing anything. He answered he was not, for he had pretty well told the world what he knew, and must now read to acquire more knowledge. The King, as it should seem with a view to urge him to rely on his own stores as an original writer, and to continue his labours, then said, I do not think you borrow much from anybody. Footnote: Boswell and Goldsmith had in like manner urged him to continue his labours. End of footnote. Johnson said he thought he had already done his part as a writer. I should have thought so too, said the King, if you had not written so well. Johnson observed to me upon this, that no man could have paid a handsomer compliment, and it was fit for a king to pay. It was decisive. When asked by another friend at Sir Joshua Reynolds's whether he had made any reply to this high compliment, he answered, No, sir. When the King had said it, it was to be so. It was not for me to bandy civilities with my sovereign. Footnote: Johnson had written to Lord Chesterfield in the plan of his Dictionary, Works, Volume 5, page 19, Ausonius thought that modesty forbade him to plead inability for a task to which Caesar had judged him equal. Cur me posse negem posse quod ille putat. We may compare also a passage in Madame D'Arblay's diary. The King: I believe there is no constraint to be put upon real genius. Nothing but inclination can set it to work. Miss Burney, however, knows best. And then hastily returning to me, he cried, What? No, sir, I believe not, certainly, quoth I very awkwardly, for I seemed taking a violent compliment only as my due, but I knew not how to put him off as I would another person. End of footnote. Perhaps no man who had spent his whole life in courts could have shown a more nice and dignified sense of true politeness than Johnson did in this instance. His Majesty having observed to him that he supposed he must have read a great deal, Johnson answered that he thought more than he read. Footnote: In one part of the Character of Pope, Works, Volume 8, page 319, Johnson seems to be describing himself. He certainly was in his early life a man of great literary curiosity, and when he wrote his Essay on Criticism had, for his age, a very wide acquaintance with books. When he entered into the living world, it seems to have happened to him, as to many others, that he was less attentive to dead masters. He studied in the Academy of Paracelsus, and made the Universe his favourite volume. his frequent references to history, his allusions to various kinds of knowledge, and his images selected from art and nature, with his observations on the operations of the mind and the modes of life, show an intelligence perpetually on the wing, excursive, vigorous, and diligent, eager to pursue knowledge, and attentive to retain it. End of footnote. Johnson answered that he thought more than he read, that he had read a great deal in the early part of his life, but having fallen into ill health, he had not been able to read much compared with others. For instance, he said, he had not read much compared with Dr. Warburton. Footnote. Johnson thus describes Warburton, Works, Volume 8, page 288. About this time, in square bracket 1732, Warburton began to make his appearance in the first ranks of learning. He was a man of vigorous faculties, a mind fervid and vehement, supplied by incessant and unlimited inquiry, with wonderful extent and variety of knowledge. Craddock, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 188, says that Bishop Hurd always wondered where it was possible for Warburton to meet with certain anecdotes, with which not only his conversation, but likewise his writings, abounded. I could have readily informed him, said Mrs. Warburton, for when we passed our winters in London, he would often, after his long and severe studies, send out for a whole basketful of books from the circulating libraries, and at times I have gone into his study and found him laughing, though alone. Lord Macaulay was in this respect the Warburton of our age. End of footnote. He had not read much compared with Dr. Warburton, upon which the King said that he heard Dr. Warburton was a man of such general knowledge that you could scarce talk with him on any subject on which he was not qualified to speak, and that his learning resembled Garrick's acting in its universality. Footnote. The Reverend Mr. Strahan clearly recollects having been told by Johnson that the King observed that Pope made Warburton a bishop. True, sir, said Johnson, but Warburton did more for Pope. He made him a Christian, alluding no doubt to his ingenious comments on the Essay on Man, Boswell. The statements both of the King and Johnson are supported by two passages in Johnson's Life of Pope, Works, Volume 8, pages 289, 290. He says of Warburton's comments, Pope, who probably began to doubt the tendency of his own work, was glad that the positions of which he perceived himself not to know the full meaning could by any mode of interpretation be made to mean well. From this time Pope lived in the closest intimacy with his commentator, and amply rewarded his kindness and his zeal, for he introduced him to Mr. Murray, by whose interest he became preacher at Lincoln's Inn, and to Mr. Allen, who gave him his niece and his estate, and, by consequence, a bishopric. See also the account given by Johnson in Boswell's Hebrides, August 21, 1773. Bishop Law, in his revised preface to Archbishop King's Origin of Evil, writes, I had now the satisfaction of seeing that those very principles which had been maintained by Archbishop King were adopted by Mr. Pope in his Essay on Man. This I used to recollect and sometimes relate with pleasure, conceiving that such an account did no less honour to the poet than to our philosopher, but was soon made to understand that anything of that kind was taken highly amiss by one, in square brackets Warburton, who had once held the doctrine of that same essay to be rank atheism, but afterwards turned a warm advocate for it, and thought proper to deny the account above mentioned, with heavy menaces against those who presumed to insinuate that Pope borrowed anything from any man whatsoever. See post October 10, 1779, end of footnote. His Majesty then talked of the controversy between Warburton and Louth, which he seemed to have read, and asked Johnson what he thought of it. Johnson answered, "Warburton has most general, most scholastic learning. Louth is the more correct scholar. I do not know which of them calls names best." The King was pleased to say he was of the same opinion, adding, "You do not think then, Dr. Johnson, that there was much argument in the case?" Johnson said he did not think there was. Footnote: in Gibbon's Memoirs, a fine passage is quoted from Lowth's defence of the University of Oxford against Warburton's reproaches. "I transcribe with pleasure this eloquent passage," writes Gibbon, "without inquiring whether in this angry controversy the spirit of Louth himself is purified from the intolerant zeal which Warburton ascribed to the genius of the place." Gibbon's Miscellaneous Works. See Boswell's Hebrides, August 28, 1773. End of footnote. "Why, truly," said the King, "when once it comes to calling names, argument is pretty well at an end." His Majesty then asked him what he thought of Lord Biddleton's History, which was then just published. Footnote: see Post, April 15, 1773, where Johnson says that Littleton in his history wrote the most vulgar Whiggism, and April 10, 1776. Gibbon, who had reviewed it this year, says in his Memoirs, "The public has ratified my judgment of that voluminous work, in which sense and learning are not illuminated by a ray of genius." End of footnote. Johnson said he thought his style pretty good, but that he had blamed Henry II rather too much. "Why," said the King, "they seldom do these things by halves." "No, sir," answered Johnson, "not to kings." But fearing to be misunderstood, he proceeded to explain himself, and immediately subjoined that for those who spoke worse of kings than they deserved he could find no excuse, but that he could more easily conceive how some might speak better of them than they deserved without any ill intention, for, as kings had much in their power to give, those who were favoured by them would frequently, from gratitude, exaggerate their praises, and as this proceeded from a good motive, it was certainly excusable, as far as error could be excusable. The King then asked him what he thought of Dr. Hill. Footnote: Hawkins says of him, Life, page 211, "He obtained from one of those universities which would scarce refuse a degree to an apothecary's horse, a diploma for that of Doctor of Physic." He became a great compiler, and in 1 year earned £1,500. In the end he turned quack doctor. He was knighted by the King of Sweden in return for a present to that monarch of his vegetable system. He at least thrice attacked Garrick, Murphy's Garrick, who replied with 3 epigrams, of which the last is well known. For farces and physic his equal less scarce is. His farces are physic, his physic a farce is. Horace Walpole letters, writing on January 3, 1761, said, "Would you believe what I know is fact, that Dr. Hill earned 15 guineas a week by working for wholesale dealers? He was at once employed on 6 voluminous works of botany, husbandry, etc., published weekly." Churchill, in the Rescind, thus writes of him: "Who could so nobly grace the motley list, actor, inspector, doctor, botanist? Knows any one so well? Sure no one knows at once to play, prescribe, compound, compose." Churchill's Poems. In the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 22, it is stated that he acted pantomime, tragedy, and comedy, and had been damned in all. End of footnote. The King then asked him what he thought of Dr. Hill. Johnson answered that he was an ingenious man, but had no veracity, and immediately mentioned as an instance of it an assertion of that writer that he had seen objects magnified to a much greater degree by using 3 or 4 microscopes at a time than by using one. Now, added Johnson, every one acquainted with microscopes knows that the more of them he looks through, the less the object will appear. Why, replied the King, this is not only telling an untruth, but telling it clumsily, for if that be the case, every one who can look through a microscope will be able to detect him. Footnote. Mr. Croker quotes Bishop Elrington, who says, Dr. Johnson was unjust to Hill, and showed that he did not understand the subject. Croker's Boswell, page 186. End of footnote. I now, said Johnson to his friends when relating what had passed, began to consider that I was depreciating this man in the estimation of his sovereign, and thought it was time for me to say something that might be more favourable. He added, therefore, that Dr. Hill was, notwithstanding, a very curious observer, and if he would have been contented to tell the world no more than he knew, he might have been a very considerable man, and needed not to have recourse to such mean expedients to raise his reputation. Footnote. Disraeli, Curiosities of Literature, says that Hill once, when he fell sick, owned to a friend that he had over-fatigued himself with writing 7 works at once, one of which was on architecture and another on cookery. Disraeli adds that Hill contracted to translate a Dutch work on insects for 50 guineas. As he was ignorant of the language, he bargained with another translator for 25 guineas. This man, who was equally ignorant, re-bargained with a third, who perfectly understood the original, for 12 guineas. End of footnote. The King then talked of literary journals, mentioned particularly the Journal des Savants, and asked Johnson if it was well done. Johnson said it was formerly very well done, and gave some account of the persons who began it, and carried it on for some years, enlarging at the same time on the nature and use of such works. The King asked him if it was well done now. Johnson answered that he had no reason to think that it was. Footnote. Gibbon, Miscellaneous Works, writing on December 20th, 1763, of the Journal des Savants, says, I can hardly express how much I am delighted with this journal. Its characteristics are erudition, precision, and taste. The father of all the rest, it is still their superior. There is nothing to be wished for in it but a little more boldness and philosophy, but it is published under the Chancellor's eye. End of footnote. The King then asked him if there were any other literary journals published in this kingdom, except the monthly and critical reviews. Footnote. Goldsmith, in his Present State of Polite Learning, published in 1759, says, We have 2 literary reviews in London, with critical newspapers and magazines without number. The compilers of these resemble the commoners of Rome. They are all for levelling property, not by increasing their own, but by diminishing that of others. The most diminutive son of fame or of famine has his we and his us, his firstlies and his secondlies, as methodical as if bound in cowhide and closed with clasps of brass. Were these monthly reviews and magazines frothy, pert, or absurd, they might find some pardon. But to be dull and dronish is an encroachment on the prerogative of a folio. End of footnote. And on being answered there were no other, His Majesty asked which of them was the best. Johnson answered that the monthly review was done with most care, the critical upon the best principles, adding that the authors of the monthly review were enemies to the Church. Footnote, see post April 10, 1766, end of footnote. This, the King said, he was sorry to hear. The conversation next turned on the Philosophical Transactions, when Johnson observed that they had now a better method of arranging their materials than formerly. Aye, said the King, they are obliged to Dr. Johnson for that. For His Majesty had heard and remembered the circumstance which Johnson himself had forgot. Footnote, Mr. White, the librarian of the Royal Society, has at my request kindly examined the records of the Royal Society, but has not been able to discover what the circumstance was. Neither is any light thrown on it by Johnson's reviews of Birch's History of the Royal Society and Philosophical Transactions, volume 49, which I have examined. End of footnote. His Majesty expressed a desire to have the literary biography of this country ably executed, and proposed to Dr. Johnson to undertake it. Johnson signified his readiness to comply with His Majesty's wishes. During the whole of this interview, Johnson talked to His Majesty with profound respect, but still in his firm, manly manner, with a sonorous voice, and never in that subdued tone which is commonly used at the levee and in the drawing-room. Footnote, were you to converse with a king, you ought to be as easy and unembarrassed as with your own valet de chambre, but yet every look, word, and action should imply the utmost respect. What would be proper and well bred with others much your superior, would be absurd and ill-bred with one so very much so. Chesterfield's Letters, end of footnote. After the King withdrew, Johnson showed himself highly pleased with His Majesty's conversation and gracious behaviour. He said to Mr. Barnard, Sir, they may talk of the King as they will, but he is the finest gentleman I have ever seen. Footnote, Imlac thus described to Rasselas his interview with the great Mogul. The Emperor asked me many questions concerning my country and my travels, and though I cannot now recollect anything that he uttered above the power of a common man, he dismissed me astonished at his wisdom, and enamoured of his goodness. Rasselas, chapter 9. Wraxall, Memoirs, says that Johnson was no judge of a fine gentleman. George III, he adds, was altogether destitute of these ornamental and adventitious endowments. He mentions the oscillations of his body, the precipitation of his questions, none of which, it was said, would wait for an answer, and the hurry of his articulation. Mr. Wheatley, in a note on this passage, quotes the opinion of Adams, the American envoy, who said, "The King is, I really think, the most accomplished courtier in his dominions." End of footnote. And he afterwards observed to Mr. Langton, "Sir, his manners are those of as fine a gentleman as we may suppose Louis XIV. Or Charles II. At Sir Joshua Reynolds's, where a circle of Johnson's friends was collected round him to hear his account of this memorable conversation, Dr. Joseph Warton, in his frank and lively manner, footnote. Dr. Warton made me the most obsequious bow. He is what Dr. Johnson calls a rapturist, and I saw plainly he meant to pour forth much civility into my ears. He is a very communicative, gay, and pleasant converser, and enlivened the whole day by his readiness upon all subjects. Madame D'Arblay's Diary. It is very likely that he is the ingenious writer mentioned post 1780 in Mr. Langton's collection, of whom Johnson said, "Sir, he is an enthusiast by rule." Mr. Wyndham records that Johnson, speaking of Warton's admiration of fine passages, said, "His taste is amazement," misprinted amusement. Wyndham's Diary. In her Memoirs of Dr. Burney, Madame D'Arblay says that Johnson, at times when in gay spirits, would take off Dr. Warton with the strongest humour, describing almost convulsively the ecstasy with which he would seize upon the person nearest to him to hug in his arms, lest his grasp should be eluded while he displayed some picture or some prospect. In that humorous piece, Probationary Odes for the Laureateship, Dr. Joseph is made to hug his brother in his arms when he sees him descend safely from the balloon in which he had composed his ode. Thomas Warton is described in the same piece as a little, thick, squat, red-faced man. There was for some time a coolness between Johnson and Dr. Warton. Warton, writing on January 22nd, 1766, says, "I only dined with Johnson, who seemed cold and indifferent, and scarce said anything to me. Perhaps he has heard what I said of his Shakespeare, or rather was offended at what I wrote to him. As he pleases. Wooll's Warton." Wool says that a dispute took place between the two men at Reynolds's house. One of the company overheard the following conclusion of the dispute. Johnson: "Sir, I am not used to be contradicted." Warton: "Better for yourself and friends, sir, if you were. Our admiration could not be increased, but our love might." Dr. Joseph Warton, in his frank and lively manner, was very active in pressing him to mention the particulars. "Come now, sir, this is an interesting matter, do favour us with it." Johnson, with great good humour, complied. He told them, "I found his Majesty wished I should talk, and I made it my business to talk. I find it does a man good to be talked to by his sovereign. In the first place, a man cannot be in a passion." Here some question interrupted him, which is to be regretted, as he certainly would have pointed out and illustrated many circumstances of advantage from being in a situation where the powers of the mind are at once excited to vigorous exertion and tempered by reverential awe. During all the time in which Dr. Johnson was employed in relating to the circle at Sir Joshua Reynolds's the particulars of what passed between the King and him, Dr. Goldsmith remained unmoved upon a sofa at some distance, affecting not to join in the least in the eager curiosity of the company. He assigned as a reason for his gloom and seeming inattention that he apprehended Johnson had relinquished his purpose of furnishing him with a prologue to his play. The good-natured man. With the hopes of which he had been flattered, but it was strongly suspected that he was fretting with chagrin and envy at the singular honour Dr. Johnson had lately enjoyed. At length the frankness and simplicity of his natural character prevailed. He sprung from the sofa, advanced to Johnson, and in a kind of flutter, from imagining himself in the situation which he had just been hearing described, exclaimed, "Well, you acquitted yourself in this conversation better than I should have done, for I should have bowed and stammered through the whole of it." It has been said that the King only sought one interview with Dr. Johnson. There was nothing to complain of. It was a compliment paid by rank to letters, and once was enough. The King was more afraid of this interview than Dr. Johnson was, and went to it as a schoolboy to his task. But he did not want to have the trial repeated every day, nor was it necessary. The very jealousy of his self-love marked his respect, and if he thought the less of Dr. Johnson, he would have been more willing to risk the encounter. Hazlitt's Conversations of Northcote. It should seem that Johnson had a second interview with the King 13 years later. In 1780, Hannah More records, Memoirs, "Johnson told me he had been with the King that morning, who enjoined him to add Spenser to his Lives of the Poets." It is strange that, so far as I know, this interview is not mentioned by any one else. It is perhaps alluded to post December 1784, when Mr. Nichols told Johnson that he wished he would gratify his sovereign by a life of Spenser. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. I received no letter from Johnson this year, nor have I discovered any of the correspondence he had, except the 2 letters to Mr. Drummond, which have been inserted for the sake of connection with that to the same gentleman in 1766. Footnote. It is proper here to mention that when I speak of his correspondence, I consider it independent of the voluminous collection of letters which, in the course of many years, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, which forms a separate part of his works, and as a proof of the high estimation set on anything which came from his pen, was sold by that lady for the sum of £500. Boswell. And a footnote. His diary affords no light as to his employment at this time. He passed 3 months at Lichfield. Footnote. He was away from London near 6 months. End footnote. And I cannot omit an affecting and solemn scene there, as related by himself. Footnote. On August the 17th he recorded, "I have communicated with Kitty and kissed her. I was for some time distracted, but at last more composed. I commended my friends, and Kitty and Lucy and I were much affected. Kitty is, I think, going to heaven." Prayers and Meditations, page 75, end of footnote. Sunday, October the 18th, 1767. Yesterday, October the 17th, at about 10 in the morning, I took my leave for ever of my dear old friend Catherine Chambers, who came to live with my mother about 1724, and has been but little parted from us since. She buried my father, my brother, and my mother. She is now 58 years old. I desired all to withdraw, then told her that we were to part for ever, that as Christians we should part with prayer, and that I would, if she was willing, say a short prayer beside her. She expressed a great desire to hear me, and held up her poor hands as she lay in bed with great fervour, while I prayed, kneeling by her, nearly in the following words: Almighty and most merciful Father, whose loving kindness is over all thy works, behold, visit and relieve this thy servant, who is grieved with sickness. Grant that the sense of her weakness may add strength to her faith and seriousness to her repentance, and grant that by the help of thy Holy Spirit, after the pains and labours of this short life, we may all obtain everlasting happiness, through Jesus Christ our Lord, for whose sake hear our prayers. Amen. Our Father, etc. I then kissed her. She told me that to part was the greatest pain that she had ever felt, and that she hoped we should meet again in a better place. I expressed with swelled eyes and great emotion of tenderness the same hopes. We kissed and parted. I humbly hope to meet again and to part no more. Footnote: Prayers and Meditations, pages 77 and 78, Boswell. End footnote. By those who have been taught to look upon Johnson as a man of a harsh and stern character, let this tender and affectionate scene be candidly read, and let them then judge whether more warmth of heart and grateful kindness is often found in human nature. We have the following notice in his devotional record. August 2nd, 1767. I have been disturbed and unsettled for a long time, and have been without resolution to apply to study or to business, being hindered by sudden snatches. Footnote: Prayers and Meditations, page 73, Boswell. On August 17th he recorded, "By abstinence from wine and suppers, I obtained sudden and great relief, and had freedom of mind restored to me, which I have wanted for all this year, without being able to find any means of obtaining it." Ibid, page 74, end footnote. He, however, furnished Mr. Adams with a dedication to the King, of that ingenious gentleman's Treatise on the Globes, conceived and expressed in such a manner as could not fail to be very grateful to a monarch distinguished for his love of the sciences. This year was published a ridicule of his style under the title of Lexiphanes. Sir John Hawkins ascribes it to Dr. Kenrick. Footnote: Hawkins, in his second edition, page 347, assigns it to Campbell, who, he says, as well for the malignancy of his heart as his terrific countenance, was called Horrible Campbell. End of footnote. But its author was one Campbell, a Scotch purser in the navy. The ridicule consisted in applying Johnson's words of large meaning to insignificant matters, as if one should put the armour of Goliath upon a dwarf. The contrast might be laughable, but the dignity of the armour must remain the same in all considerate minds. This malicious drollery, therefore, it may easily be supposed, could do no harm to its illustrious object. Footnote: The book is as dull as it is indecent. The drollery is of the following kind. Johnson is represented as saying, "Without dubiety you misapprehend this dazzling scintillation of conceit in totality, and had you had that constant recurrence to my oraculous dictionary, which was incumbent upon you from the vehemence of my monetary injunctions, and etc." Page 2. End of footnote. To Bennet Langton, Esquire, at Mr. Rothwell's, perfumer, in New Bond Street. Dear Sir, that you have been all summer in London is one more reason for which I regret my long stay in the country. I hope that you will not leave the town before my return. We have here only the chance of vacancies in the passing carriages, and I have bespoken one that may, if it happens, bring me to town on the 14th of this month, but this is not certain. It will be a favour if you will communicate this to Mrs. Williams. I long to see all my friends. I am, dear Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson. Lichfield, October the 10th, 1767. 1768, Itart 59. It appears from his notes of the state of his mind that he suffered great perturbation and distraction in 1768. Nothing of his writing was given to the public this year except the prologue, *, to his friend Goldsmith's comedy of The Good-Natured Man. Footnote: It is strange that Boswell nowhere quotes the lines in The Good-Natured Man in which Paoli is mentioned. That's from Paoli of Corsica, said Lofty, Act 5, Scene 1. End of footnote. The first lines of this prologue are strongly characteristical of the dismal gloom of his mind, which in his case, as in the case of all who are distressed with the same malady of imagination, transfers to others its own feelings. Who could suppose it was to introduce a comedy where Mr. Bensley solemnly began, "Pressed with the load of life, the weary mind surveys the general toil of humankind." Footnote: In the original, pressed by. Boswell, in thus changing the preposition, forgot what Johnson says in his Plan of an English Dictionary, Works, Volume 5, page 12. We say, according to the present modes of speech, the soldier died of his wounds, and the sailor perished with hunger. And every man acquainted with our language would be offended with a change of these particles, which yet seem originally assigned by chance. End of footnote. But this dark ground might make Goldsmith's humour shine the more. In the spring of this year, having published my Account of Corsica with the Journal of a Tour to that island, footnote, Boswell, writing to Temple on March the 24th, says, "My book has amazing celebrity. Lord Lyttelton, Mr. Walpole, Mrs. Macaulay, and Mr. Garrick have all written me noble letters about it. There are 2 Dutch translations going forward." Letters of Boswell, page 145. It met with a rapid sale. A 3rd edition was called for within a year. Dilly, the publisher, must have done very well by it, as he purchased the copyright for 100 guineas. Ibid, page 103. "Pray read the new account of Corsica," wrote Horace Walpole to Gray on February the 18th, 1768. "The author is a strange being, and has a rage of knowing everybody that ever was talked of. He forced himself upon me at Paris in spite of my teeth and my doors." To this Gray replied, "Mr. Boswell's book has pleased and moved me strangely, all, I mean, that relates to Paoli. He is a man born 2000 years after his time." The pamphlet proves what I have always maintained, that any fool may write a most valuable book by chance, if he will only tell us what he heard and saw with veracity. In the Letters of Boswell, page 122, there is the following, under the date of November the 9th, 1767. "I am always for fixing some period for my perfection, as far as possible. Let it be when my Account of Corsica is published. I shall then have a character which I must support." On April the 16th of the following year, a few weeks after the book had come out, he writes, "To confess to you at once, Temple, I have, since my last coming to town, been as wild as ever." Page 146, end of footnote. "I returned to London very desirous to see Dr. Johnson and hear him upon the subject." Footnote. Boswell used to put notices of his movements in the newspapers, such as, "James Boswell, Esquire, is expected in town," public advertiser, February 28, 1768. "Yesterday James Boswell, Esquire, arrived from Scotland at his lodgings in Half Moon Street, Piccadilly." Ibid, March the 24th, 1768. Prior's Goldsmith. End of footnote. "I found he was at Oxford with his friend Mr. Chambers, who was now a Vinerian professor and lived in New Inn Hall." Footnote. Johnson was very ill during this visit. Mrs. Thrale had at the same time given birth to a daughter, and had been nursed by her mother. His thoughts, therefore, were turned on illness. Writing to Mrs. Thrale, he says, "To roll the weak eye of helpless anguish, and see nothing on any side but cold indifference, will, I hope, happen to none whom I love or value. It may tend to withdraw the mind from life, but has no tendency to kindle those affections which fit us for a purer and a nobler state. These reflections do not grow out of any discontent at C's (in square brackets Chambers) behaviour. He has been neither negligent nor troublesome, nor do I love him less for having been ill in his house. This is no small degree of praise." Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. Having had no letter from him since that in which he criticised the Latinity of my thesis, and having been told by someone that he was offended at my having put into my book an extract of his letter to me at Paris, I was impatient to be with him, and therefore followed him to Oxford, where I was entertained by Mr. Chambers with a civility which I shall ever gratefully remember. I found that Dr. Johnson had sent a letter to me to Scotland, and that I had nothing to complain of but his being more indifferent to my anxiety than I wished him to be. Instead of giving, with the circumstances of time and place, such fragments of his conversation as I preserved during this visit to Oxford, I shall throw them together in continuation. Footnote. The editor of the Letters of Boswell justly says, "The detail in the life of Johnson is rather scanty about this period. Dissipation, the history of Corsica, wife hunting, interfered perhaps at this time with Boswell's pursuit of Dr. Johnson." End of footnote. I asked him whether, as a moralist, he did not think that the practice of the law in some degree hurt the nice feeling of honesty. Johnson. "Why, no, sir, if you act properly. You are not to deceive your clients with false representations of your opinion. You are not to tell lies to a judge." Boswell. "But what do you think of supporting a cause which you know to be bad?" Johnson. "Sir, you do not know it to be good or bad till the judge determines it. I have said that you are to state facts fairly, so that your thinking, or what you call knowing, a cause to be bad, must be from reasoning, must be from supposing your arguments to be weak and inconclusive. But so that is not enough. An argument which does not convince yourself may convince the judge to whom you urge it, and if it does convince him, why then, so you are wrong and he is right. It is his business to judge, and you are not to be confident in your own opinion that a cause is bad, but to say all you can for your client, and then hear the judge's opinion." Boswell. "Sir, does not affecting a warmth when you have no warmth, and appearing to be clearly of one opinion when you are in reality of another opinion, does not such dissimulation impair one's honesty? Is there not some danger that a lawyer may put on the same mask in common life, in the intercourse with his friends?" Johnson. "Why, no, sir. Everybody knows you are paid for affecting warmth for your client, and it is therefore properly no dissimulation. The moment you come from the bar, you resume your usual behaviour, so a man will no more carry the artifice of the bar into the common intercourse of society than a man who is paid for tumbling upon his hands will continue to tumble upon his hands when he should walk on his feet." Footnote. See Boswell's Hebrides, August 15, 1773, for a discussion of the same question. Lord Eldon has recorded life that when he first went the Northern Circuit, about 1776, 1780, he asked Jack Lee, post March 20th, 1778, who was not scrupulous in his advocacy, whether his method could be justified. "Oh yes," he said, "undoubtedly. Dr. Johnson had said that counsel were at liberty to state, as the parties themselves would state, what it was most for their interest to state. After some interval, and when he had had his evening bowl of milk punch and 2 or 3 pipes of tobacco, he suddenly said, "Come, Master Scott, let us go to bed. I have been thinking upon the questions that you asked me, and I am not quite so sure that the conduct you represented will bring a man peace at the last." Lord Eldon, after stating pretty nearly what Johnson had said, continues, "But it may be questioned whether even this can be supported." End of footnote. Talking of some of the modern plays, he said False Delicacy was totally void of character. Footnote. Garrick brought out Hugh Kelly's False Delicacy at Drury Lane 6 days before Goldsmith's Good-Natured Man was brought out at Covent Garden. "It was the town talk," says Mr. Forster, Life of Goldsmith, "some weeks before either performance took place, that the 2 comedies were to be pitted against each other." False Delicacy had a great success. 10,000 copies of it were sold before the season closed. Ibid. Garrick's prologue to False Delicacy, writes Murphy, Life of Garrick, promised a moral and sentimental comedy, and, with an air of pleasantry, called it a sermon in 5 acts. The critics considered it in the same light, but the general voice was in favour of the play during a run of near 20 nights. Foote, at last, by a little piece called Piety and Patterns, brought that species of composition into disrepute. It is recorded in Johnson's Works, 1787, volume 11, page 201, that when someone asked Johnson whether they should introduce Hugh Kelly to him, "No, sir," says he, "I never desire to converse with a man who has written more than he has read." See post, beginning of 1777, end of footnote. He praised Goldsmith's Good-Natured Man, said it was the best comedy that had appeared since The Provoked Husband, and that there had not been of late any such character exhibited on the stage as that of Croker. Footnote. The Provoked Husband, or A Journey to London, by Vanbrugh and Colley Cibber, was brought out in 1727/8. See post, June 3rd, 1784, end of footnote. I observed that it was the Suspirius of his Rambler. He said Goldsmith had owned he had borrowed it from thence. "Sir," continued he, "there is all the difference in the world between characters of nature and characters of manners. And there is the difference between the characters of Fielding and those of Richardson. Characters of manners are very entertaining, but they are to be understood by a more superficial observer than characters of nature, where a man must dive into the recesses of the human heart." It always appeared to me that he estimated the compositions of Richardson too highly, and that he had an unreasonable prejudice against Fielding. In comparing those 2 writers, he used this expression, that there was as great a difference between them as between a man who knew how a watch was made and a man who could tell the hour by looking on the dial plate. Footnote. Richardson, writing on December 7, 1756, to Miss Fielding about her familiar letters, says, "What a knowledge of the human heart! Well might a critical judge of writing say, as he did to me, that your late brother's knowledge of it was not, fine writer as he was, comparable to yours. His was but as the knowledge of the outside of a clockwork machine, while yours was that of all the finer springs and movements of the inside." Richardson Correspondence. Mrs. Calderwood, writing of her visit to the Low Countries in 1756, says, All Richardson's (Richardson's) books are translated and much admired abroad, but for Fielding's the foreigners have no notion of them, and do not understand them, as the manners are so entirely English. Letters, etc., of Mrs. Calderwood. End of footnote. This was a short and figurative statement of his distinction between drawing characters of nature and characters only of manners. But I cannot help being of opinion that the neat watches of Fielding are as well constructed as the large clocks of Richardson, and that his dial plates are brighter. Fielding's characters, though they do not expand themselves so widely in dissertation, are as just pictures of human nature, and, I will venture to say, have more striking features and nicer touches of the pencil. And though Johnson used to quote with approbation a saying of Richardson's, that the virtues of Fielding's heroes were the vices of a truly good man, I will venture to add that the moral tendency of Fielding's writings, though it does not encourage a strained and rarely possible virtue, is ever favourable to honour and honesty, and cherishes the benevolent and generous affections. He who is as good as Fielding would make him is an amiable member of society, and may be led on by more regulated instructors to a higher state of ethical perfection. Johnson proceeded: even Sir Francis Wronghead is a character of manners, though drawn with great humour. He then repeated very happily all Sir Francis's credulous account to Manly of his being with the great man and securing a place. Footnote: in The Provoked Husband, Act 4, Scene 1. End of footnote. I asked him if The Suspicious Husband did not furnish a well-drawn character, that of Ranger. Footnote: by Dr. Hoadley, brought out in 1747. This was the first good comedy from the time of The Provoked Husband in 1727, Murphy's Garrick. End of footnote. Johnson: no, sir, Ranger is just a rake, a mere rake, and a lively young fellow, but no character. Footnote: Madame Riccoboni, writing to Garrick from Paris on September 7, 1768, says: on ne supporterait point ici l'indécence de Ranger. Les traits indécents français deviennent délicats sur le théâtre à mesure qu'ils sont moins dans leur conduite. Garrick's Correspondence. End of footnote. The great Douglas cause was at this time a very general subject of discussion. Footnote: the question in dispute was as to the heirship of Mr. Archibald Douglas. If he were really the son of Lady Jane Douglas, he would inherit large family estates; but if he were supposititious, then they would descend to the Duke of Hamilton. The judges of the Court of Session had been divided in opinion, 8 against 7, the Lord President Dundas giving the casting vote in favour of the Duke of Hamilton, and in consequence of it he and several other of the judges had, on the reversal by the Lords, their houses attacked by a mob. It is said, but not upon conclusive authority, that Boswell himself headed the mob which broke his own father's windows. Letters of Boswell, page 86. He posted April 27, 1773, and Boswell Hebrides, October 24 to 26, 1773. Mr. J. H. Burton, in his Life of Hume, says: men about to meet each other in company used to lay an injunction on themselves not to open their lips on the subject, so fruitful was it in debates and brawls. Boswell, according to the Bodleian Catalogue, was the author of Dorando, a Spanish Tale, 1767. In this tale the Douglas cause is narrated under the thinnest disguise. It is reviewed in the Gentleman's Magazine for 1767. End of footnote. I found he had not studied it with much attention, but had only heard parts of it occasionally. He, however, talked of it, and said, "I am of opinion that positive proof of fraud should not be required of the plaintiff, but that the judges should decide according as probability shall appear to preponderate, granting to the defendant the presumption of filiation to be strong in his favour. And I think too that a good deal of weight should be allowed to the dying declarations, because they were spontaneous. There is a great difference between what is said without our being urged to it, and what is said from a kind of compulsion. If I praise a man's book without being asked my opinion of it, that is honest praise, to which one may trust. But if an author asks me if I like his book, and I give him something like praise, it must not be taken as my real opinion. I have not been troubled for a long time with authors desiring my opinion of their works. I used once to be sadly plagued with a man who wrote verses, but who literally had no other notion of a verse but that it consisted of 10 syllables. Lay your knife and your fork across your plate was to him a verse. Lay your knife and your fork across your plate. As he wrote a great number of verses, he sometimes by chance made good ones, though he did not know it. He renewed his promise of coming to Scotland and going with me to the Hebrides, but he said he would now content himself with seeing 1 or 2 of the most curious of them. He said, Macaulay, footnote, Reverend Kenneth Macaulay, see Boswell's Hebrides, August 27, 1773. He was the great uncle of Lord Macaulay, end of footnote, who writes the account of St. Kilda, set out with a prejudice against prejudices, and wanted to be a smart modern thinker, and yet he affirms for a truth that when a ship arrives there, all the inhabitants are seized with cold. Footnote. Martin, in his St. Kilda, page 38, had stated that the people of St. Kilda are seldom troubled with a cough, except at the steward's landing. I told them plainly, he continues, that I thought all this notion of infection was but a mere fancy, at which they seemed offended, saying that never any before the minister and myself was heard to doubt of the truth of it, which is plainly demonstrated upon the landing of every boat. The usual infected cough came, he says, upon his visit. Macaulay, History of St. Kilda, page 204, says that he had gone to the island a disbeliever, that by 8 days after his arrival all the inhabitants were infected with this disease. See also Post, March 21, 1772, and Boswell's Hebrides, October 2, 1773. End of footnote. Dr. John Campbell, the celebrated writer, took a great deal of pains to ascertain this fact, and attempted to account for it on physical principles from the effect of effluvia from human bodies. Johnson at another time praised Macaulay for his magnanimity in asserting this wonderful story, because it was well attested. A lady of Norfolk, by a letter to my friend Dr. Burney, has favoured me with the following solution. Now, for the explication of this seeming mystery, which is so very obvious as for that reason to have escaped the penetration of Dr. Johnson and his friend, as well as that of the author, reading the book with my ingenious friend, the late Reverend Mr. Christian of Dorking, after ruminating a little, the cause, said he, is a natural one. The situation of St. Kilda renders a north-east wind indispensably necessary before a stranger can land. Footnote. This is not the case. Martin, page 9, says that the only landing place is inaccessible except under favour of a neap tide, a north-east or west wind, or with a perfect calm. He himself was rowed to St. Kilda, the inhabitants admiring to see us get thither contrary to the wind and tide. Page 5. End of footnote. The wind, not the stranger, occasions an epidemic cold. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Macaulay is dead. If living, this solution might please him, as I hope it will Mr. Boswell in return for the many agreeable hours his works have afforded us. Johnson expatiated on the advantages of Oxford for learning. Footnote: that for one kind of learning Oxford has no advantages, he shows in a letter he wrote there on August 4, 1777. I shall inquire, he says, about the harvest when I come into a region where anything necessary to life is understood. Piozzi Letters. At Lichfield he reached that region. My barber, a man not unintelligent, speaks magnificently of the harvest. Ibid. Footnote. There is here, sir, said he, such a progressive emulation. The students are anxious to appear well to their tutors, the tutors are anxious to have their pupils appear well in the college colleges are anxious to have their students appear well in the university, and there are excellent rules of discipline in every college. That the rules are sometimes ill observed may be true, but it's nothing against system. The members of an university may for a season be unmindful of their duty. I am arguing for the excellency of the institution. Of Guthrie he said, Sir, he is a man of parts. He has no great regular fund of knowledge, but by reading so long and writing so long, he no doubt has picked up a good deal. He said he had been lately a long while at Lichfield, but had grown very weary before he left it. Boswell. I wonder at that, sir. It is your native place. Johnson. Why, so is Scotland your native place. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. His prejudice against Scotland appeared remarkably strong at this time. When I talked of our advancement in literature, footnote, the advancement had been very rapid. When Dr. Robertson's career commenced, writes Dugald Stewart in his Life of that historian, the trade of authorship was unknown in Scotland. Smollett, in Humphrey Clinker, published 3 years after this conversation, makes Mr. Bramble write, letter of August 8th, Edinburgh is a hotbed of genius. I have had the good fortune to be made acquainted with many authors of the first distinction, such as the 2 Humes, (David Hume and John Hume, spelt Home, whose names had the same pronunciation), Robertson, Smith, Wallace, Blair, Ferguson, Wilkie, etc. To these might be added Smollett himself, Boswell, Reed, Beattie, Kames, Monboddo. Henry Mackenzie and Dr. Henry began to publish in 1771. Gibbon, writing to Robertson in 1779, says, I have often considered with some sort of envy the valuable society which you possess in so narrow a compass. Stewart's Robertson. End of footnote. Sir, said he, you have learnt a little from us, and you think yourselves very great men. Hume would never have written history had not Voltaire written it before him. He is an echo of Voltaire. Footnote. See post April 30th, 1773, where Johnson owned that he had not read Hume. J.H. Burton, Life of Hume, after stating that Hume was the first to add to a mere narrative of events an inquiry into the progress of the people, etc., says, "There seems to be no room for the supposition that he had borrowed the idea from Voltaire's Essai sur les Mœurs. Hume's own political discourses are as close an approach to this method of inquiry as the work of Voltaire, and if we look for such productions of other writers as may have led him into this train of thought, it will be more just to name Bacon and Montesquieu." End of footnote. "But, sir, we have Lord Kaimes." Johnson: "You have Lord Kaimes, keep him. We don't envy you him." "Do you ever see Dr. Robertson?" Boswell: "Yes, sir." Johnson: "Does the dog talk of me?" Boswell: "Indeed, sir, he does, and loves you." Thinking that I now had him in a corner, and being solicitous for the literary fame of my country, I pressed him for his opinion on the merit of Dr. Robertson's History of Scotland. But to my surprise he escaped: "Sir, I love Robertson, and I won't talk of his book." It is but justice both to him and Dr. Robertson to add that, though he indulged himself in this sally of wit, he had too good taste not to be fully sensible of the merits of that admirable work. An essay written by Mr. Dean, a divine of the Church of England, maintaining the future life of brutes by an explication of certain parts of the Scriptures, was mentioned, and the doctrine insisted on, by a gentleman who seemed fond of curious speculation. Footnote: An essay on the future life of brutes, by Richard Dean, curate of Middleton, Manchester, 1767. The part of the Scriptures on which the author chiefly relies is the Epistle to the Romans, chapter 8, verses 19 to 23. He also finds support for his belief in those passages in Isaiah where the prophet speaks of new heavens and a new earth, of the lion as eating straw like the ox, etc. End of footnote. Johnson, who did not like to hear of anything concerning a future state which was not authorized by the regular canons of orthodoxy, discouraged this talk, and being offended at its continuation, he watched an opportunity to give the gentleman a blow of reprehension. So when the poor speculatist, with a serious, metaphysical, pensive face, addressed him, "But really, sir, when we see a very sensible dog, we don't know what to think of him," Johnson, rolling with joy at the thought which beamed in his eye, turned quickly round and replied, "True, sir, and when we see a very foolish fellow, we don't know what to think of him." He then rose up, strided to the fire, and stood for some time laughing and exulting. I told him that I had several times, when in Italy, seen the experiment of placing a scorpion within a circle of burning coals, that it ran round and round in extreme pain, and, finding no way to escape, retired to the centre, and, like a true Stoic philosopher, darted its sting into its head, and thus at once freed itself from its woes. "This must end them." Footnote: the words that Addison's Cato uses as he lays his hand on his sword, Act 5, Scene 1, end of footnote. I said this was a curious fact, as it showed deliberate suicide in a reptile. Johnson would not admit the fact. He said Maupertuis was of opinion that it does not kill itself, but dies of the heat; that it gets to the centre of the circle as the coolest place; that its turning its tail in upon its head is merely a convulsion, and that it does not sting itself. Footnote: I should think it impossible not to wonder at the variety of Johnson's reading, however desultory it may have been. Who could have imagined that the High Church of England man would be so prompt in quoting Maupertuis, who, I am sorry to think, stands in the list of those unfortunate mistaken men who call themselves esprits forts? I, however, have a high respect for that philosopher, whom the great Frederick of Prussia loved and honoured, and addressed pathetically in one of his poems: Maupertuis, cher Maupertuis, que notre vie est peu de chose. There was in Maupertuis a vigour and yet a tenderness of sentiment, united with strong intellectual powers and uncommon ardour of soul. Would he had been a Christian! I cannot help earnestly venturing to hope that he is one now. Boswell. Voltaire, writing to D'Alembert on August 25, 1759, says: Que dites-vous de Maupertuis, mort entre deux capucins? Voltaire's work. The stanza from which Boswell quotes is as follows: Ô Maupertuis, cher Maupertuis, que notre vie est peu de chose. Cette fleur qui brille aujourd'hui, demain se fane, à peine éclose. Tu péris, tu es emporté par la dure fatalité des arrêts de la destinée. Votre vertu, vos grands talents ne pourront obtenir du temps le seul délai d'une journée. La vie est un songe, œuvre de Frédéric II. End of footnote. He said he would be satisfied if the great anatomist Morgagni, after dissecting a scorpion on which the experiment had been tried, should certify that its sting had penetrated into its head. He seemed pleased to talk of natural philosophy. That woodcocks, said he, fly over to the northern countries is proved, because they have been observed at sea. Swallows certainly sleep all the winter. A number of them conglobulate together. Footnote: Johnson does not give conglobulate in his dictionary, only conglobe. If he used the word, it is not likely that he said conglobulate together. End of footnote. By flying round and round, and then all in a heap throw themselves under water, and lie in the bed of the river. Footnote: Gilbert White, writing on November 4th, 1767, after mentioning that he had seen swallows roosting in osier beds by the river, says, "This seems to give some countenance to the northern opinion, strange as it is, of their retiring under water." White's Selborne. See also post May 7, 1773. End of footnote. He told us one of his first essays was a Latin poem upon the glowworm. I am sorry I did not ask where it was to be found. Talking of the Russians and the Chinese, he advised me to read Bell's Travels, footnote, Travels from St. Petersburg in Russia to divers parts of Asia, by John Bell, Glasgow, 1763, quarto, 2 volumes, end of footnote. I asked him whether I should read Du Halde's account of China, footnote. Isaac Disraeli, Curiosities of Literature, ranks this book among literary impostures. Du Halde never travelled 10 leagues from Paris in his life, though he appears by his writings to be familiar with Chinese scenery. End of footnote. Why, yes, said he, as one reads such a book, that is to say, consult it. He talked of the heinousness of the crime of adultery, by which the peace of families was destroyed. He said, "Confusion of progeny constitutes the essence of the crime, and therefore a woman who breaks her marriage vows is much more criminal than a man who does it. A man, to be sure, is criminal in the sight of God, but he does not do his wife a very material injury if he does not insult her, if, for instance, from mere wantonness of appetite he steals privately to her chambermaid." So a wife ought not greatly to resent this. I would never receive home a daughter who had run away from her husband on that account. A wife should study to reclaim her husband by more attention to please him. So a man will not once in 100 instances leave his wife and go to a harlot, if his wife has not been negligent of pleasing. Here he discovered that acute discrimination, that solid judgment, and that knowledge of human nature, for which he was upon all occasions remarkable. Taking care to keep in view, then, moral and religious duty, as understood in our nation, he showed clearly from reason and good sense the greater degree of culpability in the one sex deviating from it than the other, and at the same time inculcated a very useful lesson as to the way to keep him. I asked him if it was not hard that one deviation from chastity should so absolutely ruin a young woman. Johnson: Why, no, sir, it is the great principle which she is taught. When she has given up that principle, she has given up every notion of female honour and virtue, which are all included in chastity. A gentleman talked to him of a lady whom he greatly admired and wished to marry, but was afraid of her superiority of talents. Footnote: Boswell, in his correspondence with Temple in 1767 and 1768, passes in review the various ladies whom he proposes to marry. The lady described in this paragraph, for the gentleman is clearly Boswell, is the fair and lively Célide, a Dutch woman. She was translating his Corsica into French. On March the 24th, 1768, he wrote, "I must have her." On April the 26th, he asked his father's permission to go over to Holland to see her. But on May the 14th, he forwarded to Temple one of her letters. "Could," he said, "any actress at any of the theatres attack me with a keener, what is the word, not fury, something softer. The lightning that flashes with so much brilliance may scorch, and does not her esprit do so?" Letters of Boswell, pages 144 to 150, end of footnote. "Sir," said he, "you need not be afraid. Marry her. Before a year goes about, you will find that reason much weaker, and that wit not so bright." Yet the gentleman may be justified in his apprehension by one of Dr. Johnson's admirable sentences in his Life of Waller. He doubtless praised many whom he would have been afraid to marry. Footnote: in the original it is some, not many. Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 182, end of footnote. And perhaps married one whom he would have been ashamed to praise. Many qualities contribute to domestic happiness, upon which poetry has no colours to bestow, and many airs and sallies may delight imagination, which he who flatters them never can approve. He praised Signor Baretti. His account of Italy is a very entertaining book. Footnote: An account of the manners and customs of Italy by Joseph Baretti, London, 1768. The book would be still more entertaining were it not written as a reply to Sharp's Letters on Italy, post under April 29th, 1776, end of footnote. And so I know no man who carries his head higher in conversation than Baretti. Footnote: Mrs. Piozzi wrote of him, "His character is easily seen, and his soul above disguise, haughty and insolent, and breathing defiance against all mankind, while his powers of mind exceed most people's, and his powers of purse are so slight that they leave him dependent on all." Baretti is forever in the state of a stream dammed up. If he could once get loose, he would bear down all before him. Haywood's Piozzi, end of footnote. There are strong powers in his mind. He has not indeed many hooks, but with what hooks he has, he grapples very forcibly. At this time I observed upon the dial plate of his watch, footnote, according to Hawkins, Life, page 460, the watch was new this year, and was, he believed, the first Johnson ever had, end of footnote, a short Greek inscription taken from the New Testament, Nux gar erketai, footnote, St. John chapter 9, verse 4. In Prayers and Meditations, page 233, is the following ejaculation imploring diligence: O God, make me to remember that the night cometh where no man can work. Porson, in his witty attack on Sir John Hawkins, originally published in the Gentleman's Magazine for 1787, quotes the inscription as a proof of Hawkins' Greek. Nux gar erketai. The meaning is, says Sir John, for the night cometh, and so it is, Mr. Urban. Porson Tracts, page 337, end of footnote. Being the first words of our Saviour's solemn admonition to the improvement of that time which is allowed to us to prepare for eternity, the night cometh when no man can work. He some time afterwards laid aside this dial plate, and when I asked him the reason, he said, it might do very well upon a clock which a man keeps in his closet, but to have it upon his watch, which he carries about with him, and which is often looked at by others, might be censured as ostentatious. Mr. Stevens is now possessed of the dial plate inscribed as above. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. He remained at Oxford a considerable time. Footnote. He thus wrote of himself from Oxford to Mrs. Thrale: "This little dog does nothing, but I hope he will mend. He is now reading Jack the Giant Killer. Perhaps so noble a narrative may rouse in him the soul of enterprise." Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. I was obliged to go to London, where I received his letter, which had been returned from Scotland. To James Boswell, Esquire. My dear Boswell, I have omitted a long time to write to you, without knowing very well why. I could now tell why I should not write, for who would write to men who publish the letters of their friends without their leave? Yet I write to you in spite of my caution, to tell you that I shall be glad to see you, and that I wish you would empty your head of Corsica, which I think has filled it rather too long. But at all events I shall be glad, very glad, to see you. I am, Sir, yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson. Oxford, March the 23rd, 1768. I answered thus: to Mr. Samuel Johnson, London, 26th of April, 1768. Footnote. Under the same date, Boswell thus begins a letter to Temple: Your moral lecture came to me yesterday in very good time, while I lay suffering severely for immorality. If there is any firmness at all in me, be assured that I shall never again behave in a manner so unworthy the friend of Paoli. My warm imagination looks forward with great complacency on the sobriety, the healthfulness, and the worth of my future life. Letters of Boswell, page 147. End of footnote. My dear Sir, I have received your last letter, which, though very short and by no means complimentary, yet gave me real pleasure, because it contains these words: I shall be glad, very glad, to see you. Surely you have no reason to complain of my publishing a single paragraph of one of your letters. The temptation to it was so strong. an irrevocable grant of your friendship, and your dignifying my desire of visiting Corsica with the epithet of a wise and noble curiosity, are to me more valuable than many of the grants of kings. But how can you bid me empty my head of Corsica? Footnote. Johnson, so early as August 21, 1766, had given him the same advice. How little Boswell followed it is shown by his letter to the Earl of Chatham on April 8, 1767, in which he informed him of his intention to publish his Corsica, and concluded, "Could your Lordship find time to honour me now and then with a letter? I have been told how favourably your Lordship has spoken of me. To correspond with the Paoli and with a Chatham is enough to keep a young man ever ardent in the pursuit of virtuous fame." Chatham Correspondence. On the same day on which he wrote to Johnson, he said in a letter to Temple, "Old General Oglethorpe, who has come to see me, and is with me often just on account of my book, bids me not to marry till I have first put the Corsicans in a proper situation. You may make a fortune in the doing of it," said he, "or if you do not, you will have acquired such a character as will entitle you to any fortune." Letters of Boswell, page 148. 4 months later, Boswell wrote, "By a private subscription in Scotland, I am sending this week £700 worth of ordnance in square brackets to Corsica. It is really a tolerable train of artillery." Ibid, page 156. In 1769 he brought out a small volume entitled British Essays in Favour of the Brave Corsicans, by several hands, collected and published by James Boswell, Esquire. End of footnote. My noble-minded friend, do you not feel for an oppressed nation bravely struggling to be free? Consider fairly what is the case. The Corsicans never received any kindness from the Genoese. Footnote. From about the beginning of the 14th century, Corsica had belonged to the Republic of Genoa. In the great rising under Paoli, the Corsicans would have achieved their independence had not Genoa ceded the island to the Crown of France. End of footnote. They never agreed to be subject to them. They owe them nothing, and when reduced to an abject state of slavery by force, shall they not rise in the great cause of liberty and break the galling yoke? And shall not every liberal soul be warm for them? Empty my head of Corsica, empty it of honour, empty it of humanity, empty it of friendship, empty it of piety. No, while I live, Corsica and the cause of the brave islanders shall ever employ much of my attention, shall ever interest me in the sincerest manner. I am, etc., James Boswell. Upon his arrival in London in May, he surprised me one morning with a visit at my lodgings in Half Moon Street. Footnote. Boswell, writing to Temple on May the 14th of this year, says, "I am really the great man now. I have had David Hume in the forenoon and Mr. Johnson in the afternoon of the same day visiting me. Sir J. Pringle and Dr. Franklin dined with me today. Mr. Johnson and General Oglethorpe one day, Mr. Garrick alone another, and David Hume and some more literati another, dine with me next week. I give admirable dinners and good claret, and the moment I go abroad again, which will be in a day or two, I set up my chariot. This is enjoying the fruit of my labours, and appearing like the friend of Paoli." Letters of Boswell, page 151. End of footnote. He surprised me one morning with a visit at my lodgings in Half Moon Street, was quite satisfied with my explanation, and was in the kindest and most agreeable frame of mind. As he had objected to a part of one of his letters being published, I thought it right to take this opportunity of asking him explicitly whether it would be improper to publish his letters after his death. His answer was, "Nay, sir, when I am dead, you may do as you will." He talked in his usual style, with a rough contempt of popular liberty. [Footnote: The talk arose, no doubt, from the general election that had just been held amid all the excitement about Wilkes. Dr. Franklin, Memoirs, in a letter dated April 16, 1768, describes the riots in London. He had seen the mob requiring gentlemen and ladies of all ranks, as they passed in their carriages, to shout for Wilkes and liberty, marking the same words on all their coaches with chalk, and number 45 on every door. I went last week to Winchester, and observed that for 15 miles out of town there was scarce a door or window shutter next the road unmarked, and this continued here and there quite to Winchester. End of footnote. They make a rout about universal liberty, without considering that all that is to be valued, or indeed can be enjoyed by individuals, is private liberty. Political liberty is good only so far as it produces private liberty. Now, sir, there is the liberty of the press, which you know is a constant topic. Footnote. In his vindication of the licenses of the stage, he thus writes: "If I might presume to advise them (in square brackets the ministers) upon this great affair, I should dissuade them from any direct attempt upon the liberty of the press, which is the darling of the common people, and therefore cannot be attacked without immediate danger." Works, Vol. 5, page 344. On page 191 of the same volume he shows some of the benefits that arise in England from the boundless liberty with which every man may write his own thoughts. See also in his Life of Milton the passage about Areopagitica, Ibid, Vol. 7, page 82. The liberty of the press was likely to be a constant topic. Horace Walpole, Memoirs of the Reign of George III, writing of the summer of 1764, says, 200 informations were filed against printers, a larger number than had been prosecuted in the whole 33 years of the last reign. End of footnote. Suppose you and I and 200 more were restrained from printing our thoughts. What then? What proportion would that restraint upon us bear to the private happiness of the nation? Footnote. The sun has risen and the corn has grown, and whatever talk has been of danger of property, yet he that ploughed the field commonly reaped it, and he that built a house was master of the door. The vexation excited by injustice suffered, or supposed to be suffered, by any private man or single community was local and temporary. It neither spread far nor lasted long. Johnson's Works, Vol. 6, page 170. See also postmarked the 31st, 1772. Dr. Franklin, Memoirs, wrote to the Abbé Morellet on April 22, 1787, "Nothing can be better expressed than your sentiments are on this point, where you prefer liberty of trading, cultivating, manufacturing, etc., even to civil liberty, this being effected but rarely, the other every hour." End of footnote. This mode of representing the inconveniences of restraint as light and insignificant was a kind of sophistry in which he delighted to indulge himself, in opposition to the extreme laxity for which it has been fashionable for too many to argue, when it is evident upon reflection that the very essence of government is restraint, and certain it is that, as government produces rational happiness, too much restraint is better than too little. But when restraint is unnecessary, and so close as to gall those who are subject to it, the people may and ought to remonstrate, and if relief is not granted, to resist. Of this manly and spirited principle no man was more convinced than Johnson himself. About this time Dr. Kenrick attacked him through my sides in a pamphlet entitled An Epistle to James Boswell, Esquire, occasioned by his having transmitted the moral writings of Dr. Samuel Johnson to Pascal Paoli, General of the Corsicans. Footnote. I was diverted with Paoli's English library. It consisted of some broken volumes of The Spectator and Tatler, Pope's Essay on Man, Gulliver's Travels, A History of France in Old English, and Barclay's Apology for the Quakers. I promised to send him some English books. I have sent him some of our best books of morality and entertainment, in particular the works of Mr. Samuel Johnson. Boswell's Corsica. End of footnote. I was at first inclined to answer this pamphlet, but Johnson, who knew that my doing so would only gratify Kenrick by keeping alive what would soon die away of itself, would not suffer me to take any notice of it. Footnote. Johnson, as Boswell believed, only once in the whole course of his life condescended to oppose anything that was written against him. In this he followed the rule of Bentley and of Boerhaave. It was said to old Bentley upon the attacks against him, "Why, they'll write you down." "No, sir," he replied, "depend upon it, no man was ever written down but by himself." Boswell's Hebrides, October 1st, 1773. Bentley showed prudence in his silence. He was right, Johnson said, not to answer, for in his hazardous method of writing he could not but be often enough wrong. Boswell's Hebrides, September 10th, 1773. Boerhaave was never soured by calumny and detraction, nor ever thought it necessary to confute them. "For they are sparks," said he, "which, if you do not blow them, will go out of themselves." Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 288. Swift, in his lines on censure, which begin, "Ye wise instruct me to endure an evil which admits no cure," ends by saying, "The most effectual way to balk their malice is to let them talk." Swift's Works. Young, in his second epistle to Pope, had written, "Armed with this truth, all critics I defy, for if I fall, by my own pen I die." Hume, in his Autobiography, says, "I had a fixed resolution, which I inflexibly maintained, never to reply to anybody." This is not quite true. See J.H. Burton's Life of Hume for an instance of a violent reply. The following passages in Johnson's writings are to the same effect. "I am inclined to believe that few attacks, either of ridicule or invective, make much noise, but by the help of those that they provoke." Piozzi Letters. "It is very rarely that an author is hurt by his critics. The blaze of reputation cannot be blown out, but it often dies in the socket." Ibid. "The writer who thinks his works formed for duration mistakes his interest when he mentions his enemies. He degrades his own dignity by showing that he was affected by their censures, and gives lasting importance to names which, left to themselves, would vanish from remembrance." Johnson's Works, Volume 7, page 294. If it had been possible for those who were attacked to conceal their pain and their resentment, the Dunciad might have made its way very slowly in the world. Ibid, Volume 8, page 276. Hawkins' Life of Johnson, page 348, says that against personal abuse Johnson was ever armed by a reflection that I have heard him utter, "Alas, reputation would be of little worth were it in the power of every concealed enemy to deprive us of it." In his Parliamentary Debates, Works, Volume 10, page 359, Johnson makes Mr. Lyttelton say, "No man can fall into contempt but those who deserve it." Addison, in the Freeholder, No. 40, says, "There is not a more melancholy object in the learned world than a man who has written himself down." See also Boswell's Hebrides near the end. End of footnote. His sincere regard for Francis Barber, his faithful negro servant, made him so desirous of his further improvement that he now placed him at a school at Bishop Stortford in Hertfordshire. This humane attention does Johnson's heart much honour. Out of many letters which Mr. Barber received from his master, he has preserved 3, which he kindly gave me, and which I shall insert according to their dates. To Mr. Francis Barber. Dear Francis, I have been very much out of order. I am glad to hear that you are well, and design to come soon to see you. I would have you stay at Mrs. Clapp's for the present, till I can determine what we shall do. Be a good boy. Footnote. Barber had entered Johnson's service in 1752. 9 years before this letter was written, he had been a sailor on board a frigate, so that he was somewhat old for a boy. End of footnote. My compliments to Mrs. Clapp and to Mr. Fowler. I am yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson, May 28, 1768. Soon afterwards he supped at the Crown and Anchor Tavern in the Strand, with a company whom I collected to meet him. They were Dr. Percy, now Bishop of Dromore, Dr. Douglas, now Bishop of Salisbury, Mr. Langton, Dr. Robertson the historian. Footnote. Boswell, writing to Temple on May 14th of this year, says, "Dr. Robertson is come up laden with his Charles V, 3 large quartos. He has been offered 3,000 guineas for it." Letters of Boswell, page 152, end of footnote. Dr. Hugh Blair and Mr. Thomas Davies, who wished much to be introduced to these eminent Scotch literati, but on the present occasion he had very little opportunity of hearing them talk, for with an excess of prudence for which Johnson afterwards found fault with them, they hardly opened their lips, and that only to say something which they were certain would not expose them to the sword of Goliath. Such was their anxiety for their fame when in the presence of Johnson. Footnote. In like manner, the professors at Aberdeen and Glasgow seemed afraid to speak in his presence. See Boswell's Hebrides, August 23rd and October 29th, 1773. See also Post, April 20th, 1778. End of footnote. He was this evening in remarkable vigour of mind, and eager to exert himself in conversation, which he did with great readiness and fluency, but I am sorry to find that I have preserved but a small part of what passed. He allowed high praise to Thomson as a poet, but when one of the company said he was also a very good man, our moralist contested this with great warmth, accusing him of gross sensuality and licentiousness of manners. I was very much afraid that in writing Thomson's life, Dr. Johnson would have treated his private character with a stern severity, but I was agreeably disappointed, and I may claim a little merit in it, from my having been at pains to send him authentic accounts of the affectionate and generous conduct of that poet to his sisters, one of whom, the wife of Mr. Thomson's schoolmaster at Lanark, I knew, and was presented by her with 3 of his letters, one of which Dr. Johnson has inserted in his life. Footnote. Johnson, in inserting this letter, says, Works, Volume 8, page 374, "I communicate it with much pleasure, as it gives me at once an opportunity of recording the fraternal kindness of Thomson, and reflecting on the friendly assistance of Mr. Boswell, from whom I received it." The Post, July 9th, 1777, and June 18th, 1778. End of footnote. He was vehement against old Dr. Mounsey of Chelsea College as a fellow who swore and talked bawdy. Footnote. Murphy, in his Life of Garrick, says that Garrick once brought Dr. Munsey, so he writes the name, to call on him. Garrick entered the dining room, and, turning suddenly round, ran to the door and called out, "Dr. Munsey, where are you going?" "Upstairs, to see the author," said Munsey. "Pooh, come down, the author is here." Dr. Munsey came, and as he entered the room, said in his free way, "You scoundrel, I was going up to the garret. Who could think of finding an author on the first floor?" Mrs. Montague wrote to Lord Lyttelton from Tunbridge in 1760, "The great Monsey came hither on Friday. He is great in the coffee house, great in the rooms, and great on the pantiles." Montague Letters. In Roger's Table Talk there is a curious account of him. End of footnote. "I have been often in his company," said Dr. Percy, "and never heard him swear or talk bawdy." Mr. Davies, who sat next to Dr. Percy, having after this had some conversation aside with him, made a discovery in which, in his zeal to pay court to Dr. Johnson, he eagerly proclaimed aloud from the foot of the table, "Oh, sir, I have found out a very good reason why Dr. Percy never heard Mounsey swear or talk bawdy, for he tells me he never saw him but at the Duke of Northumberland's table." "And so, sir," said Johnson loudly to Dr. Percy, "you would shield this man from the charge of swearing and talking bawdy, because he did not do so at the Duke of Northumberland's table. Sir, you might as well tell us you had seen him hold up his hand at the Old Bailey, and he neither swore nor talked bawdy; or that you had seen him in the cart at Tyburn, and he neither swore nor talked bawdy. And is it thus, sir, that you presume to controvert what I have related?" Dr. Johnson's animadversion was uttered in such a manner that Dr. Percy seemed to be displeased, and soon afterwards left the company, of which Johnson did not at that time take any notice. Swift having been mentioned, Johnson, as usual, treated him with little respect as an author. Some of us endeavoured to support the Dean of St. Patrick's by various arguments. One in particular praised his Conduct of the Allies. Johnson: "Sir, his Conduct of the Allies is a performance of very little ability." "Surely, sir," said Dr. Douglas, "you must allow it has strong facts." Footnote. My respectable friend, upon reading this passage, observed that he probably must have said not simply strong facts, but strong facts well arranged. His Lordship, however, knows too well the value of written documents to insist on setting his recollection against my notes taken at the time. He does not attempt to traverse the record. The fact perhaps may have been either that the additional words escaped me in the noise of a numerous company, or that Dr. Johnson, from his impetuosity and eagerness to seize an opportunity to make a lively retort, did not allow Dr. Douglas to finish his sentence. Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson: "Why, yes, sir, but what is that to the merit of the composition? In the Sessions paper of the Old Bailey there are strong facts. Housebreaking is a strong fact, robbery is a strong fact, and murder is a mighty strong fact. But is great praise due to the historian of those strong facts? No, sir. Swift has told what he had to tell distinctly enough, but that is all. He had to count 10, and he has counted it right." Footnote. It is boasted that between November in square brackets 1712 and January 11,000 in square brackets of the Conduct of the Allies was sold. Yet surely whoever surveys this wonder-working pamphlet with cool perusal will confess that its efficacy was supplied by the passions of its readers, that it operates by the mere weight of facts, with very little assistance from the hand that produced them. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 203, end of footnote. Then, recollecting that Mr. Davies, by acting as an informer, had been the occasion of his talking somewhat too harshly to his friend Dr. Percy, for which probably, when the first ebullition was over, he felt some compunction, footnote, every great man, of whatever kind be his greatness, has among his friends those who officiously or insidiously quicken his attention to offences, heighten his disgust, and stimulate his resentment. Ibid, Volume 8, page 266, end of footnote. He took an opportunity to give him a hit, so added, with a preparatory laugh, "Why, sir, Tom Davies might have written The Conduct of the Allies." Poor Tom, being thus suddenly dragged into ludicrous notice in the presence of the Scottish doctors, to whom he was ambitious of appearing to advantage, was grievously mortified. Nor did his punishment rest here, for upon subsequent occasions, whenever he, statesman all over, footnote, see the hard drawing of him in Churchill's Rosciad at Boswell, end of footnote, assumed a strutting importance, I used to hail him the author of The Conduct of the Allies. When I called upon Dr. Johnson next morning, I found him highly satisfied with his colloquial prowess the preceding evening. "Well," said he, "we had a good talk." Boswell. "Yes, sir, you tossed and gored several persons." The late Alexander, Earl of Eglantine, who loved wit more than wine, and men of genius more than sycophants, had a great admiration of Johnson, but from the remarkable elegance of his own manners was perhaps too delicately sensible of the roughness which sometimes appeared in Johnson's behaviour. One evening about this time, when his Lordship did me the honour to sup at my lodgings with Dr. Robertson and several other men of literary distinction, he regretted that Johnson had not been educated with more refinement, and lived more in polished society. "No, no, my Lord," said Signor Baretti, "do with him what you would, he would always have been a bear." "True," answered the Earl with a smile, "but he would have been a dancing bear." To obviate all the reflections which have gone round the world to Johnson's prejudice, by applying to him the epithet of a bear, let me impress upon my readers a just and happy saying of my friend Goldsmith, who knew him well. "Johnson, to be sure, has a roughness in his manner, but no man alive has a more tender heart. He has nothing of the bear but his skin." End of section 9. Section 10 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. 1769, Itart 60. In 1769, so far as I can discover, the public was favoured with nothing of Johnson's composition, either for himself or for any of his friends. Footnote: he wrote the character of Mr. Mudge. See post under March the 20th, 1781. End of footnote. His meditations too strongly prove that he suffered much, both in body and mind. Footnote: September the 18th, 1769. This day completes the 60th year of my age. The last year has been wholly spent in a slow progress of recovery. Present Meditations, page 85. End of footnote. Yet he was perpetually striving against evil, and nobly endeavouring to advance his intellectual and devotional improvement. Every generous and grateful heart must feel for the distresses of so eminent a benefactor to mankind, and now that his unhappiness is certainly known, must respect that dignity of character which prevented him from complaining. His Majesty having the preceding year instituted the Royal Academy of Arts in London, Johnson had now the honour of being appointed Professor in Ancient Literature, footnote, in which place he has been succeeded by Bennet Langton, Esquire. When that truly religious gentleman was elected to this honorary professorship at the same time that Edward Gibbon, Esquire, noted for introducing a kind of sneering infidelity into his historical writings, was elected Professor in Ancient History in the room of Dr. Goldsmith, I observed that it brought to my mind wicked Will Whiston and good Mr. Ditton. I am now also of that admirable institution as Secretary for Foreign Correspondence, by the favour of the Academicians and the approbation of the Sovereign. Boswell. Goldsmith, writing to his brother in January 1770, said, "The King has lately been pleased to make me Professor of Ancient History in a Royal Academy of Painting, which he has just established, but there is no salary annexed, and I took it rather as a compliment to the institution than any benefit to myself. Honours to one in my situation are something like ruffles to one that wants a shirt," cries Goldsmith. Wicked Will Whiston, etc., comes from Swift's Ode for Music on the Longitude, Swift's works, which begins, "The longitude missed on by wicked Will Whiston, and not better hit on by good Master Ditton." It goes on so grossly and so offensively as regards one and the other, that Boswell's comparison was a great insult to Langton as well as to Gibbon. End of footnote. In the course of the year he wrote some letters to Mrs. Thrale, passed some part of the summer at Oxford and at Lichfield, and when at Oxford wrote the following letter: To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Wharton, dear Sir, many years ago, when I used to read in the library of your college, I promised to recompense the college for that permission by adding to their books Baskerville's Virgil. I have now sent it, and desire you to reposit it on the shelves in my name. Footnote. It has this inscription in a blank leaf: Hunc librum dono dedit Samuel Johnson, eo quod hic loci studius interdum vacaret. Of this library, which is an old Gothic room, he was very fond. On my observing to him that some of the modern libraries of the University were more commodious and pleasant for study, as being more spacious and airy, he replied, Sir, if a man has a mind to prance, he might study at Christ Church and All Souls. Boswell. End of footnote. If you will be pleased to let me know when you have an hour of leisure, I will drink tea with you. I am engaged for the afternoon to morrow, and on Friday. All my mornings are my own. Footnote. During this visit he seldom or never dined out. He appeared to be deeply engaged in some literary work. Miss Williams was now with him at Oxford. Boswell. It was more likely the state of his health which kept him at home. Writing from Oxford on June the 27th of this year to Mrs. Thrale, who had been ill, he says, I will not increase your uneasiness with mine. I hope I grow better. I am very cautious and very timorous. Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. I am, etc. Samuel Johnson, May the 31st, 1769. I came to London in the autumn, and having informed him that I was going to be married in a few months, I wished to have as much of his conversation as I could, before engaging in a state of life which would probably keep me more in Scotland, and prevent me from seeing him so often as when I was a single man. But I found he was at Brighthelmston with Mr. and Mrs. Thrale. I was very sorry that I had not his company with me at the Jubilee in honour of Shakespeare at Stratford-upon-Avon, the great poet's native town. Footnote. Boswell wrote a letter signed with his own name to the London Magazine for 1769, describing the Jubilee. It is followed by a print of himself in the dress of an armed Corsican chief, and by an account, no doubt written by himself. It says, "Of the most remarkable masks upon this occasion was James Boswell, Esquire, in the dress of an armed Corsican chief. He entered the amphitheatre about 12 o'clock. On the front of his cap was embroidered in gold letters, 'Viva la Libertà,' and on one side of it was a handsome blue feather and cockade, so that it had an elegant as well as a warlike appearance. He wore no mask, saying that it was not proper for a gallant Corsican. As soon as he came into the room, he drew universal attention." Craddock Memoirs gives a melancholy account of the festival. The preparations were all behindhand, and the weather was stormy. There was a masquerade in the evening, and all zealous friends endeavoured to keep up the spirit of it as long as they could, till they were at last informed that the Avon was rising so very fast that no delay could be admitted. The ladies of our party were conveyed by planks from the building to the coach, and found that the wheels had been 2 feet deep in water. Garrick in 1771 was asked by the Stratford Committee to join them in celebrating a Jubilee every year as the most likely method to promote the interest and reputation of their town. Boswell courted the proposal eagerly, and writing to Garrick said, "I please myself with the prospect of attending you at several more Jubilees at Stratford-upon-Avon." Garrick correspondence. End of footnote. Johnson's connection both with Shakespeare and Garrick founded a double claim to his presence, and it would have been highly gratifying to Mr. Garrick. Upon this occasion I particularly lamented that he had not that warmth of friendship for his brilliant pupil, which we may suppose would have had a benignant effect on both. Footnote. Garrick's correspondence not seldom spoke disrespectfully of Johnson. Thus Mr. Sharp, writing to him in 1769, talks of risking the sneer of one of Dr. Johnson's ghastly smiles. Ibid. Dr. J. Hoadley, in a letter dated July 25, 1775, says, "Mr. Goodenough has written a kind of parody of puffy pensioners, taxation no tyranny, under the noble title of resistance no rebellion." Ibid. End of footnote. When almost every man of eminence in the literary world was happy to partake in this festival of genius, the absence of Johnson could not but be wondered at and regretted. The only trace of him there was in the whimsical advertisement of a haberdasher who sold Shakespearean ribbons of various dyes, and, by way of illustrating their appropriation to the bard, introduced a line from the celebrated prologue at the opening of Drury Lane Theatre: "Each change of many-coloured life he drew." From Brighthelmstone, Dr. Johnson wrote me the following letter, which they who may think that I ought to have suppressed must have less ardent feelings than I always have avowed. Footnote. In the preface to my account of Corsica, published in 1768, I thus express myself: "He who publishes a book affecting not to be an author, and professing an indifference for literary fame, may possibly impose upon many people such an idea of his consequence as he wishes may be received. For my part, I shall be proud to be known as an author, and I have an ardent ambition for literary fame, for of all possessions I should imagine literary fame to be the most valuable. A man who has been able to furnish a book which has been approved by the world has established himself as a respectable character in distant society, without any danger of having that character lessened by the observation of his weaknesses. To preserve an uniform dignity among those who see us every day is hardly possible, and to aim at it must put us under the fetters of perpetual restraint. The author of an approved book may allow his natural disposition an easy play, and yet indulge the pride of superior genius, when he considers that, by those who know him only as an author, he never ceases to be respected. Such an author, when in his hours of gloom and discontent, may have the consolation to think that his writings are, at that very time, giving pleasure to numbers; and such an author may cherish the hope of being remembered after death, which has been a great object to the noblest minds in all ages. Boswell. His preface to the third edition thus ends: "When I first ventured to send this book into the world, I fairly owned an ardent desire for literary fame. I have obtained my desire, and whatever clouds may overcast my days, I can now walk here among the rocks and woods of my ancestors with an agreeable consciousness that I have done something worthy." The dedication of the first edition and the preface of the third are both dated October the 29th, one 1767 and the other 1768. October the 29th was his birthday. End of footnote. To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, why do you charge me with unkindness? I have omitted nothing that could do you good, or give you pleasure, unless it be that I have forborne to tell you my opinion of your account of Corsica. I believe my opinion, if you think well of my judgment, might have given you pleasure, but when it is considered how much vanity is excited by praise, I am not sure that it would have done you good. Your history is like other histories, but your journal is in a very high degree curious and delightful. There is between the history and the journal that difference which there will always be found between notions borrowed from without and notions generated within. Your history was copied from books, your journal rose out of your own experience and observation. You express images which operated strongly upon yourself, and you have impressed them with great force upon your readers. I know not whether I could name any narrative by which curiosity is better excited or better gratified. I am glad that you are going to be married, and, as I wish you well in things of less importance, wish you well with proportionate ardour in this crisis of your life. What I can contribute to her happiness I shall be very unwilling to withhold, for I have always loved and valued you, and shall love and value you still more as you become more regular and useful, effects which a happy marriage will hardly fail to produce. I do not find that I am likely to come back very soon from this place. I shall perhaps stay a fortnight longer, and a fortnight is a long time to a lover absent from his mistress. Would a fortnight ever have an end? I am, dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson. Brighthelmston, September the 9th, 1769. After his return to town we met frequently, and I continued the practice of making notes of his conversation, though not with so much assiduity as I wish I had done. At this time, indeed, I had a sufficient excuse for not being able to appropriate so much time to my journal, for General Paoli, footnote, Paoli's father had been one of the leaders of the Corsicans in their revolt against Genoa in 1734. Paoli himself was chosen by them as their general-in-chief in 1755. In 1769 the island was conquered by the French. He escaped in an English ship and settled in England. Here he stayed till 1789, when Mirabeau moved in the National Assembly the recall of all the Corsican patriots. Paoli was thereupon appointed by Louis XVI. Lieutenant General and military commandant in Corsica. He resisted the violence of the Convention, and was in consequence summoned before it. Refusing to obey, an expedition was sent to arrest him. Napoleon Bonaparte fought in the French army, but Paoli's party proved the stronger. The islanders sought the aid of Great Britain, and offered the crown of Corsica to George III. The offer was accepted, but by an act of incredible folly, not Paoli, but Sir Gilbert Elliot was made Viceroy. Paoli returned to England, where he died in 1807 at the age of 82. In 1796 Corsica was abandoned by the English. By the Revolution it ceased to be a conquered province, having been formally declared an integral part of France. At the present day the Corsicans are proud of being citizens of that great country. No less proud, however, are they of Pascal Paoli, and of the gallant struggle for independence of their forefathers. End of footnote. General Paoli, after Corsica had been overpowered by the monarchy of France, was now no longer at the head of his brave countrymen, but having with difficulty escaped from his native island, had sought an asylum in Great Britain, and it was my duty as well as my pleasure to attend much upon him. Footnote. According to the Annual Register, Paoli arrived in London on September the 21st. He certainly was in London on October the 10th, for on that day he was presented by Boswell to Johnson. Yet Wesley records in his journal on October the 13th, "I very narrowly missed meeting the great Pascal Paoli. He landed in the dock (in square brackets) at Portsmouth, but a very few minutes after I left the waterside. Surely he who hath been with him from his youth up hath not sent him into England for nothing." In the Public Advertiser for October the 4th there is the following entry, inserted no doubt by Boswell: "On Sunday last, General Paoli, accompanied by James Boswell, Esquire, took an airing in Hyde Park in his coach." Prior's Goldsmith. Horace Walpole writes, "Paoli's character had been so advantageously exaggerated by Mr. Boswell's enthusiastic and entertaining account of him, that the opposition were ready to incorporate him in the list of popular tribunes. The court artfully intercepted the project, and deeming patriots of all nations equally corruptible, bestowed a pension of £1,000 a year on this unheroic fugitive." Memoirs of the Reign of George III. End of footnote. Such particulars of Johnson's conversation at this period as I have committed to writing, I shall here introduce without any strict attention to methodical arrangement. Sometimes short notes of different days shall be blended together, and sometimes a day may seem important enough to be separately distinguished. He said he would not have Sunday kept with rigid severity and gloom, but with a gravity and simplicity of behaviour. Footnote. Johnson, writes Mrs. Piozzi Anecdotes, ridiculed a friend who, looking out on Streatham Common from our windows, lamented the enormous wickedness of the times, because some bird catchers were busy there one fine Sunday morning. "While half the Christian world is permitted," said Johnson, "to dance and sing and celebrate Sunday as a day of festivity, how comes your puritanical spirit so offended with frivolous and empty deviations from exactness? Whoever loads life with unnecessary scruples, sir," continued he, "provokes the attention of others on his conduct, and incurs the censure of singularity, without reaping the reward of superior virtue." See Boswell's Hebrides, August 20th, 1773. End of footnote. I told him that David Hume had made a short collection of Scotticisms. Footnote: the first edition of Hume's History of England was full of Scotticisms, many of which he corrected in subsequent editions. Malone. According to Mr. J. H. Burton, Life of Hume, he appears to have earnestly solicited the aid of Littleton, Mallet, and others, whose experience of English composition might enable them to detect Scotticisms. Mr. Burton gives instances of alterations made in the second edition. He says also that in none of his historical or philosophical writings does any expression used by him, unless in those cases where a Scotticism has escaped his vigilance, betray either the district or the county of his origin. Ibid. Hume was shown in manuscript Reed's Inquiry into the Human Mind. Though it was an attack on his own philosophy, yet in reading it he kept, he says, a watchful eye all along over the style, so that he might point out any Scotticisms. Ibid. Nevertheless, as Dugald Stewart says in his Life of Robertson, Hume fails frequently both in purity and grammatical correctness. Even in his later letters I have noticed Scotticisms. End of footnote. I wonder, said Johnson, that he should find them. He would not admit the importance of the question concerning the legality of general warrants. Footnote. In 1763, Wilkes, as author of the North Briton No. 45, had been arrested on a general warrant directed to 4 messengers to take up any persons without naming or describing them with any certainty, and to bring them together with their papers. Such a warrant as this Chief Justice Pratt, Lord Camden, declared to be unconstitutional, illegal, and absolutely void. Annual Register. End of footnote. Such a power, he observed, must be vested in every government to answer particular cases of necessity, and there can be no just complaint but when it is abused, for which those who administer government must be answerable. It is a matter of such indifference, a matter about which the people care so very little, that were a man to be sent over Britain to offer them an exemption from it at a halfpenny apiece, very few would purchase it. This was a specimen of that laxity of talking which I have heard him fairly acknowledge. For surely, while the power of granting general warrants was supposed to be legal, and the apprehension of them hung over our heads, we did not possess that security of freedom congenial to our happy constitution, and which, by the intrepid exertions of Mr. Wilkes, has been happily established. He said, the duration of Parliament, whether for 7 years or the life of the King, appears to me so immaterial that I would not give half a crown to turn the scale one way or the other. Footnote. In the spring of this year, at a meeting of the electors of Southwark, instructions had been presented to Mr. Thrale and his brother member, of which the 12th was, that you promote a bill for shortening the duration of Parliaments. Gentleman's Magazine. End of footnote. The habeas corpus is the single advantage which our government has over that of other countries. On the 30th of September we dined together at the Mitre. I attempted to argue for the superior happiness of the savage life upon the usual fanciful topics. Johnson. Sir, there can be nothing more false. The savages have no bodily advantages beyond those of civilized men. They have not better health, and as to care or mental uneasiness, they are not above it, but below it, like bears. No, sir, you are not to talk such paradox. Footnote. This paradox Johnson had exposed 29 years earlier in his Life of Sir Francis Drake, Works, Volume 6, page 366. In Rasselas, chapter 11, he considers also the same question. Imlac is incline to conclude that if nothing counteracts the natural consequences of learning, we grow more happy as our minds take a wider range. He then enumerates the advantages which civilization confers on the Europeans. "They are surely happy," said the Prince, "who have all these conveniences." "The Europeans," answered Imlac, "are less unhappy than we, but they are not happy. Human life is everywhere a state in which much is to be endured and little to be enjoyed." Writing to Mrs. Thrale from Skye, Johnson said, "The traveller wanders through a naked desert, gratified sometimes, but rarely, with the sight of cows, and now and then finds a heap of loose stones and turf in a cavity between rocks, where a being, born with all those powers which education expands, and all those sensations which culture refines, is condemned to shelter itself from the wind and rain. Philosophers there are who try to make themselves believe that this life is happy, but they believe it only while they are saying it, and never yet produced conviction in a single mind." Piozzi Letters. See post April the 21st and May the 7th, 1773, April the 26th, 1776, and June the 15th, 1784, end of footnote. "No, sir, you are not to talk such paradox. Let me have no more on't. It cannot entertain, far less can it instruct." Lord Monboddo, footnote, James Burnet, a Scotch Lord of Session, by the title of Lord Monboddo. He was a devout believer in the virtues of the heroic ages and the deterioration of civilized mankind, a great contemner of luxuries, insomuch that he never used a wheeled carriage. Walter Scott, quoted in Croker's Boswell. There is some account of him in Chambers' Traditions of Edinburgh. In his Origin of Language, to which Boswell refers in his next note, after praising Henry Stephen for his Greek dictionary, he continues, "But to compile a dictionary of a barbarous language, such as all the modern are compared with the learned, is a work which a man of real genius rather than undertake would choose to die of hunger, the most cruel, it is said, of all deaths. I should, however, have praised this labour of Dr. Johnson's more, though of the meanest kind," etc. Monboddo's Origin of Language. On page 271 he says, "Dr. Johnson was the most invidious and malignant man I have ever known." See post March 21st, 1772, May 8th, 1773, and Boswell's Hebrides, August 21st, 1773, end of footnote. Lord Monboddo, one of your Scotch judges, talked a great deal of such nonsense. "I suffered him, but I will not suffer you." Boswell. "But, sir, does not Rousseau talk such nonsense?" Johnson. "True, sir, but Rousseau knows he is talking nonsense, and laughs at the world for staring at him." Boswell. "How so, sir?" Johnson. "Why, sir, a man who talks nonsense so well must know that he is talking nonsense. But I am afraid," chuckling and laughing, "Monboddo does not know that he is talking nonsense." Footnote. His Lordship having frequently spoken in an abusive manner of Dr. Johnson in my company, I on one occasion, during the lifetime of my illustrious friend, could not refrain from retaliation, and repeated to him this saying. He has since published I don't know how many pages in one of his curious books, attempting in much anger, but with pitiful effect, to persuade mankind that my illustrious friend was not the great and good man which they esteemed and ever will esteem him to be. Boswell. End footnote. Boswell. "Is it wrong then, sir, to affect singularity in order to make people stare?" Johnson. Yes, if you do it by propagating error, and indeed it is wrong in any way. There is in human nature a general inclination to make people stare, and every wise man has himself to cure of it, and does cure himself. Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdote, says, Mr. Johnson was indeed unjustly supposed to be a lover of singularity. Few people had a more settled reverence for the world than he, or was less captivated by new modes of behaviour introduced, or innovations on the long-received customs of common life. In writing to Dr. Taylor to urge him to take a certain course, he says, "This I would have you do, not in compliance with solicitation or advice, but as a justification of yourself to the world. The world has always a right to be regarded." Notes and Queries. In The Adventurer, No. 131, he has a paper on singularities. After quoting Fontenelle's observation on Newton, that he was not distinguished from other men by any singularity, either natural or affected, he goes on, "Some may be found who, supported by the consciousness of great abilities, and elevated by a long course of reputation and applause, voluntarily consign themselves to singularity, affect to cross the roads of life because they know that they shall not be jostled, and indulge a boundless gratification of will because they perceive that they shall be quietly obeyed. Singularity is, I think, in its own nature, universally and invariably displeasing." Writing of Swift, he says, Works, Volume 8, page 223, "Whatever he did, he seemed willing to do in a manner peculiar to himself, without sufficiently considering that singularity, as it implies a contempt of the general practice, is a kind of defiance, which justly provokes the hostility of ridicule. He, therefore, who indulges peculiar habits, is worse than others, if he be not better." End of footnote. If you wish to make people stare by doing better than others, why, make them stare till they stare their eyes out. But consider how easy it is to make people stare by being absurd. I may do it by going into a drawing room without my shoes. You remember the gentleman in The Spectator, who had a commission of lunacy taken out against him for his extreme singularity, such as never wearing a wig but a nightcap. Now, sir, abstractedly the nightcap was best, but relatively the advantage was overbalanced by his making the boys run after him. Footnote. He had many other particularities for which he gave sound and philosophical reasons. As this humour still grew upon him, he chose to wear a turban instead of a periwig, concluding very justly that a bandage of clean linen about his head was much more wholesome, as well as cleanly, than the coil of a wig, which is soiled with frequent perspirations. Spectator, No. 576. End of footnote. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Talking of a London life, he said, "The happiness of London is not to be conceived but by those who have been in it. I will venture to say there is more learning and science within the circumference of 10 miles from where we now sit than in all the rest of the kingdom." Boswell. The only disadvantage is the great distance at which people live from one another. Johnson. Yes, sir, but that is occasioned by the largeness of it, which is the cause of all the other advantages. Boswell. Sometimes I have been in the humour of wishing to retire to a desert. Johnson. Sir, you have desert enough in Scotland. Although I had promised myself a great deal of instructive conversation with him on the conduct of the married state, of which I had then a near prospect, he did not say much upon that topic. Mr. Seward heard him once say that a man has a very bad chance for happiness in that state, unless he marries a woman of very strong and fixed principles of religion. He maintained to me, contrary to the common notion, that a woman would not be the worse wife for being learned. Footnote. Depend upon it, he said, no woman is the worse for sense and knowledge. Boswell's Hebrides. See, however, Post, 1780, of Mr. Langton's collection, where he says, supposing a wife to be of a studious or argumentative turn, it would be very troublesome. End of footnote. In which, from all that I have observed of Artemisias, I humbly differed from him. Footnote. Though Artemisia talks by fits of counsels, classics, fathers, wits, reads Malebranche, Boyle, and Locke, yet in some things methinks she fails. 'Twere well if she would pare her nails, and wear a cleaner smock. Swift, Imitation of English Poets. End footnote. That a woman should be sensible and well informed I allow to be a great advantage, and think that Sir Thomas Overbury, footnote, A Wife, a Poem, 1614, Boswell, end of footnote, in his rude versification, has very judiciously pointed out that degree of intelligence which is to be desired in a female companion. Give me next good and understanding wife, by nature wise, not learned by much art, some knowledge on her side, with all my life more scope of conversation impart, besides her inborn virtue fortify. They are most firmly good who best know why. Footnote. In the original, that best know why. End of footnote. When I censured a gentleman of my acquaintance for marrying a second time, as it showed a disregard for his first wife, he said, not at all, sir. On the contrary, were he not to marry again, it might be concluded that his first wife had given him a disgust to marriage. But by taking a second wife, he pays the highest compliment to the first, by showing that she made him so happy as a married man that he wishes to be so a second time. Footnote. What a succession of compliments was paid by Johnson's old schoolfellow, whom he met a year or two later in Lichfield, who has had, as he phrased it, a matter of 4 wives, for which, added Johnson to Mrs. Thrale, neither you nor I like him much the better. Piozzi Letters. End of footnote. So ingenious a turn did he give to this delicate question, and yet on another occasion he owned that he once had almost asked a promise of Mrs. Johnson that she would not marry again, but had checked himself. Indeed, I cannot help thinking that in his case the request would have been unreasonable, for if Mrs. Johnson forgot, or thought it no injury to the memory of her first love, the husband of her youth and the father of her children, to make a second marriage, why should she be precluded from a third, should she be so inclined? In Johnson's persevering fond appropriation of his Tetty, even after her decease, he seems totally to have overlooked the prior claim of the honest Birmingham trader. I presume that her having been married before had at times given him some uneasiness, for I remember his observing upon the marriage of one of our common friends, "He has done a very foolish thing, sir. He has married a widow when he might have had a maid." Footnote. Mr. Langton married the widow of the Earl of Rothes, post March 20th, 1771. End of footnote. We drank tea with Mrs. Williams. I had last year the pleasure of seeing Mrs. Thrale at Dr. Johnson's one morning, and had conversation enough with her to admire her talents, and to show her that I was as Johnsonian as herself. Dr. Johnson had probably been kind enough to speak well of me, for this evening he delivered me a very polite card from Mr. Thrale and her, inviting me to Streatham. On the 6th of October I complied with this obliging invitation, and found at an elegant villa 6 miles from town every circumstance that can make society pleasing. Johnson, though quite at home, was yet looked up to with an awe tempered by affection, and seemed to be equally the care of his host and hostess. I rejoiced at seeing him so happy. He played off his wit against Scotland with a good-humoured pleasantry, which gave me, though no bigot to national prejudices, an opportunity for a little contest with him. I having said that England was obliged to us for gardeners, almost all their good gardeners being Scotchmen, Johnson: "Why, Sir, that is because gardening is much more necessary amongst you than with us, which makes so many of your people learn it. It is all gardening with you. Things which grow wild here must be cultivated with great care in Scotland. Pray now," throwing himself back in his chair and laughing, "are you ever able to bring the sloe to perfection?" I boasted that we had the honour of being the first to abolish the unhospitable, troublesome, and ungracious custom of giving veils to servants. Johnson: "Sir, you abolished veils because you were too poor to be able to give them." Footnote: Horace Walpole, writing of 1764, says, "As one of my objects was to raise the popularity of our party, I had inserted a paragraph in the newspapers observing that the abolition of veils to servants had been set on foot by the Duke of Bedford, and had been opposed by the Duke of Devonshire. Soon after, a riot happened at Ranelagh, in which the footmen mobbed and ill-treated some gentlemen who had been active in that reformation." Memoirs of the Reign of George III. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale disputed with him on the merit of Prior. He attacked him powerfully, said he wrote of love like a man who had never felt it. His love verses were college verses, and he repeated the song, "Alexis shunned his fellow swains," etc., in so ludicrous a manner as to make us all wonder how anyone could have been pleased with such fantastical stuff. Footnote: Alexis shunned his fellow swains, their rural sports and jocund strains. Heaven guard us all from Cupid's bow. He lost his crook, he left his flocks, and wandering through the lonely rocks, he nourished endless woe. The despairing shepherd. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale stood to her gun with great courage in defence of amorous ditties, which Johnson despised, till he at last silenced her by saying, "My dear lady, talk no more of this. Nonsense can be defended but by nonsense." Footnote: In his amorous effusions, Prior is less happy, for they are not dictated by nature or by passion, and have neither gallantry nor tenderness. They have the coldness of Cowley without his wit, the dull exercises of a skilful versifier, resolved at all adventures to write something about Chloe, and trying to be amorous by dint of study. In his private relaxation he revived the tavern, and in his amorous pedantry he exhibited the college. Johnson's Works, Vol. 8, pages 15 and 22. End of footnote. Mrs. Thrale then praised Garrick's talent for light, gay poetry, and as a specimen repeated his song in Florizel and Perdita, and dwelt with peculiar pleasure on this line: "I'd smile with the simple and feed with the poor." Footnote: Florizel and Perdita is Garrick's version of the Winter's Tale. He cut down the 5 acts to 3. The line which is misquoted is one of Perdita's songs. That giant ambition we never can dread, our roofs are too low for so lofty a head. Content and sweet cheerfulness open our door, they smile with the simple, and feed with the poor. Act 2, Scene 1, end of footnote. Johnson. Nay, my dear lady, this will never do. Poor David. Smile with the simple, what folly is that? And who would feed with the poor that can help it? No, no, let me smile with the wise, and feed with the rich. I repeated this sally to Garrick, and wondered to find his sensibility as a writer not a little irritated by it. To soothe him, I observed that Johnson spared none of us, and I quoted the passage in Horace, in which he compares one who attacks his friends for the sake of a laugh to a pushing ox that is marked by a bunch of hay put upon his horns. Vinum habet in cornu, footnote, Horace Satires, Book 1, Satire 4, line 34, end of footnote. Aye, said Garrick vehemently, he has a whole mow of it. Talking of history, Johnson said, we may know historical facts to be true, as we know facts in common life to be true. Motives are generally unknown. We cannot trust to the characters we find in history, unless when they are drawn by those who knew the persons, as those, for instance, by Sallust and by Lord Clarendon. Footnote. Horace Walpole told Malone that he was about 22 in square brackets 24 years old when his father retired, and that he remembered his offering one day to read to him, finding the time hung heavy on his hands. What, said he, will you read, child? Mr. Walpole, considering that his father had been long engaged in public business, proposed to read some history. No, said he, don't read history to me. That can't be true. Prior's Malone. See also post April the 30th, 1773, and October the 10th, 1779, end of footnote. He would not allow much merit to Whitefield's oratory. His popularity, sir, said he, is chiefly owing to the peculiarity of his manner. He would be followed by crowds were he to wear a nightcap in the pulpit, or were he to preach from a tree. Footnote. Boswell himself had met Whitefield, for, mentioning him in his letter to the people of Scotland, he adds, of whose pious and animated society I had some share. Southey thus describes Whitefield in his Life of Wesley: his voice excelled both in melody and compass, and its fine modulations were happily accompanied by that grace of action which he possessed in an eminent degree, and which has been said to be the chief requisite of an orator. An ignorant man described his eloquence oddly but strikingly when he said that Mr. Whitefield preached like a lion. So strange a comparison conveyed no unapt a notion of the force and vehemence and passion of that oratory which awed the hearers, and made them tremble like Felix before the apostle. Benjamin Franklin writes, Memoirs, Mr. Whitefield's eloquence had a wonderful power over the hearts and purses of his hearers, of which I myself was an instance. He happened to be present at a sermon which he perceived was to finish with a collection for an object which had not his approbation. I silently resolved he should get nothing from me. I had in my pocket a handful of copper money, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 pistoles in gold. As he proceeded, I began to soften, and concluded to give the copper. Another stroke of his oratory made me ashamed of that, and determined me to give the silver. And he finished so admirably that I emptied my pocket wholly into the collector's dish, gold and all. End of footnote. I know not from what spirit of contradiction he burst out into a violent declamation against the Corsicans, of whose heroism I talked in high terms. Sir, said he, what is all this rout about the Corsicans? They have been at war with the Genoese for upwards of 20 years, and have never yet taken their fortified towns. They might have battered down their walls and reduced them to powder in 20 years. They might have pulled the walls in pieces and cracked the stones with their teeth in 20 years. It was in vain to argue with him upon the want of artillery. He was not to be resisted for the moment. On the evening of October the 10th, I presented Dr. Johnson to General Paoli. I had greatly wished that two men for whom I had the highest esteem should meet. Footnote. What an idea may we not form for an interview between such a scholar and philosopher as Mr. Johnson, and such a legislator and general as Paoli. Boswell's Corsica. End of footnote. They met with a manly ease, mutually conscious of their own abilities and of the abilities of each other. The general spoke Italian and Dr. Johnson English, and understood one another very well, with a little aid of interpretation from me, in which I compared myself to an isthmus which joins two great continents. Upon Johnson's approach, the general said, "From what I have read of your work, sir, and from what Mr. Boswell has told me of you, I have long held you in great veneration." The general talked of languages being formed on the particular notions and manners of a people, without knowing which we cannot know the language. We may know the direct signification of single words, but by these no beauty of expression, no sally of genius, no wit is conveyed to the mind. All this must be by allusion to other ideas. "Sir," said Johnson, "you talk of language as if you had never done anything else but study it, instead of governing a nation." The general said, "Questo è un troppo gran complimento." This is too great a compliment. Johnson answered, "I should have thought so, sir, if I had not heard you talk." The general asked him what he thought of the spirit of infidelity which was so prevalent. Footnote. Mr. Stewart, who in 1768 was sent on a secret mission to Paoli, in his interesting report says, "Religion seems to sit easy upon Paoli, and notwithstanding what his historian Boswell relates, I take him to be very free in his notions that way. This I suspect both from the strain of his conversation and from what I have learnt of his conduct towards the clergy and monks." Fitzmaurice's Shelburne. See Post, April 14, 1775, where Johnson said, "So there is a great cry about infidelity, but there are in reality very few infidels." Yet not long before he had complained of an inundation of impiety. Boswell's Hebrides. End of footnote. Johnson. "Sir, this gloom of infidelity, I hope, is only a transient cloud passing through the hemisphere, which will soon be dissipated, and the sun break forth with his usual splendour." Footnote. I suppose Johnson said atmosphere, Croker. In Humphrey Clinker, in the letter of June 2nd, there is, however, a somewhat similar use of the word. Lord Bute is described as "the Caledonian luminary that lately blazed so bright in our hemisphere. Methinks at present it glimmers through a fog." A star, however, unlike a cloud, may pass from one hemisphere to the other. End of footnote. "You think, then," said the general, "that they will change their principles like their clothes?" Johnson. "My sir, if they bestow no more thought on principles than on dress, it must be so." The general said that a great part of the fashionable infidelity was owing to a desire of showing courage. Men who have no opportunities of showing it as to things in this life take
death and futurity as objects on which to display it. Johnson. That is mighty foolish affectation. Fear is one of the passions of human nature, of which it is impossible to divest it. You remember that the Emperor Charles V, when he read upon the tombstone of a Spanish nobleman, "Here lies one who never knew fear," wittily said, "Then he never snuffed a candle with his fingers." He talked a few words of French to the General, but finding he did not do it with facility, he asked for pen, ink, and paper, and wrote the following note. Footnote. See post under November 5, 1775. Hannah More, writing in 1782, Memoirs, says, "Paoli will not talk in English, and his French is mixed with Italian. He speaks no language with purity." End of footnote. J'ai lu dans la Géographie de Luca de Linde un paternoster écrit dans une langue tout à fait différente de l'italienne et de tout autre, lequel se dérive du latin. L'auteur l'appelle linguam corsicae rusticam. Elle a peut-être passé peu, mais elle est certainement prévue autrefois dans les montagnes, dans la campagne. Le même auteur dit la même chose en parlant de Sardaigne, qu'il y a deux langues dans l'île, une des villes et l'autre de la campagne. The General immediately informed him that the lingua rustica was only in Sardinia. Dr. Johnson went home with me and drank tea till late in the night. He said, General Paoli had the loftiest port of any man he had ever seen. Footnote. Horace Walpole writes, Paoli had as much ease as suited a prudence that seemed the utmost effort of a wary understanding, and was so void of anything remarkable in his aspect that, being asked if I knew who it was, I judged him a Scottish officer, for he was sandy complexioned and in regimentals, who was cautiously awaiting the moment of promotion. Memoirs of the Reign of George III. End of footnote. He denied that military men were always the best bred men. Perfect good breeding, he observed, consists in having no particular mark of any profession, but a general elegance of manners, whereas in a military man you can commonly distinguish the brand of a soldier, l'homme d'épée. Dr. Johnson shunned tonight any discussion of the perplexed question of fate and free will, which I attempted to agitate. Sir, said he, we know our will is free, and there's an end on't. Footnote. Boswell introduced this subject often. See post October 26, 1769, April 15, 1778, March 14, 1781, and June 23, 1784. Like Milton's fallen angels, he found no end in wandering mazes lost, Paradise Lost. End of footnote. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. He honoured me with his company at dinner on the 16th of October at my lodgings in Old Bond Street, with Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Garrick, Dr. Goldsmith, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Bickerstaff. Footnote. To this wretched being, himself by his own misconduct lashed out of human society, the stage was indebted for several very pure and pleasing entertainments, among them Love in a Village, The Maid of the Mill, Forster's Goldsmith. When, says Mrs. Piozzi, anecdotes, Mr. Bickerstaff's flight confirmed the report of his guilt, and my husband said in answer to Johnson's astonishment that he had long been a suspected man, by those who look close to the ground dirt will be seen, sir, was his lofty reply. I hope I see things from a greater distance.
In the Garrick correspondence is a piteous letter in bad French, written from St. Malo by Bickerstaffe to Garrick, endorsed by Garrick, "From that poor wretch Bickerstaffe, I could not answer it." End of footnote. With Sir Joshua Reynolds, Mr. Garrick, Dr. Goldsmith, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Bickerstaffe, and Mr. Thomas Davies, Garrick played round him with a fond vivacity, taking hold of the breasts of his coat, and looking up in his face with a lively archness, complimented him on the good health which he seemed then to enjoy, while the sage, shaking his head, beheld him with a gentle complacency. One of the company not being come at the appointed hour, I proposed, as usual upon such occasions, to order dinner to be served, adding, "Ought 6 people to be kept waiting for one?" "Why, yes," answered Johnson, with a delicate humanity, "if the one will suffer more by your sitting down than the 6 will do by waiting." Goldsmith, to divert the tedious minutes, strutted about bragging of his dress, and I believe was seriously vain of it, for his mind was wonderfully prone to such impressions. Footnote. Boswell, only a couple of years before he published the Life of Johnson, in fact while he was writing it, had written to Temple, "I was the great man, as we used to say, at the late drawing room, in a suit of imperial blue, lined with rose-coloured silk, and ornamented with rich gold-wrought buttons." Letters of Boswell. End of footnote. "Come, come," said Garrick, "talk no more of that. You were perhaps the worst, eh?" Goldsmith was eagerly attempting to interrupt him, when Garrick went on, laughing ironically, "Nay, you will always look like a gentleman, but I am talking of being well or ill dressed." Footnote. Miss Reynolds, in her Recollections, quotes Boswell, says, "One day at Sir Joshua Reynolds's, Goldsmith was relating with great indignation an insult he had just received from some gentlemen he had accidentally met. 'The fellow,' he said, 'took me for a tailor,' on which all the company either laughed aloud or showed they suppressed a laugh." End of footnote. "Well, let me tell you," said Goldsmith, "when my tailor brought home my bloom-coloured coat, he said, 'Sir, I have a favour to beg of you. When anybody asks you who made your clothes, be pleased to mention John Filby at the Harrow in Water Lane.'" Johnson, "Why, sir, that was because he knew the strange colour would attract crowds to gaze at it, and thus they might hear of him, and see how well he could make a coat, even of so absurd a colour." Footnote. In Prior's Goldsmith is given Filby's bill for a suit of clothes sent to Goldsmith this very day. October 16th, to making a half-dress suit of ratteen lined with satin, £12 12s. To a pair of silk stocking breeches, £2 5s. To a pair of bloom-coloured ditto, £1 4 6. Nothing is said in this bill of the colour of the coat. It is the breeches that are bloom-coloured. The tailor's name was William, not John Filby, Ibid. Goldsmith, in his Life of Nash, had said, "Dress has a mechanical influence upon the mind, and we naturally are awed into respect and esteem at the elegance of those whom even our reason would teach us to contemn." He seemed early sensible of human weakness in this respect. He brought a person genteelly dressed to every assembly. Cunningham's Goldsmith's Works. End of footnote. After dinner our conversation first turned upon Pope. Johnson said his characters of men were admirably drawn, those of women not so well. Footnote. The characters of men and women are the product of diligent speculation about human life. Much labour has been bestowed upon them, and Pope very seldom laboured in vain. The characters of men, however, are written with more, if not with deeper, thought. and exhibit many passages exquisitely beautiful. In the women's part are some defects. Johnson's works. End of footnote. He repeated to us in his forcible, melodious manner the concluding lines of the Dunciad. Footnote. Mr. Langton informed me that he once related to Johnson, on the authority of Spence, that Pope himself admired those lines so much that when he repeated them his voice faltered. And well it might, sir, said Johnson, for they are noble lines. J. Boswell, Jr. End of footnote. While he was talking loudly in praise of those lines, one of the company ventured to say, "Too fine for such a poem on what?" Footnote. We have here an instance of that reserve which Boswell, in his dedication to Sir Joshua Reynolds, says that he has practised. In one particular he had "found the world to be a great fool," and "I have therefore," as he writes, "in this work been more reserved." Yet the reserve is slight enough. Every one guesses that one of the company was Boswell. End of footnote. Johnson, with a disdainful look, "Why, on dunces. It was worth while being a dunce then. Ah, sir, hadst thou lived in those days! It is not worth while being a dunce now, when there are no wits." Footnote. Yet Johnson, in his Life of Pope, seems to be much of Boswell's opinion, for in writing of the Dunciad he says, "The subject itself had nothing generally interesting, for whom did it concern to know that one or another scribbler was a dunce?" End of footnote. Bickerstaff observed, as a peculiar circumstance, that Pope's fame was higher when he was alive than it was then. Footnote. The opposite of this Johnson maintained on April 29, 1778. End of footnote. Johnson said his pastorals were poor things, though the versification was fine. Footnote. It is surely sufficient for an author of 16 to have obtained sufficient power of language and skill in metre to exhibit a series of versification which had in English poetry no precedent, nor has since had an imitation. Johnson's works. End of footnote. He told us with high satisfaction the anecdote of Pope's inquiring who was the author of his London, and saying, "He will be soon déterré." He observed that in Dryden's poetry there were passages drawn from a profundity which Pope could never reach. Footnote. If the flights of Dryden are higher, Pope continues longer on the wing. Dryden is read with frequent astonishment, and Pope with perpetual delight. Johnson's works. End of footnote. He repeated some fine lines on love by the former, which I have now forgotten. Footnote. Probably, says Mr. Croker, those quoted by Johnson in the Life of Dryden, Ibid. End of footnote. And gave great applause to the character of Zimri, footnote, the Duke of Buckingham, in Dryden's Absalom and Achitophel. End of footnote. Goldsmith said that Pope's character of Addison showed a deep knowledge of the human heart. Footnote. Prologue to the Satires, line 193. End of footnote. Johnson said that the description of the temple in The Mourning Bride was the finest poetical passage he had ever read. Footnote. Almeria. It was a fancied noise, for all is hushed. Leonora. It bore the accent of a human voice. Almeria. It was thy fear, or else some transient wind whistling through hollows of this vaulted aisle. We'll listen. Leonora. Hark. Almeria. No, all is hushed and still as death. 'Tis dreadful. How reverend is the face of this tall pile, whose ancient pillars rear their marble heads to bear aloft its arched and ponderous roof, by its own weight made steadfast and immovable, looking tranquillity. It strikes an awe and terror on my aching sight. The tombs and monumental caves of death look cold, and shoot a chillness to my trembling heart. Give me thy hand, and let me hear thy voice. Nay, quickly speak to me, and let me hear thy voice. My own affrights me with its echoes. Act 2, Scene 1, end of footnote. He recollected none in Shakespeare equal to it. But, said Garrick, all alarmed for the god of his idolatry, we know not the extent and variety of his powers. Footnote, swear by thy gracious self, which is the god of my idolatry. Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 2. He was a god with whom he ventured to take great liberties. Thus, on January 10, 1776, he wrote, I have ventured to produce Hamlet with alterations. It was the most imprudent thing I ever did in all my life, but I had sworn I would not leave the stage till I had rescued that noble play from all the rubbish of the 5th act. I have brought it forth without the gravedigger's trick and the fencing match. The alterations were received with general approbation, beyond my most warm expectations. Garrick Correspondence, end of footnote. We are to suppose there are such passages in his works. Shakespeare must not suffer from the badness of our memories. Johnson, diverted by this enthusiastic jealousy, went on with a greater ardour. No, sir, Congreve has nature, smiling on the tragic eagerness of Garrick, but composing himself, he added, Sir, this is not comparing Congreve on the whole with Shakespeare on the whole, but only maintaining that Congreve has one finer passage than any that can be found in Shakespeare. Sir, a man may have no more than 10 guineas in the world, but he may have those 10 guineas in one piece, and so may have a finer piece than a man who has 10,000 pounds. But then he has only one 10-guinea piece. What I mean is that you can show me no passage where there is simply a description of material objects, without any intermixture of moral notions, which produces such an effect. Footnote. This comparison between Shakespeare and Congreve is mentioned perhaps oftener than any passage in Boswell. Almost as often as it is mentioned, it may be seen that Johnson's real opinion is misrepresented or misunderstood. A few passages from his writings will show how he regarded the two men. In the Life of Congreve works, he repeats what he says here: if I were required to select from the whole mass of English poetry the most poetical paragraph, I know not what I could prefer to an exclamation in the Mourning Bride. Yet in writing of the same play, he says, in this play there is more bustle than sentiment. The plot is busy and intricate, and the events take hold of the attention, but, except a very few passages, we are rather amused with noise and perplexed with stratagem than entertained with any true delineation of natural characters. Ibid. In the preface to his Shakespeare, published 4 years before this conversation, he almost answered Garrick by anticipation. It was said of Euripides that every verse was a precept, and it may be said of Shakespeare that from his works may be collected a system of civil and economical prudence. Yet his real power is not shown in the splendour of particular passages, but by the progress of his fable and the tenor of his dialogue, and he that tries to recommend him by select quotations will succeed like the pedant in Heracles, who, when he offered his house to sale, carried a brick in his pocket as a specimen. Ibid. Ignorant indeed is he who thinks that Johnson was insensible to Shakespeare's transcendent and unbounded genius, to use the words that he himself applied to him, the Rambler, number 156. It may be doubtful, he writes, whether from all his successors more maxims of theoretical knowledge or more rules of practical prudence can be collected than he alone has given to his country. Works. He that has read Shakespeare with attention will perhaps find little new in the crowded world. Ibid. Let him that is yet unacquainted with the powers of Shakespeare, and who desires to feel the highest pleasure that the drama can give, read every play from the first scene to the last, with utter negligence of all his commentators. When his fancy is once on the wing, let it not stoop at correction or explanation. Ibid. And lastly, he quotes Dryden's words, in square brackets from Dryden's Essay of Dramatic Poesy, edition of 1701, that Shakespeare was the man who, of all modern and perhaps ancient poets, had the largest and most comprehensive soul. Ibid. Mrs. Piozzi records anecdotes that she forced Johnson one day in a similar humour, in square brackets to that in which he had praised Congreve, to prefer Young's description of Night to those of Shakespeare and Dryden. He ended, however, by saying, "Young froths and foams and bubbles, sometimes very vigorously, but we must not compare the noise made by your tea kettle here with the roaring of the ocean." End of footnote. Mr. Murphy mentioned Shakespeare's description of the night before the Battle of Agincourt, but it was observed it had men in it. Footnote, Henry V, Act 4, Prologue. End of footnote. Mr. Davies suggested the speech of Juliet, in which she figures herself awaking in the tomb of her ancestors. Footnote, Romeo and Juliet, Act 4, Scene 3. End of footnote. Someone mentioned the description of Dover Cliff. Footnote, King Lear, Act 4, Scene 6. End of footnote. Johnson: "No, sir, it should be all precipice, all vacuum. The crows impede your fall. The diminished appearance of the boats and other circumstances are all very good description, but do not impress the mind at once with the horrible idea of immense height. The impression is divided. You pass on by computation from one stage of the tremendous space to another. Had the girl in the Mourning Bride said she could not cast her shoe to the top of one of the pillars in the temple, it would not have aided the idea, but weakened it." Talking of a barrister who had a bad utterance, someone, to rouse Johnson, wickedly said that he was unfortunate in not having been taught oratory by Sheridan. Johnson: "Nay, sir, if he had been taught by Sheridan, he would have cleared the room." Garrick: "Sheridan has too much vanity to be a good man." We shall now see Johnson's mode of defending a man, taking him into his own hands and discriminating. Johnson: "No, sir. There is, to be sure, in Sheridan something to reprehend and everything to laugh at, but, sir, he is not a bad man. No, sir. Were mankind to be divided into good and bad, he would stand considerably within the ranks of good. And, sir, it must be allowed that Sheridan excels in plain declamation, though he can exhibit no character." I should perhaps have suppressed this disquisition concerning a person whose merit and worth I think with respect, had he not attacked Johnson so outrageously in his Life of Swift, and at the same time treated us, his admirers, as a set of pygmies. He who has provoked the lash of wit cannot complain that he smarts from it. Mrs. Montague, a lady distinguished for having written an essay on Shakespeare, being mentioned, Reynolds: "I think that essay does her honour." Johnson: "Yes, sir, it does her honour, but it would do nobody else honour. I have indeed not read it all, but when I take up the end of a web and find it packthread, I do not expect by looking further to find embroidery. So I will venture to say there is not one sentence of
true criticism in her book. Garrick: But, sir, surely it shows how much Voltaire has mistaken Shakespeare, which nobody else has done. Footnote: In spite of the gross nonsense that Voltaire has written about Shakespeare, yet it was with justice that in a letter to Horace Walpole, dated July 15, 1768, he said: Je suis le premier qui a fait connaître Shakespeare aux Français. Je peux vous assurer qu'avant moi, personne en France ne connaissait la poésie anglaise. Voltaire's Works, end of footnote. Johnson: Sir, nobody else has thought it worthwhile. And what merit is there in that? You may as well praise a schoolmaster for whipping a boy who has construed ill. No, sir, there is no real criticism in it, none showing beauty of thought as formed on the workings of the human heart. The admirers of this essay, footnote, of whom I acknowledge myself to be one, considering it as a piece of the secondary or comparative species of criticism, and not of that profound species which alone Dr. Johnson would allow to be real criticism, it is besides clearly and elegantly expressed, and has done effectually what it professed to do, namely, vindicated Shakespeare from the misrepresentations of Voltaire. And considering how many young people were misled by his witty though false observations, Mrs. Montagu's essay was of service to Shakespeare with a certain class of readers, and is therefore entitled to praise. Johnson, I am assured, allowed the merit which I have stated, saying, with reference to Voltaire, it is conclusive ad hominem. Boswell. That this dull essay, which would not do credit to a clever schoolgirl of 17, should have had a fame of which the echoes have not yet quite died out, can only be fully explained by Mrs. Montagu's great wealth and position in society. Contemptible as was her essay, yet a saying of hers about Voltaire was clever. He sent to the Academy an invective, in square brackets, against Shakespeare, that bears all the marks of passionate dotage. Mrs. Montagu happened to be present when it was read. Suard, one of their writers, said to her, Je crois, madame, que vous êtes un peu fâchée de ce que vous venez d'entendre. She replied, Moi, monsieur? Rien du tout. Je ne suis pas amie de monsieur Voltaire. Walpole's letters. Her own letters are very pompous and very poor, and her wit would not seem to have flashed often, for Miss Burney wrote of her, She reasons well and harangues well, but wit she has none. Madame D'Arblay's diary. Yet in this same diary we find evidence of the absurdly high estimate that was commonly formed of her. Mrs. Thrale asked me if I did not want to see Mrs. Montagu. I truly said I should be the most insensible of all animals not to like to see our sex's glory. That she was a very extraordinary woman, we have Johnson's word for it. See Post, May 15, 1784. It is impossible, however, to discover anything that rises above commonplace in anything that she wrote, and, so far as I know, that she said, with the exception of her one saying about Voltaire. Johnson himself, in one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale, has a laugh at her. He had mentioned Shakespeare, nature, and friendship, and continues, Now of whom shall I proceed to speak? Of whom but Mrs. Montagu? Having mentioned Shakespeare and nature, does not the name of Montagu force itself upon me? Such were the transitions of the ancients, which now seem abrupt, because the intermediate idea is lost to modern understandings. I wish her name had connected itself with friendship. But Colin, thy hopes are in vain. Piozzi Letters, see Post, April 7, 1778. End of footnote. The admirers of this essay may be offended at the slighting manner in which Johnson spoke of it, but let it be remembered
that he gave his honest opinion unbiased by any prejudice, or any proud jealousy of a woman intruding herself into the chair of criticism. For Sir Joshua Reynolds has told me that when the essay first came out, and it was not known who had written it, Johnson wondered how Sir Joshua could like it. Footnote: Reynolds is fond of her book, and I wonder at it, for neither I nor Beauclerk nor Mrs. Thrale could get through it. Boswell's Hebrides. End of footnote. At this time Sir Joshua himself had received no information concerning the author, except being assured by one of our most eminent literati that it was clear its author did not know the Greek tragedies in the original. One day at Sir Joshua's table, when it was related that Mrs. Montague, in an excess of compliment to the author of a modern tragedy, had exclaimed, "I tremble for Shakespeare," Johnson said, "When Shakespeare has got blank for his rival, and Mrs. Montague for his defender, he is in a poor state indeed." Johnson proceeded, "The Scotchman has taken the right method in his Elements of Criticism." Footnote: Lord Kames is the Scotchman. End of footnote. "I do not mean that he has taught us anything, but he has told us old things in a new way." Murphy: "He seems to have read a great deal of French criticism, and wants to make it his own, as if he had been for years anatomizing the heart of man, and peeping into every cranny of it." Goldsmith: "It is easier to write that book than to read it." Footnote: When Charles Townshend read some of Lord Kames's Elements of Criticism, he said, "This is the work of a dull man grown whimsical." A most characteristical account of Lord Kames as a writer. Boswelliana. Hume wrote of it, "Some parts of the work are ingenious and curious, but it is too abstruse and crabbed ever to take with the public." J. H. Burton's Hume. Kames, he said, "had much provoked Voltaire, who never forgives, and never thinks any enemy below his notice." Ibid. Voltaire thus ridicules his book: "Il nous prouve d'abord que nous avons 500, et que nous sentons moins l'impression douce faite sur nos yeux et sur nos oreilles par la couleur et par les sons, que nous le sentons un grand coup sur la jambe ou sur la tête." Footnote: Johnson: "We have an example of true criticism in Burke's Essay on the Sublime and Beautiful, and, if I recollect, there is also Dubois and Bourg, who shows all beauty to depend on truth." Footnote: L'Abbé Dubois, 1670 to 1742. "Tous les artistes lisent avec fruit ces réflexions sur la poésie, la peinture et la musique. C'est le livre le plus utile qu'on ait jamais écrit sur ces matières chez aucune des nations de l'Europe." Voltaire, Siècle de Louis XIV. Bourg, 1628 to 1702. Voltaire, writing of Bourg, Manière de bien penser sur les ouvrages d'esprit, says that he teaches young people à éviter l'enflure, l'obscurité, le recherché et le faux. Ibid. Johnson perhaps knew him through the Spectator, No. 62, where it is said that he has shown that it is impossible for any thought to be beautiful which is not just, that the basis of all wit is truth. End of footnote. There is no great merit in telling how many plays have ghosts in them, and how this ghost is better than that. You must show how terror is impressed on the human heart. In the description of night in Macbeth, the beetle and the bat detract from the general idea of darkness, inspissated gloom.
Footnote, Macbeth Act 3, Scene 2, end of footnote. Politics being mentioned, he said, "This petitioning is a new mode of distressing government, and a mighty easy one. I will undertake to get petitions either against quarter guineas or half guineas, with the help of a little hot wine. There must be no yielding to encourage this. The object is not important enough. We are not to blow up half a dozen palaces because one cottage is burning." Footnote. In the False Alarm, that was published less than 3 months after this conversation, Johnson describes how petitions were got. The progress of a petition is well known. An ejected placeman goes down to his county or his borough, tells his friends of his inability to serve them, and his constituents of the corruption of the government. His friends readily understand that he who can get nothing will have nothing to give. They agree to proclaim a meeting. Meat and drink are plentifully provided. A crowd is easily brought together, and those who think that they know the reason of their meeting undertake to tell those who know it not. Ale and clamour unite their powers. The petition is read and universally approved. Those who were sober enough to write add their names, and the rest would sign if they could. Works, Volume 6, page 172. Yet when the petitions for Dr. Dodd's life were rejected, Johnson said, "Surely the voice of the public, when it calls so loudly, and calls only for mercy, ought to be heard." Post June the 28th, 1777. Horace Walpole, writing of the numerous petitions presented to the King this year, 1769, blames an example so inconsistent with the principles of liberty as appealing to the Crown against the House of Commons. Some of them prayed for a dissolution of Parliament. Memoirs of the Reign of George III. 2 years earlier, Lord Shelburne, when Secretary of State, had found among the subscribers to a petition for his impeachment a friend of his, a London alderman. "Oh, aye," said the alderman, when asked for an explanation, "I did sign a petition at the Royal Exchange, which they told me was for the impeachment of a minister. I always sign a petition to impeach a minister, and I recollect that as soon as I had subscribed it, 20 more put their names to it." Parliamentary History, end of footnote. The conversation then took another turn. Johnson: "It is amazing what ignorance of certain points one sometimes finds in men of eminence. A wit about town, who wrote Latin bawdy verses, asked me how it happened that England and Scotland, which were once 2 kingdoms, were now 1. And Sir Fletcher Norton did not seem to know that there were such publications as the Reviews. The ballad of Hardicanute has no great merit, if it be really ancient." Footnote. Mr. Robert Chambers says that the author of the ballad was Elizabeth Halkett, wife of Sir Henry Wardlaw. She died about 1727. "The Ballad of Hardicanute was the first poem I ever read, and it will be the last I shall forget." Sir Walter Scott, Crocus Boswell. End of footnote. People talk of nature, but mere obvious nature may be exhibited with very little power of mind. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings in the public domain. On Thursday, October the 19th, I passed the evening with him at his house. He advised me to complete a dictionary of words peculiar to Scotland, of which I showed him a specimen. "Sir,"
said he, Ray has made a collection of North Country words. Footnote. John Ray published in 1674 a collection of English words, etc., and a collection of English proverbs. In 1768 the two were published in one volume. End of footnote. By collecting those of your country, you will do a useful thing towards the history of the language. He bade me also go on with collections which I was making upon the antiquities of Scotland. Make a large book, sir, a folio. Boswell. But of what use would it be, sir? Johnson. Never mind the use, do it. I complained that he had not mentioned Garrick in his preface to Shakespeare. Footnote. See Boswell's Hebrides, September the 23rd, 1773. End of footnote. And asked him if he did not admire him. Johnson. Yes, as a poor player who frets and struts his hour upon the stage, as a shadow. Footnote. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage. Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 5. End of footnote. Boswell. But has he not brought Shakespeare into notice? Footnote. In the Garrick correspondence there is a letter from Mrs. Montague to Garrick, which shows the ridiculous way in which Shakespeare was often patronized last century and brought into notice. She says, Mrs. Montague was a little jealous for poor Shakespeare, for if Mr. Garrick often acts kitely, Ben Jonson will eclipse his fame. End of footnote. Johnson. Sir, to allow that would be to lampoon the age. Many of Shakespeare's plays are the worse for being acted. Macbeth, for instance. Footnote. Familiar comedy is often more powerful on the theatre than in the page. Imperial tragedy is always less. Johnson's Works, Volume 5, page 122. See also Boswell's Hebrides, August the 15th and 16th, 1773, where Johnson displayed another of his heterodox opinions, a contempt of tragic acting. Murphy, Life, page 145, thus writes of Johnson's slighting Garrick in the stage: the fact was Johnson could not see the passions as they rose and chased one another in the varied features of that expressive face, and by his own manner of reciting verses, which was wonderfully impressive, he plainly showed that he thought there was too much of artificial tone and measured cadence in the declamation of the theatre. Reynolds said of Johnson's recitation that it had no more tone than it should have. Boswell's Hebrides, August the 26th, 1773. See post April the 3rd, 1773. End of footnote. Boswell. What, sir, is nothing gained by decoration and action? Indeed, I do wish that you had mentioned Garrick. Johnson. My dear sir, had I mentioned him, I must have mentioned many more. Mrs. Pritchard, Mrs. Cibber, nay, and Mr. Cibber too. He too altered Shakespeare. Boswell. You have read his Apology, sir? Johnson. Yes, it is very entertaining. But as for Cibber himself, taking from his conversation all that he ought not to have said, he was a poor creature. Footnote. See post April the 6th, 1775, where Johnson, speaking of Cibber's talents of conversation, said, he had but half to furnish, for one half of what he said was odes. End of footnote. I remember when he brought me one of his odes to have my opinion of it. I could not bear such nonsense, and would not let him read it to the end, so little respect had I for that great man. Laughing, yet I remember Richardson wondering that I could treat him with familiarity. I mentioned to him that I had seen the execution of several convicts at Tyburn 2 days before, and that none of them seemed to be under any concern. Footnote: on October the 18th, one day, not 2 days before, 4 men were hanged at Tyburn for robbery on the highway, 1 for stealing money and linen, and 1 for forgery. Gentleman's Magazine. Boswell, in the Hypochondriac, No. 68, London Magazine for 1783, republishes a letter which he had written on April 25th, 1768, to the Public Advertiser, after he had witnessed the execution of an attorney named Gibbon and a youthful highwayman. He says: I must confess that I myself am never absent from a public execution. When I first attended them, I was shocked to the greatest degree. I was in a manner convulsed with pity and terror, and for several days, but especially nights after, I was in a very dismal situation. Still, however, I persisted in attending them, and by degrees my sensibility abated, so that I can now see one with great composure. I can account for this curiosity in a philosophical manner, when I consider that death is the most awful object before every man, whoever directs his thoughts seriously towards futurity. Therefore it is that I feel an irresistible impulse to be present at every execution, as I there behold the various effects of the near approach of death. He maintains that the curiosity which impels people to be present at such affecting scenes is certainly a proof of sensibility, not of callousness, for it is observed that the greatest proportion of the spectators is composed of women. See post June 23rd, 1784. End of footnote. None of them seem to be under any concern. Johnson: most of them, sir, have never thought at all. Boswell: but is not the fear of death natural to man? Johnson: so much so, sir, that the whole of life is but keeping away the thoughts of it. Footnote: of Johnson perhaps might almost be said what he said of Swift, Works, Vol. 8, page 207. The thoughts of death rushed upon him at this time with such incessant importunity, that they took possession of his mind when he first waked for many hours together. Writing to Mrs. Thrale from Lichfield on October 27, 1781, he says: all here is gloomy, a faint struggle with the tediousness of time, a doleful confession of present misery, and the approach, seen and felt, of what is most dreaded and most shunned. But such is the lot of man. Piozzi Letters, end of footnote. He then, in a low and earnest tone, talked of his meditating upon the awful hour of his own dissolution, and in what manner he should conduct himself upon that occasion. I know not, said he, whether I should wish to have a friend by me, or have it all between God and myself. Talking of our feeling for the distresses of others, Johnson: why, sir, there is much noise made about it, but it is greatly exaggerated. No, sir, we have a certain degree of feeling to prompt us to do good. More than that Providence does not intend. It would be misery to no purpose. Footnote: Johnson, during a serious illness, thus wrote to Mrs. Thrale: when any man finds himself disposed to complain with how little care he is regarded, let him reflect how little he contributed to the happiness of others, and how little, for the most part, he suffers from their pain. It is perhaps not to be lamented that those solicitudes are not long nor frequent, which must commonly be vain. Nor can we wonder that, in a state in which all have so much to feel of their own evils, very few have leisure for those of another. Piozzi Letters,
See post, September the 14th, 1777, end of footnote. Boswell. But suppose now, sir, that one of your intimate friends were apprehended for an offence for which he might be hanged. Johnson. I should do what I could to bail him, and give him any other assistance, but if he were once fairly hanged, I should not suffer. Boswell. Would you eat your dinner that day, sir? Johnson. Yes, sir, and eat it as if he were eating it with me. Why, there's Baretti, who is to be tried for his life tomorrow. Friends have risen up for him on every side, yet if he should be hanged, none of them will eat a slice of plum pudding the less. So that sympathetic feeling goes a very little way in depressing the mind. Footnote. I was shocked to find a letter from Dr. Holland to the effect that poor Harry Hallam is dying at Siena, in square brackets, Vienna. What a trial for my dear old friend! I feel for the lad himself too, much distressed. I dined, however, we dined, unless the blow comes very, very near the heart indeed. Macaulay's Life, end of footnote. I told him that I had dined lately at Foote's, who showed me a letter which he had received from Tom Davies, telling him that he had not been able to sleep from the concern which he felt on account of this sad affair of Baretti. Footnote. See post, February the 24th, 1773, for a furious quarrel between Davies and Baretti, end of footnote, begging of him to try if he could suggest anything that might be of service, and at the same time recommending to him an industrious young man who kept a pickle shop. Johnson. No, sir, here you have a specimen of human sympathy. A friend hanged, and a cucumber pickled. We know not whether Baretti or the pickle man has kept Davies from sleep, nor does he know himself. And as to his not sleeping, sir, Tom Davies is a very great man. Tom has been upon the stage, and knows how to do those things. I have not been upon the stage, and cannot do those things. Boswell. I have often blamed myself, sir, for not feeling for others as sensibly as many say they do. Johnson. Sir, don't be duped by them any more. You will find these very feeling people are not very ready to do you good. They pay you by feeling. Boswell. Foote has a great deal of humour. Johnson. Yes, sir. Boswell. He has a singular talent of exhibiting character. Johnson. Sir, it is not a talent, it is a vice. It is what others abstain from. It is not comedy which exhibits the character of a species, as that of a miser gathered from many misers. It is farce which exhibits individuals. Boswell. Did he not think of exhibiting you, sir? Johnson. Sir, fear restrained him. He knew I would have broken his bones. I would have saved him the trouble of cutting off a leg. I would not have left him a leg to cut off. Note. Foote, 2 or 3 years before this, had lost one leg through an accident in hunting. Forster's Essays. See post under February the 7th, 1775, end of footnote. Boswell. Pray, sir, is not Foote an infidel? Johnson. I do not know, sir, that the fellow is an infidel, but if he be an infidel, he is an infidel as a dog is an infidel. That is to say, he has never thought upon the subject. Footnote. When Mr. Foote was at Edinburgh, he thought fit to entertain a numerous Scotch company with a great deal of coarse jocularity at the expense of Dr. Johnson, imagining it would be acceptable. I felt this as not civil to me, but sat very patiently till he had exhausted his merriment on that subject, and then observed that
surely Johnson must be allowed to have some sterling wit, and that I had heard him say a very good thing of Mr. Foote himself. "Ah, my old friend Sam," cried Foote, "no man says better things. Do let us have it." Upon which I told the above story, which produced a very loud laugh from the company; but I never saw Foote so disconcerted. He looked grave and angry, and entered into a serious refutation of the justice of the remark. "What, sir," said he, "talk thus of a man of liberal education, a man who for years was at the University of Oxford, a man who has added 16 new characters to the English drama of his country?" Boswell. Foote was at Worcester College, but he left without taking his degree. He was constantly in scrapes. When the provost, Dr. Gower, who was a pedant, sent for him to reprimand him, Foote would present himself with great apparent gravity and submission, but with a large dictionary under his arm. When, on the Doctor beginning in his usual pompous manner with a surprisingly long word, he would immediately interrupt him, and, after begging pardon with great formality, would produce his dictionary, and, pretending to find the meaning of the word, would say, "Very well, sir. Now, please to go on." Forster's Essays. Dr. Gower is mentioned by Dr. King, Anecdotes, as one of the 3 persons he had known who spoke English with that elegance and propriety that, if all they had said had been immediately committed to writing, any judge of the language would have pronounced it an excellent and very beautiful style. The other 2 were Bishop Atterbury and Dr. Johnson. End of footnote. Boswell. I suppose, sir, he has thought superficially, and seized the first notions which occurred to his mind. Johnson. Why then, sir, still he is like a dog that snatches the piece next him. Did you never observe that dogs have not the power of comparing? A dog will take a small piece of meat as readily as a large, when both are before him. Buchanan, he observed, has fewer centos than any modern Latin poet. Footnote: cento, a composition formed by joining scrapes from other authors. Johnson's Dictionary. End of footnote. He not only had great knowledge of the Latin language, but was a great poetical genius. Both the Scaligers praise him. He again talked of the passage in Congreve with high commendation, and said, "Shakespeare never has 6 lines together without a fault. Perhaps you may find 7, but this does not refute my general assertion. If I come to an orchard and say, 'There's no fruit here,' and then comes a poring man who finds 2 apples and 3 pears, and tells me, 'Sir, you are mistaken, I have found both apples and pears,' I should laugh at him. What would that be to the purpose?" Boswell. "What do you think of Dr. Young's Night Thoughts, sir?" Johnson. "Why, sir, there are very fine things in them." Footnote: see Boswell's Hebrides, September 30th, 1773. End of footnote. Boswell. "Is there not less religion in the nation now, sir, than there was formerly?" Johnson. "I don't know, sir, that there is." Boswell. "For instance, there used to be a chaplain in every great family, which we do not find now." Footnote: for the position of these chaplains, see the Tatler, No. 255, and the Guardian, No. 163. End of footnote. Johnson. "Neither do you find any of the state servants, which great families used formerly to have. There is a change of modes in the whole department of life." Next day, October 20th, he appeared, for the only time, I suppose, in his life, as a witness in a court of justice, being called to give evidence to the character of Mr. Baretti, who, having stabbed a man in the street, was arraigned at the Old Bailey for murder.
Footnote: he had been assailed in the grossest manner possible by a woman of the town, and driving her off with a blow, was set upon by 3 bullies. He thereupon ran away in great fear, for he was a timid man, and being pursued, had stabbed 2 of the men with a small knife he carried in his pocket. Garrick and Beauclerk testified that every one abroad carried such a knife, for in foreign inns only forks were provided. "When you travel abroad, do you carry such knives as this?" Garrick was asked. "Yes," he answered, "or we should have no victuals." Dr. Johnson, His Friends and His Critics, page 288. I have extracted from the Sessional Reports for 1769 the following evidence to Mr. Baretti's character. Sir Joshua Reynolds: "I have known Mr. Baretti 15 or 16 years. He is a man of great humanity, and very active in endeavouring to help his friends. He is a gentleman of a good temper. I never knew him quarrelsome in my life. He is of a sober disposition." This affair was on a club night of the Royal Academicians. We expected him there, and were inquiring about him before we heard of this accident. He is Secretary for Foreign Correspondence. Dr. Johnson: "I believe I began to be acquainted with Mr. Baretti about the year 53 or 54. I have been intimate with him. He is a man of literature, a very studious man, a man of great diligence. He gets his living by study. I have no reason to think he was ever disordered with liquor in his life. A man that I never knew to be otherwise than peaceable, and a man that I take to be rather timorous." Question: "Was he addicted to pick up women in the street?" Dr. Johnson: "I never knew that he was." Question: "How is he as to his eyesight?" Dr. Johnson: "He does not see me now, nor I do not see him. I do not believe he could be capable of assaulting anybody in the street without great provocation." Edmund Burke, Esq.: "I have known him between 3 and 4 years. He is an ingenious man, a man of remarkable humanity, a thorough good-natured man." David Garrick, Esq.: "I never knew a man of a more active benevolence. He is a man of great probity and morals." Dr. Goldsmith: "I have had the honour of Mr. Baretti's company in my chambers at the Temple. He is a most humane, benevolent, peaceable man. He is a man of as great humanity as any in the world." Mr. Fitzherbert and Dr. Halifax also gave evidence. There were divers other gentlemen in court to speak for his character, but the court thought it needless to call them. It is curious that Boswell passes over Reynolds and Goldsmith among the witnesses. Baretti's bail before Lord Mansfield were Burke, Garrick, Reynolds, and Fitzherbert. Mrs. Piozzi tells the following anecdotes of Baretti. When Johnson and Burke went to see him in Newgate, they had small comfort to give him, and bid him not hope too strongly. "Why, what can he fear," says Baretti, placing himself between them, "that holds 2 such hands as I do?" An Italian came one day to Baretti when he was in Newgate, to desire a letter of recommendation for the teaching his scholars when he, Baretti, should be hanged. "You rascal," replies Baretti in a rage, "if I were not in my own apartment, I would kick you downstairs directly." Hayward's Piozzi. Dr. T. Campbell, in his diary, wrote on April 1, 1775, "Boswell and Baretti, as I learned, are mortal foes, so much so that Murphy and Mrs. Thrale agreed that Boswell expressed a desire that Baretti should be hanged upon that unfortunate affair of his killing, etc." Never did such a constellation of genius enlighten the awful Sessions House, emphatically called Justice Hall. Mr. Burke, Mr. Garrick, Mr. Beauclerk, and Dr. Johnson, and undoubtedly their favourable testimony had due weight with the court and jury. Johnson gave his evidence in a slow, deliberate, and distinct manner, which was uncommonly impressive. It is well known that Mr. Baretti was acquitted. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. On the 26th of October we dined together at the Mitre Tavern. I found fault with Foote for indulging his talent of ridicule at the expense of his visitors, which I colloquially termed making fools of his company. Johnson: Why, sir, when you go to see Foote, you do not go to see a saint. You go to see a man who will be entertained at your house, and then bring you on a public stage; who will entertain you at his house for the very purpose of bringing you on a public stage. So he does not make fools of his company. They whom he exposes are fools already. He only brings them into action. Talking of trade, he observed, "It is a mistaken notion that a vast deal of money is brought into a nation by trade. It is not so. Commodities come from commodities, but trade produces no capital accession of wealth. However, though there shall be little profit in money, there is a considerable profit in pleasure, as it gives to one nation the productions of another, as we have wines and fruits and many other foreign articles brought to us." Boswell: Yes, sir, and there is a profit in pleasure by its furnishing occupation to such numbers of mankind. Johnson: Why, sir, you cannot call that pleasure to which all are averse, and which none begin but with the hope of leaving off, a thing which men dislike before they have tried it, and when they have tried it. Boswell: But, sir, the mind must be employed, and we grow weary when idle. Johnson: That is, sir, because others being busy, we want company. But if we were all idle, there would be no growing weary. We should all entertain one another. There is indeed this in trade: it gives men an opportunity of improving their situation. If there were no trade, many who were poor would always remain poor. But no man loves labour for itself. Boswell: Yes, sir, I know a person who does. He is a very laborious judge, and he loves the labour. Footnote: Lord Affleck, we may assume. Johnson said of Pope that he was one of those few whose labour is their pleasure. Works, volume 8, page 321. End of footnote. Johnson: Sir, that is because he loves respect and distinction. Could he have them without labour, he would like it less. Boswell: He tells me he likes it for itself. Why, sir, he fancies so, because he is not accustomed to abstract. We went home to his house to tea. Mrs. Williams made it with sufficient dexterity, notwithstanding her blindness, though her manner of satisfying herself that the cups were full enough appeared to me a little awkward, for I fancied she put her finger down a certain way till she felt the tea touch it. Footnote: I have since had reason to think that I was mistaken, for I have been informed by a lady who was long intimate with her, and likely to be a more accurate observer of such matters, that she had acquired such a niceness of touch as to know by the feeling on the outside of the cup how near it was to being full. Boswell:
Baretti, in a manuscript note on the Piozzi letters, says, "I dined with Dr. Johnson as seldom as I could, though often scolded for it, but I hated to see the victuals poured by poor Mrs. Williams, that would often carve, though stone blind." End of footnote. In my first elation at being allowed the privilege of attending Dr. Johnson at his late visits to this lady, which was like being e secretioribus consiliis, I willingly drank cup after cup, as if it had been the Helconian spring. But as the charm of novelty went off, I grew more fastidious, and besides I discovered that she was of a peevish temper. There was a pretty large circle this evening. Dr. Johnson was in very good humour, lively, and ready to talk upon all subjects. Mr. Ferguson, the self-taught philosopher, told him of a new invented machine which went without horses. A man who sat in it turned a handle which worked a spring that drove it forward. "Then, sir," said Johnson, "what is gained is, the man has his choice whether he will move himself alone, or himself and the machine too." Domicetti being mentioned, he would not allow him any merit. Footnote: an Italian quack who in 1765 established medicated baths in Cheyne Walk, Chelsea, Croker. End of footnote. "There is nothing in all this boasted system. No, sir. Medicated baths can be no better than warm water. Their only effect can be that of tepid moisture." One of the company took the other side, maintaining that medicines of various sorts, and some too of most powerful effect, are introduced into the human frame by the medium of the pores, and therefore, when warm water is impregnated with salutiferous substances, it may produce great effects as a bath. This appeared to me very satisfactory. Johnson did not answer it, but, talking for victory, and determined to be master of the field, he had recourse to the device which Goldsmith imputed to him in the witty words of one of Cibber's comedies: "There is no arguing with Johnson, for when his pistol misses fire, he knocks you down with the butt end of it." Footnote. The same saying is recorded post May 15, 1784, and in Boswell's Hebrides. Cook reports another saying of Goldsmith's to the same effect: "There is no chance for you in arguing with Johnson. Like the Tartar horse, if he does not conquer you in front, his kick from behind is sure to be fatal." Forster's Goldsmith. In arguing, wrote Sir Joshua Reynolds, Johnson did not trouble himself with much circumlocution, but opposed directly and abruptly his antagonist. He fought with all sorts of weapons, ludicrous comparisons and similes; if all failed, with rudeness and overbearing. He thought it necessary never to be worsted in argument. He had one virtue which I hold one of the most difficult to practice. After the heat of contest was over, if he had been informed that his antagonist resented his rudeness, he was the first to seek after a reconciliation. That he was not thus strenuous for victory with his intimates in a tête-à-tête conversation, when there were no witnesses, may be easily believed. Indeed, had his conduct been to them the same as he exhibited to the public, his friends could never have entertained that love and affection for him which they all feel and profess for his memory. Taylor's Reynolds. End of footnote. He turned to the gentleman. "Well, sir, go to Domicetti, and get thyself fumigated. But be sure that the steam be directed to thy head, for that is the peccant part." This produced a triumphant roar of laughter from the motley assembly of philosophers, printers, and dependents, male and female. I know not how so whimsical a thought came into my mind, but I asked, If, sir, you were shut up in a castle, and a new-born child with you, what would you do? Johnson. Why, sir, I should not much like my company. Boswell. But would you take the trouble of rearing it? He seemed, as may well be supposed, unwilling to pursue the subject, but upon my persevering in my question, he replied, Why, yes, sir, I would, but I must have all conveniencies. If I had no garden, I would make a shed on the roof, and take it there for fresh air. I would feed it and wash it much, and with warm water to please it, not with cold water to give it pain. Boswell. But, sir, does not heat relax? Johnson. So you are not to imagine the water is to be very hot. I would not coddle the child. No, sir, the hardy method of treating children does no good. I'll take you 5 children from London, who shall cuff 5 Highland children. Sir, a man bred in London will carry a burthen, or run, or wrestle, as well as a man brought up in the hardiest manner in the country. Boswell. Good living, I suppose, makes the Londoners strong. Johnson. Why, sir, I don't know that it does. Our chairmen from Ireland, who are as strong men as any, have been brought up upon potatoes. Quantity makes up for quality. Boswell. Would you teach this child that I have furnished you with anything? Johnson. No, I should not be apt to teach it. Boswell. Would you not have a pleasure in teaching it? Johnson. No, sir, I should not have a pleasure in teaching it. Boswell. Have you not a pleasure in teaching men? There I have you. You have the same pleasure in teaching men that I should have in teaching children. Johnson. Why, something about that. Boswell. Do you think, sir, that what is called natural affection is born with us? It seems to me to be the effect of habit, or of gratitude for kindness. No child has it for a parent whom it has not seen. Johnson. Why, sir, I think there is an instinctive natural affection in parents towards their children. Russia being mentioned as likely to become a great empire by the rapid increase of population. Johnson. Why, sir, I see no prospect of their propagating more. They can have no more children than they can get. I know of no way to make them breed more than they do. It is not from reason and prudence that people marry, but from inclination. A man is poor, he thinks, I cannot be worse, so I'll e'en take Peggy. Boswell. But have not nations been more populous at one period than another? Johnson. Yes, sir, but that has been owing to the people being less thinned at one period than another, whether by emigrations, war, or pestilence, not by their being more or less prolific. Births at all times bear the same proportion to the same number of people. Boswell. But consider the state of our own country. Does not throwing a number of farms into one hand hurt population? Johnson. I know, sir. The same quantity of food is being produced will be consumed by the same number of mouths, though the people may be disposed of in different ways. We see if corn be dear, and butcher's meat cheap, the farmers all apply themselves to the raising of corn, till it becomes plentiful and cheap, and then butcher's meat becomes dear, so that an equality is always preserved. No, sir, let fanciful men do as they will, depend upon it, it is difficult to disturb the system of life. Boswell. But, sir, is it not a very bad thing for landlords to oppress their tenants by raising their rents? Johnson. Very bad, sir. But, sir, it never can have any general influence. It may distress some individuals. For consider this: landlords cannot do without tenants. Now, tenants will not give more for land than land is worth. If they can make more of their money by keeping a shop, or any other way, they'll do it, and so oblige landlords to let land come back to a reasonable rent, in order that they may get tenants. Land in England is an article of commerce. A tenant who pays his landlord his rent thinks himself no more obliged to him than you think yourself obliged to a man whose shop you buy a piece of goods. He knows the landlord does not let him have his land for less than he can get from others, in the same manner as the shopkeeper sells his goods. No shopkeeper sells a yard of riband for 6d, when 7d is the current price. Boswell. But, sir, is it not better that tenants should be dependent on landlords? Johnson. Why, sir, as there are many more tenants than landlords, perhaps, strictly speaking, we should wish not. But, if you please, you may let your lands cheap, and so get the value part in money and part in homage. I should agree with you in that. Boswell. So, sir, you laugh at schemes of political improvement? Johnson. Why, sir, most schemes of political improvement are very laughable things. He observed, Providence has wisely ordered that the more numerous men are, the more difficult it is for them to agree in anything, and so they are governed. There is no doubt that if the poor should reason, we'll all be poor no longer, we'll make the rich take their turn, they could easily do it, were it not that they can't agree. So the common soldiers, though so much more numerous than their officers, are governed by them for the same reason. He said, mankind have a strong attachment to the habitations to which they have been accustomed. You see, the inhabitants of Norway do not with one consent quit it, and go to some part of America where there is a mild climate, and where they may have the same produce from land with a 10th part of the labour. No, sir, their affection for their old dwellings, and the terror of a general change, keep them at home. Thus we see many of the finest spots in the world thinly inhabited, and many rugged spots well inhabited. The London Chronicle, footnote, he had written the introduction to it, end of footnote, which was the only newspaper he constantly took in, being brought, the office of reading it aloud was assigned to me. I was diverted by his impatience. He made me pass over so many parts of it that my task was very easy. He would not suffer one of the petitions to the King about the Middlesex election to be read. Footnote, see post, beginning of 1770, end of footnote. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. I had hired a Bohemian as my servant while I remained in London, and being much pleased with him, I asked Dr. Johnson whether his being a Roman Catholic should prevent my taking him with me to Scotland. Footnote, he accompanied Boswell on his tour to the Hebrides. Boswell's Hebrides, August 18, 1773, end of footnote. Johnson, why, no, sir, if he has no objection, you can have none. Boswell, so, sir, you are no great enemy to the Roman Catholic religion? Johnson, no more, sir, than to the Presbyterian religion. Boswell, you are joking? Johnson, no, sir, I really think so. No, sir, of the two I prefer the Popish. Footnote, while he was in Scotland, he never entered one of the churches. "I will not give a sanction," he said, "by my presence to a Presbyterian assembly." Ibid, August 27, 1773. When he was in France, he went to a Roman Catholic service. Post, October 29, 1775. Into footnote. Boswell. "How so, sir?" Johnson. "Why, sir, the Presbyterians have no church, no apostolical ordination." Boswell. "And do you think that absolutely essential, sir?" Johnson. "Why, sir, as it was an apostolical institution, I think it is dangerous to be without it. And, sir, the Presbyterians have no public worship. They have no form of prayer in which they know they are to join. They go to hear a man pray, and are to judge whether they will join with him." Boswell. "But, sir, their doctrine is the same with that of the Church of England. Their Confession of Faith and the 39 Articles contain the same points, even the doctrine of predestination." Johnson. "Why, yes, sir, predestination was a part of the clamour of the times, so it is mentioned in our Articles, but with as little positiveness as could be." Boswell. "Is it necessary, sir, to believe all the 39 Articles?" Johnson. "Why, sir, that is a question which has been much agitated. Some have thought it necessary that they should all be believed. Others have considered them to be only articles of peace. That is to say, you are not to preach against them." Boswell. "It appears to me, sir, that predestination, or what is equivalent to it, cannot be avoided if we hold an universal prescience in the Deity." Johnson. "Why, sir, does not God every day see things going on without preventing them?" Boswell. "True, sir, but if a thing be certainly foreseen, it must be fixed, and cannot happen otherwise. And if we apply this consideration to the human mind, there is no free will, nor do I see how prayer can be of any avail." He mentioned Dr. Clarke and Bishop Bramhall on liberty and necessity, and bid me read South's Sermons on Prayer, but avoided the question which has excruciated philosophers and divines beyond any other. I did not press it further when I perceived that he was displeased, and shrunk from any abridgment of an attribute usually ascribed to the divinity, however irreconcilable in its full extent with the grand system of moral government. His supposed orthodoxy here cramped the vigorous powers of his understanding. He was confined by a chain which early imagination and long habit made him think massy and strong, but which, had he ventured to try, he could at once have snapped asunder. I proceeded. "What do you think, sir, of purgatory as believed by the Roman Catholics?" Johnson. "Oh, sir, it is a very harmless doctrine. They are of opinion that the generality of mankind are neither so obstinately wicked as to deserve everlasting punishment, nor so good as to merit being admitted into the society of blessed spirits, and therefore that God is graciously pleased to allow of a middle state, where they may be purified by certain degrees of suffering. You see, sir, there is nothing unreasonable in this." Boswell. "But then, sir, their masses for the dead?" Johnson. "Why, sir, if it be once established that there are souls in purgatory, it is as proper to pray for them as for our brethren of mankind who are yet in this life." Boswell. "The idolatry of the Mass." Johnson. So there is no idolatry in the Mass. They believe God to be there, and they adore him. Boswell. The worship of saints? Johnson. So they do not worship saints, they invoke them. They only ask their prayers. I am talking all this time of the doctrines of the Church of Rome. I grant you that in practice purgatory is made a lucrative imposition, and that the people do become idolatrous as they recommend themselves to the tutelary protection of particular saints. I think their giving the sacrament only in one kind is criminal, because it is contrary to the express institution of Christ, and I wonder how the Council of Trent admitted it. Boswell. Confession? Johnson. Why, I don't know but that is a good thing. The Scripture says, confess your faults to one another, footnote, St. James chapter 5, verse 16, end of footnote, and the priests confess as well as the laity. Then it must be considered that their absolution is only upon repentance, and often upon penance also. You think your sins may be forgiven without penance, upon repentance alone. I thus ventured to mention all the common objections against the Roman Catholic Church, that I might hear so great a man upon them. What he said is here accurately recorded, but it is not improbable that if one had taken the other side, he might have reasoned differently. I must, however, mention that he had a respect for the old religion, as the mild Melanchthon called that of the Roman Catholic Church, even when he was exerting himself for its reformation in some particulars. Sir William Scott informs me that he heard Johnson say, "A man who was converted from Protestantism to Popery may be sincere. He parts with nothing. He is only superadding to what he already had. But a convert from Popery to Protestantism gives up so much of what he has held as sacred as anything that he retains. There is so much laceration of mind in such a conversion that it can hardly be sincere and lasting." The truth of this reflection may be confirmed by many and eminent instances. Some of them will occur to most of my readers. When we were alone, I introduced the subject of death, and endeavoured to maintain that the fear of it might be got over. I told him that David Hume said to me that he was no more uneasy to think that he should not be after this life than that he had not been before he began to exist. Johnson. Sir, if he really thinks so, his perceptions are disturbed. He is mad. If he does not think so, he lies. He may tell you he holds his finger in the flame of a candle without feeling pain. Would you believe him? When he dies, he at least gives up all that he has. Boswell. Foote, sir, told me that when he was very ill, he was not afraid to die. Johnson. It is not true, sir. Hold a pistol to Foote's breast, or to Hume's breast, and threaten to kill them, and you'll see how they behave. Boswell. But may we not fortify our minds for the approach of death? Here I am sensible I was in the wrong, to bring before his view what he ever looked upon with horror. For although when in a celestial frame, in his vanity of human wishes, he has supposed death to be kind nature's signal for retreat from this state of being to a happier seat, footnote, he bids us pray, for faith that panting for a happier seat counts death kind nature's signal of retreat, end of footnote. His thoughts upon this awful change were in general full of dismal apprehensions. His mind resembled the vast amphitheatre, the Colosseum at Rome. In the centre stood his judgment, which, like a mighty gladiator, combated those apprehensions that, like the wild beasts of the arena,
were all round in cells ready to be let out upon him. After a conflict, he drives them back into their dens, but not killing them, they were still assailing him. To my question whether we might not fortify our minds for the approach of death, he answered in a passion, "No, sir, let it alone. It matters not how a man dies, but how he lives. The act of dying is not of importance, it lasts so short a time." Footnote: to die is landing on some silent shore, where billows never beat, nor tempests roar. Ere well we feel the friendly stroke, 'tis o'er. Garth, quoted in Johnson's Works, Volume 6, page 61. Bacon, if he was the author of An Essay on Death, says, "I do not believe that any man fears to be dead, but only the stroke of death." Spedding's Bacon. Cicero, Tusculanarum Quaestionum, quotes Epicharmus as saying, "E mori nolo, sed me esse mortuum nihil aestimo." End of footnote. He added with an earnest look, "A man knows it must be so, and submits. It will do him no good to whine." I attempted to continue the conversation. He was so provoked that he said, "Give us no more of this," and was thrown into such a state of agitation that he expressed himself in a way that alarmed and distressed me, showed an impatience that I should leave him, and, when I was going away, called to me sternly, "Don't let us meet tomorrow." I went home exceedingly uneasy. All the harsh observations which I had ever heard made upon his character crowded into my mind, and I seemed to myself like the man who had put his head into the lion's mouth a great many times with perfect safety, but at last had it bit off. Next morning I sent him a note, stating that I might have been in the wrong, but it was not intentionally. He was therefore, I could not help thinking, too severe upon me; that notwithstanding our agreement not to meet that day, I would call on him in my way to the city, and stay 5 minutes by my watch. "You are," said I, "in my mind since last night, surrounded with cloud and storm. Let me have a glimpse of sunshine, and go about my affairs in serenity and cheerfulness." Upon entering his study, I was glad that he was not alone, which would have made our meeting more awkward. There were with him Mr. Stevens and Mr. Tyers, both of whom I now saw for the first time. My note had, on his own reflection, softened him. Footnote: perhaps "on" is a misprint for "or." End of footnote. For he received me very complacently, so that I unexpectedly found myself at ease, and joined in the conversation. He said the critics had done too much honour to Sir Richard Blackmore by writing so much against him. Footnote: Johnson says of Blackmore, Works, Volume 8, page 36, that he is one of those men whose lot it has been to be much oftener mentioned by enemies than by friends. End of footnote. That in his creation he had been helped by various wits, a line by Phillips and a line by Tickell, so that by their aid and that of others the poem had been made out. Footnote: this account Johnson says he had from an eminent bookseller, who had it from Ambrose Phillips, the poet. The relation of Phillips, he adds, I suppose was true, but when all reasonable, all credible allowance is made for this friendly revision, the author will still retain an ample dividend of praise. Correction seldom effects more than the suppression of faults. A happy line or a single elegance may perhaps be added, but of a large work the general character must always remain. Works, Volume 8, page 41, end of footnote.
I defended Blackmore's supposed lines, which have been ridiculed as absolute nonsense. A painted vest Prince Voltaire had on, which from a naked Pict his grandsire won. Footnote. An acute correspondent of the European magazine, April 1792, has completely exposed a mistake which has been unaccountably frequent in ascribing these lines to Blackmore, notwithstanding that Sir Richard Steele, in that very popular work, The Spectator, mentions them as written by the author of The British Princes, the Honourable Edward Howard. The correspondent above mentioned shows this mistake to be so inveterate, that not only I defended the lines as Blackmore's in the presence of Dr. Johnson, without any contradiction or doubt of their authenticity, but that the Reverend Mr. Whitaker has asserted in print that he understands they were suppressed in the late edition or editions of Blackmore. After all, says this intelligent writer, it is not unworthy of particular observation that these lines so often quoted do not exist either in Blackmore or Howard. In The British Princes, octavo, 1669, now before me, page 96, they stand thus: a vest as admired Voltaire had on, which from this island's foes his grandsire won, whose artful colour passed the Tyrian dye, obliged to triumph in this legacy. It is probable, I think, that some wag, in order to make Howard still more ridiculous than he really was, has formed the couplet as it now circulates. Boswell. Swift, in his Poetry, a Rhapsody, thus joins Howard and Blackmore together: remains a difficulty still to purchase fame by writing ill. From Flecknoe down to Howard's time, how few have reached the low sublime! For when our high-born Howard died, Blackmore alone his place supplied. End of footnote. A painted vest Prince Voltaire had on, which from a naked Pict his grandsire won. I maintained it to be a poetical conceit. A Pict being painted, if he is slain in battle, and a vest is made of his skin, it is a painted vest won from him, though he was naked. Footnote. Boswell seems to have borrowed the notion from The Spectator, No. 43, where Steele, after saying that the poet blundered because he was vivacious as well as stupid, continues: a fool of a colder constitution would have stayed to have flayed the Pict, and made buff of his skin for the wearing of the conqueror. End of footnote. Johnson spoke unfavourably of a certain pretty voluminous author, saying, he used to write anonymous books, and then other books commending those books, in which there was something of rascality. I whispered him, well, sir, you are now in good humour. Johnson. Yes, sir. I was going to leave him, and had got as far as the staircase. He stopped me, and smiling said, get you gone in. A curious mode of inviting me to stay, which I accordingly did for some time longer. This little incidental quarrel and reconciliation, which perhaps I may be thought to have detailed too minutely, must be esteemed as one of many proofs which his friends have had, that though he might be charged with bad humour at times, he was always a good-natured man. And I have heard Sir Joshua Reynolds, a nice and delicate observer of manners, particularly remark that when upon any occasion Johnson had been rough to any person in company, he took the first opportunity of reconciliation by drinking to him, or addressing his discourse to him. Footnote. Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdotes, tells how one day at Streatham, when he was musing over the fire, a young gentleman called to him suddenly, and I suppose he thought disrespectfully, in these words: Mr. Johnson, would you advise me to marry? "I would advise no man to marry, sir," returns for answer in a very angry tone Dr. Johnson, "who is not likely to propagate understanding," and so left the room. Our companion looked confounded, and I believe had scarce recovered the consciousness of his own existence when Johnson came back, and drawing his chair among us, with altered looks and a softened voice, joined in the general chat, insensibly led the conversation to the subject of marriage, where he laid himself out in a dissertation so useful, so elegant, so founded on the true knowledge of human life, and so adorned with beauty of sentiment, that no one ever recollected the offence, except to rejoice in its consequences. This young gentleman, according to Mr. Haywood, Mrs. Piozzi's Autobiography, was Sir John Lade, the hero of the ballad which Johnson recited on his deathbed. For other instances of Johnson's seeking a reconciliation, see post May 7, 1773, and April 12 and May 8, 1778. End of footnote. But if he found his dignified indirect overtures sullenly neglected, he was quite indifferent, and considered himself as having done all that he ought to do, and the other as now in the wrong. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Being to set out for Scotland on the 10th of November, I wrote to him at Streatham, begging that he would meet me in town on the 9th, but if this should be very inconvenient to him, I would go thither. His answer was as follows: To James Boswell, Esquire. Dear Sir, upon balancing the inconveniences of both parties, I find it will less incommode you to spend your night here than me to come to town. I wish to see you, and am ordered by the lady of the house to invite you hither. Whether you can come or not, I shall not have any occasion of writing to you again before your marriage, and therefore tell you now that with great sincerity I wish you happiness. I am, dear Sir, your most affectionate humble servant, Samuel Johnson, November 9, 1769. I was detained in town till it was too late on the 9th, so went to him early on the morning of the 10th of November. Now, said he, that you are going to marry, do not expect more from life than life will afford. You may often find yourself out of humour, and you may often think your wife not studious enough to please you, and yet you may have reason to consider yourself as upon the whole very happily married. Talking of marriage in general, he observed, our marriage service is too refined. It is calculated only for the best kind of marriages, whereas we should have a form for matches of convenience, of which there are many. He agreed with me that there was no absolute necessity for having the marriage ceremony performed by a regular clergyman, for this was not commanded in Scripture. I was volatile enough to repeat to him a little epigrammatic song of mine on matrimony, which Mr. Garrick had a few days before procured to be set to music by the very ingenious Mr. Dibdin. A matrimonial thought. In the blithe days of honeymoon, with Kate's allurements smitten, I loved her late, I loved her soon, and called her dearest kitten. But now my kitten's grown a cat, and cross, like other wives. Oh, by my soul, my honest Mat, I fear she has 9 lives. My illustrious friend said, It is very well, sir, but you should not swear. Upon which I altered, oh, by my soul, to alas, alas. He was so good as to accompany me to London, and see me into the post chaise which was to carry me on my road to Scotland. And sure I am that, however inconsiderable many of the particulars recorded at this time may appear to some, they will be esteemed by the best part of my readers as genuine traits of his character, contributing together to give a full, fair, and distinct view of it. 1770, Eithart 61. In 1770 he published a political pamphlet entitled The False Alarm. Footnote. The False Alarm, his first and favourite pamphlet, was written at our house between 8 o'clock on Wednesday night and 12 o'clock on Thursday night. We read it to Mr. Thrale when he came very late home from the House of Commons. Piozzi's Anecdotes. See also post November the 26th, 1774, where Johnson says that the Patriot was called for by my political friends on Friday, was written on Saturday. End of footnote. The False Alarm, intended to justify the conduct of Ministry and their majority in the House of Commons for having virtually assumed it as an axiom that the expulsion of a member of Parliament was equivalent to exclusion, and thus having declared Colonel Luttrell to be duly elected for the county of Middlesex, notwithstanding Mr. Wilkes had a great majority of votes. Footnote. Wilkes was first elected member for Middlesex at the general election of March 1768. He did not take his seat, having been thrown into prison before Parliament met. On February the 3rd, 1769, he was declared incapable of being elected, and a new writ was ordered. On February the 16th, he was again elected, and without opposition. His election was again declared void. On March the 16th, he was a third time elected, and without opposition. His election was again declared void. On April the 13th, he was a fourth time elected by 1,143 votes against 296 given for Colonel Luttrell. On the 14th, the poll taken for him was declared null and void, and on the 15th, Colonel Luttrell was declared duly elected. Parliamentary History and Almon's Wilkes, see post October the 12th, 1779, end of footnote. This being justly considered as a gross violation of the right of election, an alarm for the Constitution extended itself all over the kingdom. To prove this alarm to be false was the purpose of Johnson's pamphlet, but even his vast powers were inadequate to cope with constitutional truth and reason, and his argument failed of effect, and the House of Commons have since expunged the offensive resolution from their journals. Footnote. The resolution of expulsion was carried on February the 17th, 1769, Parliamentary History. It was expunged on May the 3rd, 1782, Ibid. End of footnote. That the House of Commons might have expelled Mr. Wilkes repeatedly and as often as he should be rechosen was not denied, but incapacitation cannot be but by an act of the whole legislature. It was wonderful to see how a prejudice in favour of government in general and an aversion to popular clamour could blind and contract such an understanding as Johnson's in this particular case. Yet the wit, the sarcasm, the eloquent vivacity which this pamphlet displayed made it be read with great avidity at the time, and it will ever be read with pleasure for the sake of its composition. That it endeavoured to infuse a narcotic indifference as to public concerns into the minds of the people, and that it broke out sometimes into an extreme coarseness of contemptuous abuse, is but too evident. It must not, however, be omitted that when the storm of his violence subsides, he takes a fair opportunity to pay a grateful compliment to the King, who had rewarded his merit. These low-born rulers, footnote, in the original it is not rulers, but railers, Johnson's works, end of footnote, have endeavoured, surely without effect, to alienate the affections of the people from the only king who for almost a century has much appeared to desire, or much endeavoured to deserve them. And every honest man must lament that the faction has been regarded with frigid neutrality by the Tories, who, being long accustomed to signalize their principles by opposition to the court, do not yet consider that they have at last a king who knows not the name of party, and who wishes to be the common father of all his people. To this pamphlet, which was at once discovered to be Johnson's, several answers came out, in which care was taken to remind the public of his former attacks upon government, and of his now being a pensioner, without allowing for the honourable terms upon which Johnson's pension was granted and accepted, or the change of system which the British court had undergone upon the accession of his present Majesty. Footnote: how slight the change of system was is shown by a passage in Forster's Goldsmith. Mr. Forster mentions a memorial in favour of the most worthless of hack partisans, Shebbeare, which obtained for him his pension of £200 a year. It is signed by 15 members of the House of Commons, and it asks for a pension that he may be enabled to pursue that laudable inclination which he has of manifesting his zeal for the service of his Majesty and his government. In other words, that a rascal shall be bribed to support a corrupt administration. Horace Walpole, in 1757 letters, described Shebbeare as one who made a pious resolution of writing himself into a place or the pillory, but who miscarried in both views. He added in a note, he did write himself into a pillory before the conclusion of that reign, and into a pension at the beginning of the next, for one and the same kind of merit, writing against King William and the Revolution. See also post end of May 1781, end of footnote. He was, however, soothed in the highest strain of panegyric in a poem called The Remonstrance. Footnote: Johnson could scarcely be soothed by lines such as the following: never wilt thou retain the hoarded store, in virtue affluent, but in metal poor. Great is thy prose, great thy poetic strain, yet to dull coxcombs are they great in vain. End of footnote. By the Reverend Mr. Stockdale, to whom he was upon many occasions a kind protector. Footnote: Stockdale, who was born in 1736 and died in 1811, wrote Memoirs of his Life, a long dull book, but containing a few interesting anecdotes of Johnson. He thought himself, and the world also, much ill-used by the publishers when they passed him over and chose Johnson to edit the Lives of the Poets. He lodged both in Johnson's court and in Bolt Court, but preserved little goodwill for his neighbour. Johnson, in the Life of Waller, quoting from Stockdale's Life of that poet, calls him his last ingenious biographer. Isaac Disraeli says that the bookseller Flexney complained that whenever this poet came to town it cost him £20. Flexney had been the publisher of Churchill's works, and, never forgetting the time when he published the Rosciad, he was speculating all his life for another Churchill and another quarto poem. Stockdale usually brought him what he wanted, and Flexney found the workman, but never the work. Calamities of authors, end of footnote.
The following admirable minute made by him describes so well his own state, and that of numbers to whom self-examination is habitual, that I cannot omit it. June 1st, 1770. Every man naturally persuades himself that he can keep his resolutions, nor is he convinced of his imbecility but by length of time and frequency of experiment. Footnote. I believe most men may review all the lives that have passed within their observation without remembering one efficacious resolution, or being able to tell a single instance of a course of practice suddenly changed in consequence of a change of opinion, or an establishment of determination. Idler, No. 27. These sorrowful meditations fastened upon Rasselas's mind. He passed 4 months in resolving to lose no more time in idle resolves. Rasselas, chapter 4, end of footnote. This opinion of our own constancy is so prevalent that we always despise him who suffers his general and settled purpose to be overpowered by an occasional desire. They therefore, whom frequent failures have made desperate, cease to form resolutions, and they who are become cunning do not tell them. Those who do not make them are very few, but of their effect little is perceived, for scarcely any man persists in a course of life planned by choice, but as he is restrained from deviation by some external power. He who may live as he will seldom lives long in the observation of his own rules. Footnote. Prayers and Meditations, page 95, in square brackets, page 101, Boswell, end of footnote. Of this year I have obtained the following letters. To the Reverend Dr. Farmer, Cambridge, Sir, as no man ought to keep wholly to himself any possession that may be useful to the public, I hope you will not think me unreasonably intrusive if I have recourse to you for such information as you are more able to give me than any other man. In support of an opinion, which you have already placed above the need for any more support, Mr. Stevens, a very ingenious gentleman, lately of King's College, has collected an account of all the translations which Shakespeare might have seen and used. He wishes his catalogue to be perfect, and therefore entreats that you will favour him by the insertion of such additions as the accuracy of your inquiries has enabled you to make. To this request I take the liberty of adding my own solicitation. We have no immediate use for this catalogue, and therefore do not desire that it should interrupt or hinder your more important employments, but it will be kind to let us know that you receive it. I am, Sir, etc., Samuel Johnson, Johnson's Court, Fleet Street, March the 21st, 1770. To the Reverend Mr. Thomas Wharton, dear Sir, the readiness with which you were pleased to promise me some notes on Shakespeare was a new instance of your friendship. I shall not hurry you, but am desired by Mr. Stevens, who helps me in this edition, to let you know that we shall print the tragedies first, and shall therefore want first the notes which belong to them. We think not to incommode the readers with a supplement, and therefore what we cannot put into its proper place will do us no good. We shall not begin to print before the end of 6 weeks, perhaps not so soon. I am, etc., Samuel Johnson, London, June the 23rd, 1770. To the Reverend Dr. Joseph Wharton, dear Sir, I am revising my edition of Shakespeare, and remember that I formerly misrepresented your opinion of Lear. Be pleased to write the paragraph as you would have it, and send it. Footnote. The passage remains unrevised in the second edition. End of footnote. If you have any remarks of your own upon that or any other play, I shall gladly receive them. Make my compliments to Mrs. Wharton, I sometimes think of wandering for a few days to Winchester, but I am apt to delay. I am, Sir, your most humble servant, Samuel Johnson, September the 27th, 1770. To Mr. Francis Barber, at Mrs. Clapp's, Bishop Stortford, Hertfordshire. Dear Francis, I am at last sat down to write to you, and shall very much blame myself for having neglected you so long, if I did not impute that and many other failings to want of health. Footnote. Johnson had suffered greatly from rheumatism this year, as well as from other disorders. He mentions spasms in the stomach, which disturbed me for many years, and for 2 past harassed me almost to distraction. These, however, by means of a strong remedy, had at Easter nearly ceased. The pain, he adds, harasses me much, yet many have the disease perhaps in a much higher degree, with want of food, fire, and covering, which I find thus grievous with all the succours that riches and kindness can buy and give. He was staying at Mr. Thrale's. Prayers and Meditations, pages 92 to 95. Shall I ever, he asks on Easter Day, receive the sacrament with tranquillity? Surely the time will come. Ibid, page 99, into footnote. I hope not to be so long silent again. I am very well satisfied with your progress, if you can really perform the exercises which you are set, and I hope Mr. Ellis does not suffer you to impose on him, or on yourself. Make my compliments to Mr. Ellis, and to Mrs. Clapp, and Mr. Smith. Let me know what English books you read for your entertainment. You can never be wise unless you love reading. Do not imagine that I shall forget or forsake you, for if when I examine you I find that you have not lost your time, you shall want no encouragement from yours affectionately, Samuel Johnson, London, September the 25th, 1770. To the same, dear Francis, I hope you mind your business. I design you shall stay with Mrs. Clapp these holidays. If you are invited out, you may go, if Mr. Ellis gives leave. I have ordered you some clothes, which you will receive, I believe, next week. My compliments to Mrs. Clapp, and to Mr. Ellis, and Mr. Smith, etc. I am your affectionate Samuel Johnson, December the 7th, 1770. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. During this year there was a total cessation of all correspondence between Dr. Johnson and me, without any coldness on either side, but merely from procrastination, continued from day to day. And as I was not in London, I had no opportunity of enjoying his company and recording his conversation. To supply this blank, I shall present my readers with some collectanea obligingly furnished to me by the Reverend Dr. Maxwell of Falkland in Ireland, sometime assistant preacher at the Temple, and for many years the social friend of Johnson, who spoke of him with a very kind regard. My acquaintance with that great and venerable character commenced in the year 1754. I was introduced to him by Mr. Grierson, His Majesty's printer at Dublin, a gentleman of uncommon learning and great wit and vivacity. Footnote. Son of the learned Mrs. Grierson, who was patronized by the late Lord Granville, and was the editor of several of the classics, Boswell. End of footnote. Mr. Grierson died in Germany at the age of 27. Dr. Johnson highly respected his abilities, and often observed that he possessed more extensive knowledge than any man of his years he had ever known. His industry was equal to his talents, and he particularly excelled in every species of philological learning, and was perhaps the best critic of the age he lived in. I must always remember with gratitude my obligation to Mr. Grierson for the honour and happiness of Dr. Johnson's acquaintance and friendship, which continued uninterrupted and undiminished to his death, a connection that was at once the pride and happiness of my life. What pity it is that so much wit and good sense as he continually exhibited in conversation should perish unrecorded. Few persons quitted his company without perceiving themselves wiser and better than they were before. On serious subjects he flashed the most interesting conviction before his auditors, and upon lighter topics you might have supposed Albano musas de monte locutas, footnote, pontificum libros annosa volumina vatum, dictitet Albano musas in monte locutas. Then swear transported that the sacred nine pronounced on Alba's top each hallowed line. Francis, Horace Epistles, Book 2, Epistle 1, line 26, end of footnote. Though I can hope to add but little to the celebrity of so exalted a character by any communications I can furnish, yet out of pure respect to his memory, I will venture to transmit to you some anecdotes concerning him, which fell under my own observation. The very minutiae of such a character must be interesting, and may be compared to the filings of diamonds. In politics he was deemed a Tory, but certainly not so in the obnoxious or party sense of the term, for while he asserted the legal and salutary prerogatives of the Crown, he no less respected the constitutional liberties of the people. Whiggism at the time of the Revolution, he said, was accompanied by certain principles, but latterly, as a mere party distinction under Walpole and the Pelhams, it was no better than the politics of stock jobbers and the religion of infidels. Footnote. See Ante Book 1, page 131, where Boswell says that Johnson afterwards honestly acknowledged the merit of Walpole. End of footnote. He detested the idea of governing by parliamentary corruption, and asserted most strenuously that a prince, steadily and conspicuously pursuing the interests of his people, would not fail of parliamentary concurrence. A prince of ability, he contended, might and should be the directing soul and spirit of his own administration, in short, his own minister, and not the mere head of a party. And then, and not till then, would the royal dignity be sincerely respected. Johnson seemed to think that a certain degree of Crown influence over the Houses of Parliament, not meaning a corrupt and shameful dependence, was very salutary, nay, even necessary in our mixed government. For, said he, if the members were under no Crown influence, and disqualified from receiving any gratification from court, and resembled, as they possibly might, Pym and Hazelrig and other stubborn and sturdy members of the Long Parliament, the wheels of government would be totally obstructed. Such men would oppose merely to show their power, from envy, jealousy, and perversity of disposition, and, not gaining themselves, would hate and oppose all who did. Not loving the person of the prince, and conceiving they owed him little gratitude, from the mere spirit of insolence and contradiction they would oppose and thwart him upon all occasions. The inseparable imperfection annexed to all human governments consisted, he said, in not being able to create a sufficient fund of virtue and principle to carry the laws into due and effectual execution. Wisdom might plan, but virtue alone could execute.
and where could sufficient virtue be found? A variety of delegated and often discretionary powers must be entrusted somewhere, which, if not governed by integrity and conscience, would necessarily be abused, till at last the constable would sell his for a shilling. This excellent person was sometimes charged with abetting slavish and arbitrary principles of government. Nothing, in my opinion, could be a grosser calumny and misrepresentation. For how can it be rationally supposed that he should adopt such pernicious and absurd opinions, who supported his philosophical character with so much dignity, was extremely jealous of his personal liberty and independence, and could not brook the smallest appearance of neglect or insults, even from the highest personages? But let us view him in some instances of more familiar life. His general mode of life during my acquaintance seemed to be pretty uniform. About 12 o'clock I commonly visited him, and frequently found him in bed, or declaiming over his tea, which he drank very plentifully. He generally had a levee of morning visitors, chiefly men of letters. Footnote. His acquaintance was sought by persons of the first eminence in literature, and his house, in respect of the conversations there, became an academy. Hawkins's Johnson, page 329, and a footnote. Hawkesworth, Goldsmith, Murphy, Langton, Stevens, Beauclerk, etc., etc., and sometimes learned ladies. Particularly I remember a French lady of wit and fashion doing him the honour of a visit. Footnote. Probably Madame de Boufflers, see post on November 12, 1775, and a footnote. He seemed to me to be considered as a kind of public oracle, whom everybody thought they had a right to visit and consult, and doubtless they were well rewarded. Footnote. To talk in public, to think in solitude, to read and hear, to inquire and answer inquiries, is the business of a scholar. Rasselas, chapter 8. Miss Burney mentions an amusing instance of a consultation by letter. The letter was dated from the Orkneys, and cost Dr. Johnson 18d. The writer, a clergyman, says he labours under a most peculiar misfortune, for which he can give no account, and which is that, though he very often writes letters to his friends and others, he never gets any answers. He entreats, therefore, that Dr. Johnson will take this into consideration, and explain to him to what so strange a thing may be attributed. Madame D'Arblay's diary, end of footnote. I never could discover how he found time for his compositions. Footnote. How he, in square brackets, Swift, spent the rest of his time, and how he employed his hours of study, has been inquired with hopeless curiosity, for who can give an account of another's studies? Swift was not likely to admit any to his privacies, or to impart a minute account of his business or his leisure. Johnson's Works, volume 8, page 208, and a footnote. He declaimed all the morning, then went to dinner at a tavern, where he commonly stayed late, and then drank his tea at some friend's house, over which he loitered a great while, but seldom took supper. I fancy he must have read and wrote chiefly in the night, for I can scarcely recollect that he ever refused going with me to a tavern, and he often went to Ranelagh, which he deemed a place of innocent recreation. He frequently gave all the silver in his pocket to the poor, who watched him between his house and the tavern where he dined. Footnote. He loved the poor, says Mrs. Piozzi, Anecdotes, as I never yet saw any one else do, with an earnest desire to make them happy. What signifies, says someone, giving halfpence to common beggars, They only lay it out in gin or tobacco. And why should they be denied such sweeteners of their existence, says Johnson. The harm done by this indiscriminate charity has been pointed out by Fielding in his Covent Garden Journal for June 2nd, 1752. He took as the motto for the paper, "Obone ne te frustrare insanus et tu," which he translates, "My good friend, do not deceive yourself, for with all thy charity thou art also a silly fellow." Giving our money to common beggars he describes as a kind of bounty that is a crime against the public. Johnson once allowed, post 1780, in Mr. Langton's collection, that one might give away £500 a year to those that importune in the streets and not do any good. End of footnote. He walked the streets at all hours, and said he was never robbed, for the rogues knew he had little money, nor had the appearance of having much. Footnote. He was once attacked, though whether by robbers is not made clear. See post under February 7, 1775. End of footnote. Though the most accessible and communicative man alive, yet when he suspected he was invited to be exhibited, he constantly spurned the invitation. Two young women from Staffordshire visited him when I was present, to consult him on the subject of Methodism, to which they were inclined. "Come," said he, "you pretty fools, dine with Maxwell and me at the Mitre, and we will talk over that subject." Which they did, and after dinner he took one of them upon his knee and fondled her for half an hour together. Upon a visit to me at a country lodging near Twickenham, he asked what sort of society I had there. I told him, but indifferent, as they chiefly consisted of opulent traders retired from business. He said he never much liked that class of people, "for, sir," said he, "they have lost the civility of tradesmen without acquiring the manners of gentlemen." Footnote. Perhaps it was this class of people which is described in the following passage: "It was never against people of coarse life that his contempt was expressed, while poverty of sentiment in men who considered themselves to be company for the parlour, as he called it, was what he would not bear." Piozzi's Anecdotes. End of footnote. Johnson was much attached to London. He observed that a man stored his mind better there than anywhere else, and that in remote situations a man's body might be feasted, but his mind was starved, and his faculties apt to degenerate from want of exercise and competition. "No place," he said, "cured a man's vanity or arrogance so well as London, for as no man was either great or good per se, but as compared with others not so good or great, he was sure to find in the metropolis many his equals, and some his superiors." He observed that a man in London was in less danger of falling in love indiscreetly than anywhere else, for there the difficulty of deciding between the conflicting pretensions of a vast variety of objects kept him safe. He told me that he had frequently been offered country preferment if he would consent to take orders, but he could not leave the improved society of the capital, or consent to exchange the exhilarating joys and splendid decorations of public life for the obscurity, insipidity, and uniformity of remote situations. Speaking of Mr. Hart, Canon of Windsor and writer of the History of Gustavus Adolphus, he much commended him as a scholar and a man of the most companionable talents he had ever known. He said the defects in his history proceeded not from imbecility, but from foppery. He loved, he said, the old black letter books. They were rich in matter, though their style was inelegant, wonderfully so, considering how conversant the writers were with the best models of antiquity. Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, he said, was the only book that ever took him out of bed 2 hours sooner than he wished to rise. He frequently exhorted me to set about writing a history of Ireland, and archly remarked there had been some good Irish writers, and that one Irishman might at least aspire to be equal to another. He had great compassion for the miseries and distresses of the Irish nation, particularly the Papists, and severely reprobated the barbarous, debilitating policy of the British government, which, he said, was the most detestable mode of persecution. To a gentleman who hinted such policy might be necessary to support the authority of the English government, he replied, by saying, let the authority of the English government perish, rather than be maintained by iniquity. Better would it be to restrain the turbulence of the natives by the authority of the sword, and to make them amenable to law and justice by an effectual and vigorous police, than to grind them to powder by all manner of disabilities and incapacities. Better, said he, to hang or drown people at once, than by an unrelenting persecution to beggar and starve them. Footnote. Dr. T. Campbell, in his Survey of the South of Ireland, 1777, says, by one law of the penal code, if a Papist have a horse worth 50 or 500 pounds, a Protestant may become the purchaser upon paying him down 5. By another of the same code, a son may say to his father, Sir, if you don't give me what money I want, I'll turn discoverer, and in spite of you, and my elder brother too, on whom at marriage you settled your estate, I shall become heir. Father O'Leary, in his remarks on Wesley's letter, published in 1780, post Hebrides, August 15, 1773, says, he has seen the venerable matron, after 24 years' marriage, banished from the perjured husband's house, though it was proved in open court that for 6 months before his marriage he went to Mass. But the law requires that he shall be a year and a day of the same religion. Burke wrote in 1792, the castle, in square brackets the government in Dublin, considers the outlawry, or what at least I look on as such, of the great mass of the people as an unalterable maxim in the government of Ireland. Burke's Correspondence. End footnote. The moderation and humanity of the present times have in some measure justified the wisdom of his observations. Dr. Johnson was often accused of prejudices, nay, antipathy, with regard to the natives of Scotland. Surely so illiberal a prejudice never entered his mind, and it is well known many natives of that respectable country possessed a large share in his esteem, nor were any of them ever excluded from his good offices as far as opportunity permitted. True it is, he considered the Scotch nationally as a crafty, designing people, eagerly attentive to their own interest, and too apt to overlook the claims and pretensions of other people, while they confine their benevolence in a manner exclusively to those of their own country. They expect to share in the good offices of other people. Now, said Johnson, this principle is either right or wrong. If right, we should do well to imitate such conduct. If wrong, we cannot too much detest it. Being solicited to compose a funeral sermon for the daughter of a tradesman, he naturally inquired into the character of the deceased, and Being told she was remarkable for her humility and condescension to inferiors, he observed that those were very laudable qualities, but it might not be so easy to discover who the lady's inferiors were. Of a certain player he remarked that his conversation usually threatened and announced more than it performed, that he fed you with a continual renovation of hope, to end in a constant succession of disappointment. Footnote: of Sheridan's writing on elocution, Johnson said, they were a continual renovation of hope, and an unvaried succession of disappointments. Johnson's works, end of footnote. When exasperated by contradiction, he was apt to treat his opponents with too much acrimony, as, "Sir, you don't see your way through that question. Sir, you talk the language of ignorance." On my observing to him that a certain gentleman had remained silent the whole evening, in the midst of a very brilliant and learned society, "Sir," said he, "the conversation overflowed and drowned him." His philosophy, though austere and solemn, was by no means morose and cynical, and never blunted the laudable sensibilities of his character, or exempted him from the influence of the tender passions. Want of tenderness, he always alleged, was want of parts, and was no less a proof of stupidity than depravity. Speaking of Mr. Hanway, who published An 8 Days' Journey from London to Portsmouth, Jonas said he acquired some reputation by travelling abroad, but lost it all by travelling at home. Footnote: in 1753 Jonas Hanway published his Travels to Persia. Though his journey was completed in 8 days, he gave a relation of it in 2 octavo volumes. Hawkins's Johnson, page 352, end of footnote. Of the passion of love, he remarked that its violence and ill effects were much exaggerated, for who knows any real sufferings on that head more than from the exorbitancy of any other passion? End of section 17. Section 18 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. He much recommended Law's Serious Call, which he said was the finest piece of hortatory theology in any language. Law, said he, fell latterly into the reveries of Jacob Behmen. Footnote: I taught myself, Law tells us, the High Dutch language on purpose to know the original words of the blessed Jacob. Overton's Life of Law. Behmen, or Boehmer, the mystic shoemaker of Görlitz, was born in 1575 and died in 1624. His books may not hold at all honourable places in libraries, his name may be ridiculous, but he was a generative thinker. What he knew for himself. It was not transmitted to him, but fought for. F. D. Morris's Moral and Metaphysical Philosophy. Of Hudibras's Squire Ralph it was said, he Anthroposophus and Plud and Jacob Behmen understood. Hudibras. Wesley, Journal, writes of Bemen's Mysterium Magnum, I can and must say thus much, and that with as full evidence as I can say 2 and 2 make 4, it is most sublime nonsense, inimitable bombast, fustian not to be paralleled. End of footnote. Jacob Behmen whom law alleged to have been somewhat in the same state with St. Paul, and to have seen unutterable things. Footnote: he heard unspeakable words which it is not lawful for a man to utter. Second Epistle to the Corinthians, chapter 12, verse 4. End of footnote. He would have resembled St. Paul still more by not attempting to utter them. He observed that the established clergy in general did not preach plain enough, and that polished periods and glittering sentences flew over the heads of the common people without any impression upon their hearts. Something might be necessary, he observed, to excite the affections of the common people, who were sunk in languor and lethargy, and therefore he supposed that the new concomitants of Methodism might probably produce so desirable an effect. Footnote: in Humphrey Clinker, in the letter of June the 11th, the turnkey of Clerkenwell Prison thus speaks of a Methodist: "I don't care if the devil had him, there's been nothing but canting and praying since the fellow entered the place. Rabbit him! The tap will be ruined. We ain't sold a cask of beer nor a dozen of wine since he paid his garnish. The gentlemen get drunk with nothing but your damned religion." End of footnote. The mind, like the body, he observed, delighted in change and novelty, and even in religion itself courted new appearances and modifications. Whatever might be thought of some Methodist teachers, he said he could scarcely doubt the sincerity of that man who travelled 900 miles in a month and preached 12 times a week, for no adequate reward, merely temporal, could be given for such indefatigable labour. Footnote: John Wesley probably paid more for turnpikes than any other man in England, for no other person travelled so much. Southey's Wesley. He tells us himself that he preached about 800 sermons in a year. Ibid. In one of his appeals to men of reason and religion, he asks, "Can you bear the summer sun to beat upon your naked head? Can you suffer the wintry rain or wind from whatever quarter it blows? Are you able to stand in the open air without any covering or defence, when God casteth abroad his snow like wool, or scattereth his hoarfrost like ashes?" And yet these are some of the smallest inconveniences which accompany field preaching, for beyond all these are the contradiction of sinners, the scoffs both of the great vulgar and the small, contempt and reproach of every kind, often more than verbal affronts, stupid, brutal violence, sometimes to the hazard of health or limbs or life. Brethren, do you envy us this honour? What, I pray you, would buy you to be a field preacher? Or what, think you, could induce any man of common sense to continue therein 1 year, unless he had a full conviction in himself that it was the will of God concerning him? Southey's Wesley. End of footnote. Of Dr. Priestley's theological works, he remarked that they tended to unsettle everything, and yet settled nothing. He was much affected by the death of his mother, and wrote to me to come and assist him to compose his mind, which indeed I found extremely agitated. He lamented that all serious and religious conversation was banished from the society of men, and yet great advantages might be derived from it. All acknowledged, he said, what hardly anybody practised, the obligation we were under of making the concerns of eternity the governing principles of our lives. Every man, he observed, at last wishes for retreat. He sees his expectations frustrated in the world, and begins to wean himself from it, and to prepare for everlasting separation. He observed that the influence of London now extended everywhere, and that From all manner of communication being opened, there shortly will be no remains of the ancient simplicity, or places of cheap retreat to be found. He was no admirer of blank verse, and said it always failed unless sustained by the dignity of the subject. In blank verse, he said, the language suffered more distortion to keep it out of prose than any inconvenience or limitation to be apprehended from the shackles and circumspection of rhyme. Footnote: Stockdale reported to Johnson that Pope had told Littleton that the reason why he had not translated Homer into blank verse was that he could translate it more easily into rhyme. Sir, replied Johnson, when Pope said that, he knew that he lied. Stockdale's Memoirs. In the Life of Somerville, Johnson says, if blank verse be not humid and gorgeous, it is crippled prose. Johnson's Works, Volume 8, page 95. End of footnote. He reproved me once for saying grace without mention of the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, and hoped in future I would be more mindful of the apostolical injunction. Footnote: Ephesians chapter 5, verse 20. End of footnote. He refused to go out of a room before me at Mr. Langton's house, saying he hoped he knew his rank better than to presume to take place of a doctor in divinity. I mention such little anecdotes merely to show the peculiar turn and habit of his mind. He used frequently to observe that there was more to be endured than enjoyed in the general condition of human life, and frequently quoted those lines of Dryden: strange cousinage, none would live past years again, yet all hope pleasure from what still remain. Footnote: in the original, yet all hope pleasure in what yet remain. End of footnote. For his part, he said, he never passed that week in his life which he would wish to repeat were an angel to make the proposal to him. He was of opinion that the English nation cultivated both their soil and their reason better than any other people, but admitted that the French, though not the highest, perhaps, in any department of literature, yet in every department were very high. Intellectual preeminence, he observed, was the highest superiority, and that every nation derived their highest reputation from the splendour and dignity of their writers. Footnote: the chief glory of every people arises from its authors. Johnson's Works, chapter 5, page 49. End of footnote. Voltaire, he said, was a good narrator, and that his principal merit consisted in a happy selection and arrangement of circumstances. Speaking of the French novels compared with Richardson's, he said, they might be pretty baubles, but a wren was not an eagle. In a Latin conversation with the pair Boscovich at the house of Mrs. Cholmondeley, I heard him maintain the superiority of Sir Isaac Newton over all foreign philosophers, with a dignity and eloquence that surprised that learned foreigner. Footnote: in a discourse by Sir William Jones, addressed to the Asiatic Society in Calcutta, February the 24th, 1785, is the following passage: one of the most sagacious men in this age, who continues, I hope, to improve and adorn it, Samuel Johnson, he had been dead 10 weeks, remarked in my hearing that if Newton had flourished in ancient Greece, he would have been worshipped as a divinity. Malone. Johnson, in An Account of an Attempt to Ascertain the Longitude, Works, Volume 5, page 299, makes the supposed author say, I have lived till I am able to produce in my favour the testimony of time, the inflexible enemy of false hypotheses, the only testimony which it becomes human understanding to oppose to the authority of Newton. Murphy, Life, page 91, places the scene of such a conversation in the house of the Bishop of Salisbury. Boscovich, he writes, had a ready current flow of that flimsy phraseology with which a priest may travel through Italy, Spain, and Germany. Johnson scorned what he called colloquial barbarisms. It was his pride to speak his best. He went on, after a little practice, with as much facility as if it was his native tongue. One sentence this writer well remembers. Observing that Fontenelle at first opposed the Newtonian philosophy and embraced it afterwards, his words were, Fontenellus, ni falo, in extrema senectute fuit transfuga ad castra Newtoniana. Boscovich, the Jesuit astronomer, was a professor in the University of Pavia. When Dr. Burney visited him, he complained very much of the silence of the English astronomers who answer none of his letters. Burney's tour in France and Italy. End of footnote. It being observed to him that a rage for everything English prevailed much in France after Lord Chatham's glorious war, he said, he did not wonder at it, for that we had drubbed those fellows into a proper reverence for us, and that their national petulance required periodical chastisement. Lord Lyttelton's dialogues he deemed a nugatory performance. That man, said he, sat down to write a book to tell the world what the world had all his life been telling him. Somebody observing that the Scotch Highlanders in the year 1745 had made surprising efforts, considering their numerous wants and disadvantages, Yes, sir, said he, their wants were numerous, but you have not mentioned the greatest of them all, the want of law. Speaking of the inward light to which some Methodists pretended, he said it was a principle utterly incompatible with social or civil security. If a man, said he, pretends to a principle of action of which I can know nothing, nay, not so much as that he has it, but only that he pretends to it, how can I tell what that person may be prompted to do? When a person professes to be governed by a written, ascertained law, I can then know where to find him. The poem of Fingal, he said, was a mere unconnected rhapsody, a tiresome repetition of the same images. Footnote. The first of Macpherson's forgeries was fragments of ancient poetry collected in the Highlands, Edinburgh, 1760. In 1762 he published in London the works of Ossian, the son of Fingal, 2 volumes. Volume 1 contained Fingal, an ancient epic poem, in 6 books. End of footnote. In vain shall we look for the lucidus ordo, where there is neither end nor object, design or moral. Nec cata recurrit imago. Footnote. Horace, Ars Poetica, Book 1, line 41. End of footnote. Being asked by a young nobleman what was become of the gallantry and military spirit of the old English nobility, he replied, "Why, my lord, I'll tell you what has become of it. It is gone into the city to look for a fortune." Speaking of a dull, tiresome fellow whom he chanced to meet, he said, "That fellow seems to me to possess but one idea, and that is a wrong one." Much inquiry having been made concerning a gentleman who had quitted a company where Johnson was, and no information being obtained, at last Johnson observed that he did not care to speak ill of any man behind his back, but he believed the gentleman was an attorney. Footnote. Perhaps Johnson had some ill will towards attorneys, such as he had towards excisemen. In London, which was published in May 1738, he couples them with street robbers. Their ambush here relentless ruffians lay, and here the fell attorney prowls for prey. Works. In a paper in the Gentleman's Magazine for the following June, written, I have little doubt, by him, the profession is thus savagely attacked: "Our ancestors in ancient times had some regard to the moral character of the persons sent to represent them in their national assemblies, and would have shown some degree of resentment or indignation had their votes been asked for a murderer, an adulterer, a known oppressor, an hireling evidence, an attorney, a gamester, or a pimp." In the Life of Blackmore, Works, Volume 8, page 36, he has a sly hit at the profession. Sir Richard Blackmore was the son of Robert Blackmore, styled by Wood gentleman, and supposed to have been an attorney. We may compare Goldsmith's lines in Retaliation: "Then what was his failing? Come tell it, and burn ye." He was, could he help it, a special attorney. End of footnote. He spoke with much contempt of the notice taken of Woodhouse, the poetical shoemaker. He said it was all vanity and childishness, and that such objects were, to those who patronized them, mere mirrors of their own superiority. "They had better," said he, "furnish the man with good implements for his trade than raise subscriptions for his poems. He may make an excellent shoemaker, but can never make a good poet. A schoolboy's exercise may be a pretty thing for a schoolboy, but it is no treat for a man." Speaking of Boethius, who was the favourite writer of the Middle Ages, footnote, Dr. Maxwell is perhaps here quoting the Idler, No. 69, where Johnson, speaking of Boethius on the comforts of philosophy, calls it the book which seems to have been the favourite of the Middle Ages. End of footnote. He said it was very surprising that upon such a subject and in such a situation he should be magis philosophus quam Christianus. Speaking of Arthur Murphy, whom he very much loved, "I don't know," said he, "that Arthur can be classed with the very first dramatic writers, yet at present I doubt much whether we have anything superior to Arthur." Footnote. Yet it is of Murphy's tragedy of Zenobia that Mrs. Piozzi writes anecdotes. "A gentleman carried Dr. Johnson his tragedy, which, because he loved the author, he took, and it lay about our rooms some time. 'Which answer did you give your friend, sir?' said I, after the book had been called for. 'I told him,' replied he, 'that there was too much tig and cherry in it.' Seeing me laugh most violently, 'Why, what wouldst have, child?' said he. I looked at nothing but the dramatis in square brackets personae, and there was Tigranes and Tiridates, or Teribias, or such stuff. A man can tell but what he knows, and I never got any further than the first pages.' End of footnote. Speaking of the national debt, he said it was an idle dream to suppose that the country could sink under it. Let the public creditors be ever so clamorous, the interest of millions must ever prevail over that of thousands. Footnote. Hume was one who had this idle dream. Shortly before his death, one of his friends wrote,
He still maintains that the national debt must be the ruin of Britain, and laments that the two most civilized nations, the English and the French, should be on the decline, and the barbarians, the Goths and Vandals of Germany and Russia, should be rising in power and renown. J.H. Burton's Hume. End of footnote. Of Dr. Kennicott's Collations he observed that, though the text should not be much mended thereby, yet it was no small advantage to know that we had as good a text as the most consummate industry and diligence could procure. Footnote: Hannah More was with Dr. Kennicott at his death. Thus closed a life, she wrote Memoirs, the last 30 years of which were honourably spent in collating the Hebrew Scriptures. See also Boswell's Hebrides, August 16, 1773. End of footnote. Johnson observed that so many objections might be made to everything, that nothing could overcome them but the necessity of doing something. No man would be of any profession as simply opposed to not being of it, but every one must do something. He remarked that a London parish was a very comfortless thing, for the clergyman seldom knew the face of 1 out of 10 of his parishioners. Of the late Mr. Mallet he spoke with no great respect, said he was ready for any dirty job, that he had wrote against Byng at the instigation of the ministry, and was equally ready to write for him, provided he found his account in it. Footnote: Johnson, Works, Volume 8, page 467, says that Mallet, in return for what he wrote against Byng, had a considerable pension bestowed upon him, which he retained to his death. End of footnote. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Life of Samuel Johnson, Volume 2, by James Boswell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. A gentleman who had been very unhappy in marriage married immediately after his wife died. Johnson said it was the triumph of hope over experience. He observed that a man of sense and education should meet a suitable companion in a wife. It was a miserable thing when the conversation could only be such as whether the mutton should be boiled or roasted, and probably a dispute about that. He did not approve of late marriages, observing that more was lost in point of time than compensated for by any possible advantages. Footnote: It is dangerous for a man and woman to suspend their fate upon each other at a time when opinions are fixed and habits are established, when friendships have been contracted on both sides, when life has been planned into method, and the mind has long enjoyed the contemplation of its own prospects. Rasselas, chapter 29, end of footnote. Even ill-assorted marriages were preferable to cheerless celibacy. Of old Sheridan he remarked that he neither wanted parts nor literature, but that his vanity and quixotism obscured his merits. He said foppery was never cured. It was the bad stamina of the mind which, like those of the body, were never rectified. Once a coxcomb, and always a coxcomb. Being told that Gilbert Cooper called him the Caliban of literature, "Well," said he, "I must dub him the Punchinello." Footnote: Malone records that Cooper was round and fat. Dr. Warton one day, when dining with Johnson, urged in his favour that he was at least very well informed and a good scholar. "Yes," Sir Johnson. It cannot be denied. Yet he has good materials for playing the fool, and he makes abundant use of them. Prize Malone. Speaking of the old Earl of Cork and Orrery, he said, "That man spent his life in catching at an object in square brackets literary eminence, which he had not power to grasp." To find a substitution for violated morality, he said, was the leading feature in all perversions of religion. He often used to quote with great pathos those fine lines of Virgil: "Optima quaeque dies miseris mortalibus aevi prima fugit, subeunt morbi tristisque senectus et labor et dura rapit inclementia mortis." Footnote: "In youth alone unhappy mortals live, but the mighty bliss is fugitive. Discoloured sickness, anxious labours come, and age, and death's inexorable doom." Dryden, Virgil Georgics. In the first edition, Dr. Maxwell's Collectanea ended here. What follows was given in the second edition, in editions received after the second edition was printed, volume 1, page 5, end of footnote. Speaking of Homer, whom he venerated as the prince of poets, Johnson remarked that the advice given to Diomede by his father, when he sent him to the Trojan War, was the noblest exhortation that could be instanced in any heathen writer, and comprised in a single line: "Aion aristo aion kai hupairo hon emina alon," which, if I recollect well, is translated by Dr. Clarke thus: "Semper appetere praestantissima et omnibus aliis antecellere." Footnote: to Glaucus, Clarke's translation is: "Ut semper fortissime rem gererem et superior virtute essem aliis." Iliad, Book 6, line 208. Cooper's version is: "That I should outstrip always all mankind in worth and valour." End of footnote. He observed, it was a most mortifying reflection for any man to consider what he had done compared with what he might have done. He said, few people had intellectual resources sufficient to forego the pleasures of wine. They could not otherwise contrive how to fill the interval between dinner and supper. He went with me one Sunday to hear my old master, Gregory Sharp, preach at the Temple. Footnote: Maxwell calls him his old master, because Sharp was master of the Temple when Maxwell was assistant preacher. Croker. End of footnote. In the prefatory prayer, Sharp ranted about liberty as a blessing most fervently to be implored, and its continuance prayed for. Johnson observed that our liberty was in no sort of danger. He would have done much better to pray against our licentiousness. One evening at Mrs. Montagu's, where a splendid company was assembled, consisting of the most eminent literary characters, I thought he seemed highly pleased with the respect and attention that were shown him, and asked him on our return home if he was not highly gratified by his visit. "No, sir," said he, "not highly gratified, yet I do not recollect to have passed many evenings with fewer objections." Though of no high extraction himself, he had much respect for birth and family, especially among ladies. He said, "Adventitious accomplishments may be possessed by all ranks, but one can easily distinguish the born gentlewoman." He said, the poor in England were better provided for than in any other country of the same extent. Footnote: Dr. T. Campbell, in his Survey of the South of Ireland, writes, "In England the meanest cottager is better fed, better lodged, and better dressed than the most opulent farmers here." End of footnote. He did not mean little cantons or petty republics. "Where a great proportion of the people," said he, "are suffered to languish in helpless misery, that country must be ill policed and wretchedly governed. A decent provision for the poor is the true test of civilization." Gentlemen of education, he observed, were pretty much the same in all countries. The condition of the lower orders, the poor especially, was the true mark of national discrimination. When the Corn Laws were in agitation in Ireland, by which that country had been enabled not only to feed itself, but to export corn to a large amount, Sir Thomas Robinson observed that those laws might be prejudicial to the corn trade of England. Footnote: In the Viceroyalty of the Duke of Bedford, which began in December 1756, in order to encourage tillage, a law was passed granting bounties on the land carriage of corn and flour to the metropolis. Lecky's History of England. In 1773-4, a law was passed granting bounties upon the export of Irish corn to foreign countries. Ibid. End of footnote. "Sir Thomas," said he, "you talk like a savage." "What, sir? Would you prevent any people from feeding themselves, if by any honest means they can do it?" Footnote: Lord Kames, in his Sketches of the History of Man, published in 1774, says, "In Ireland to this day goods exported are loaded with a high duty, without even distinguishing made work from raw materials, corn, for example, fish, butter, horned cattle, leather, etc., and that nothing may escape, all goods exported that are not contained in the Book of Rates pay 5% ad valorem." These export duties were selfishly levied in what was supposed to be in the interest of England. End of footnote. It being mentioned that Garrick assisted Dr. Brown, the author of the Estimate, in some dramatic composition, "No, sir," said Johnson, "he would no more suffer Garrick to write a line in his play than he would suffer him to mount his pulpit." Footnote: At this time, in (1756), appeared Brown's Estimate, a book now remembered only by the allusions in Cooper's Table Talk, in (Cooper's Poems), and in Burke's Letters on a Regicide Peace, Payne's Burke. It was universally read, admired, and believed. The author fully convinced his readers that they were a race of cowards and scoundrels, that nothing could save them, that they were on the point of being enslaved by their enemies, and that they richly deserved their fate. Macaulay's Essays. Dr. J.H. Burton says, "Dr. Brown's book is said to have run to a 7th edition in a few months. It is rather singular that the edition marked as the 7th has precisely the same matter in each page, and the same number of pages as the first." Life of Hume. Brown wrote 2 tragedies, Barbarossa and Athelstan, both of which Garrick brought out at Drury Lane. In Barbarossa, Johnson observed that there were 2 improprieties. In the first place, the use of a bell is unknown to the Mahometans, and secondly, Otway had tolled a bell before Dr. Brown, and we are not to be made April fools twice by the same trick. Murphy's Garrick. Brown's vanity is shown in a letter to Garrick correspondence, written on January 19, 1766, in which he talks of going to St. Petersburg and drawing up a system of legislation for the Russian Empire.
In the following September, in a fit of madness, he made away with himself. End of footnote. Speaking of Burke, he said, "It was commonly observed he spoke too often in Parliament, but nobody could say he did not speak well, though too frequently and too familiarly." Speaking of economy, he remarked it was hardly worth while to save anxiously £20 a year. If a man could save to that degree so as to enable him to assume a different rank in society, then indeed it might answer some purpose. He observed, a principal source of erroneous judgment was viewing things partially and only on one side, as for instance fortune hunters. When they contemplated the fortune singly and separately, it was a dazzling and tempting object, but when they came to possess the wives and their fortunes together, they began to suspect that they had not made quite so good a bargain. Speaking of the late Duke of Northumberland living very magnificently when Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, somebody remarked, it would be difficult to find a suitable successor to him. "Then," exclaimed Johnson, "he is only fit to succeed himself." Footnote: Horace Walpole, writing in May 1764, says, "The Earl of Northumberland returned from Ireland, where his profusion and ostentation had been so great that it seemed to lay a dangerous precedent for succeeding governors." Memoirs of the Reign of George III. He was created Duke in 1766. For some pleasant anecdotes about this nobleman and Goldsmith, see Goldsmith's Miscellaneous Works and Forster's Goldsmith. End of footnote. He advised me, if possible, to have a good orchard. He knew, he said, a clergyman of small income, who brought up a family very reputably, which he chiefly fed with apple dumplings. He said he had known several good scholars among the Irish gentlemen, but scarcely any of them correct in quantity. He extended the same observation to Scotland. Speaking of a certain prelate who exerted himself very laudably in building churches and parsonage houses, "However," said he, "I do not find that he is esteemed a man of much professional learning, or a liberal patron of it. Yet it is well, where a man possesses any strong positive excellence. Few have all kinds of merit belonging to their character. We must not examine matters too deeply. No, sir, a fallible being will fail somewhere." Talking of the Irish clergy, he said Swift was a man of great parts, and the instrument of much good to his country. Footnote: Johnson thus writes of him, Works, vol. 8, page 207. "The Archbishop of Dublin gave him at first some disturbance in the exercise of his jurisdiction, but it was soon discovered that, between prudence and integrity, he was seldom in the wrong; that when he was right, his spirit did not easily yield to opposition." He adds, "He delivered Ireland from plunder and oppression, and showed that wit confederated with truth had such force as authority was unable to resist. He said truly of himself that Ireland was his debtor. It was from the time when he first began to patronize the Irish that they may date their riches and prosperity." Ibid, page 319. Pope, in his Imitations of Horace, says, "Let Ireland tell how wit upheld her cause, her trade supported and supplied her laws, and leave on Swift this grateful verse engraved: The rights a court attacked, a poet saved." End of footnote. Berkeley was a profound scholar, as well as a man of fine imagination, but
Usher, he said, was the great luminary of the Irish Church, and a greater, he added, no church could boast of, at least in modern times. We dined tête-à-tête at the Mitre, as I was preparing to return to Ireland after an absence of many years. I regretted much leaving London, where I had formed many agreeable connections. "Sir," said he, "I don't wonder at it. No man fond of letters leaves London without regret. But remember, sir, you have seen and enjoyed a great deal. You have seen life in its highest decorations, and the world has nothing new to exhibit. No man is so well qualified to leave public life as he who has long tried it and known it well. We are always hankering after untried situations, and imagining greater felicity from them than they can afford. No, sir, knowledge and virtue may be acquired in all countries, and your local consequence will make you some amends for the intellectual gratifications you relinquish." Then he quoted the following lines with great pathos: "He who has early known the pomps of state, for things unknown 'tis ignorance to condemn, and after having viewed the gaudy bait, can boldly say, the trifle I contemn. With such a one contented would I live, contented could I die." Footnote: these lines have been discovered by the author's second son in the London Magazine for July 1732, where they form part of a poem on retirement, copied with some slight variations from one of Walter's smaller poems entitled The Retirement. They exhibit another proof that Johnson retained in his memory fragments of neglected poetry. In quoting verses of that description, he appears, by slight variation, to have sometimes given them a moral turn, and to have dexterously adapted them to his own sentiments, with the original had a very different tendency. In 1782, when he was at Brighthelmston, he repeated to Mr. Metcalfe some verses as very characteristic of a celebrated historian, (Gibbon). They are found among some anonymous poems appended to the second volume of a collection frequently printed by Lintot under the title of Pope's Miscellanies. See how the wandering Danube flows, realms and religions parting, a friend to all true Christian foes, to Peter, Jack, and Martin. Now Protestant and Papist now, not constant long to either, at length an infidel does grow, and ends his journey neither. Thus many a youth I've known set out, half Protestant, half Papist, and rambling long the world about, turn infidel or atheist. Malone. End of footnote. He then took a most affecting leave of me, said he knew it was a point of duty that called me away. "We shall all be sorry to lose you," said he, "laudo tamen." Footnote: Juvenile Satires. "Yet still my calmer thoughts his choice commend." Johnson's London, line 3. End of footnote. End of section 19.